www.twitch.tv/watchdog1787/profile. https://www.youtube.com/user/watchdog1787. Join my Discord and know before I go live. http://discord.gg/gcjfdh. Multi-streaming with
neighboring regions. How would you feel about that extreme step?
I will only say to start off that we've always felt that the more we can cooperate with each other, and I think we've been leaders in trying to ensure that cooperation. I convene meetings of the mayors at the political level each week, every Monday. Dr. Davila, as she'll I'm sure say, talks to her counterparts all the time. And the most important reason why it's better isn't because we all talk to each other and get along. We all get along anyway. We're trying to cooperate. It's because it is simpler for the public to understand, one set of rules. And that's why I said in my remarks earlier that it's best if this kind of measure comes from the province, because then it's very straightforward as to, one set of rules that apply across the region. So we would be happy, I think, with that result. At least I would be, from the standpoint of simplicity, and Dr. Davila can speak to the health aspects of it.
Yeah, so from a public health perspective, simplicity is part and parcel of making sure that the public health objectives can be achieved. So simply put, I would say this: evidence-informed measures to protect the public as best as possible from the negative impacts of COVID-19 are something that I wholeheartedly support. I would say, though, that it's important as well to think about the supports that are required over and above those restrictions and measures, in order that people can actively participate and fully participate in doing what's best, not only for their health, but the health of the community around them.
Okay, thank you. We go next to Theodore Doucette from Radio Canada.
Good afternoon. My question is for Dr. Davila. Doctor, with Toronto being in the red zone and more restriction coming on, as Premier Ford just announced, can you have a word towards the people who are already confronted to mental health issues related to social isolation, please?
Yes, I mean, clearly this is one of an important concern related to COVID-19 and some of the restrictions that have been put into place. Recently at the Board of Health meeting, we talked about the importance of mental health to overall health and the kinds of measures that need to be put in place in order to best support mental health, given the circumstances that we find ourselves in with COVID-19 and the measures that are needing to be taken in order to control COVID-19 as best as possible. Mental health is obviously an important aspect of health. You can't have overall health without good mental health. So there are a number of services that are available. So this is one of those supports, one of those enhanced supports that's needed in order to manage COVID-19 and its health impact overall. So over and above the restrictions and measures that we're talking about, we do know that supports need to be put in place to manage things like mental health challenges that may arise as a result of the COVID-19 control measures that are put into place. So certainly we're working with our healthcare partners, we're working with partners all throughout the city, community agencies, but I think as well at an individual level, to the extent that each one of us can reach out to those around us, to our neighbors, our families, our friends. If we know that somebody is struggling, I would encourage each and every one of us to reach out and be that friend, be that support. In order to alleviate any challenge. And of course, here in the city of Toronto, 311 is available. The hotline at Toronto Public Health, 416-338-7600. We're also available to provide supports and referrals to the various mental health agencies and mental health care service providers that are available in the city.
Thank you, Doctor. You're talking about measures to put in place. Are you planning to release more tools or funds to fight against the psychological issues?
Well, certainly we know that there is more funding, and this existed pre-COVID-19, that mental health services require appropriate funding in order for them to be available to meet the needs of the population. That's certainly one of the elements that's out there. Service access is premised on funding, and as well, again, I can't emphasize enough how important it is for each and every one of us, outside of professional services that can be made available through the healthcare system, and outside of connections that can be forged through community agencies and social service agencies, which are just as important to mental health. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that there is a role for each and every one of us to serve as a lifeline and a friend to those around us in our community, whether we're talking about our work colleagues, our family members, our friends, our relatives. I think we all have a role to play in supporting each other and being that network of strength and support.
Okay, thank you. Final question is to Jeff Gray of the Globe and Mail. Jeff, go ahead, please.
Hi. Thanks, Brett. I wanted to ask, I know you won't get into specifics of the recommendations, but can you give us a sense of what we should expect? Are we talking about, for example, the prospect of closing indoor retail, going to curbside pickup only, or closing malls, that type of thing, or more restrictions on capacity for stores, hours, or something of that nature?
So, Jeff, you know, these are the subject of active discussions right now, so I don't know that I can really provide more by way of detail. But suffice it to say that what has been put forward and what is constantly in discussion are evidence-informed measures to help reduce the spread of COVID-19, both premised on our own experiences, that which we see in the literature, and the experiences of other jurisdictions. Again, I think it's really important, though, that we mention that it's not just about restrictions. Ensuring that we are also, at the same time, having conversations around evidence-informed supports that actually facilitate the ability of people to do the right thing. As I said, to stay home when they're sick, to go and get tested, to not go to work, feeling unwell or with symptoms. Supports that actually support people and facilitate the ability of people to do the right thing, to protect their own health and the health of the community around them, are just as important as the kinds of things that we discuss when we talk about public health measures and additional restrictions. But all of this is aimed towards reducing the conditions that give rise to COVID-19 spread.
Thanks. Maybe a question that also the mayor might want to chime into. Just listening to both of you speak today, and the situation we've now found ourselves in with the numbers and the restrictions set as they are. A lot of people are pointing to the sort of contradictions of this whole thing. I mean, Dr. Hill, you mentioned about malls. Now is not the time to go to a mall. The mayor mentioned Black Friday, but malls and retail remain open. Is there a danger that people are looking at the message of stay home, but stores are open, and sort of throwing up their hands?
So, Jeff, it's hard for me to comment on what people may feel out there, but I will say this. There are active conversations going on all the time. We have been in active conversation for several days now with our provincial counterparts, and certainly for a similar duration with other local public health units. And the various options are being discussed. They are all evidence-informed. And they are also discussions reflecting supports and messaging that helps the public to make good decisions for themselves. So I think there are roles and that we can play as government, actions that we can take as government in order to support our efforts or overall efforts to reduce the spread of COVID-19. There are roles that the public can play and messages that we're trying to convey to them. I think they're better done, as the mayor has commented, in a regional fashion, so we have a singular voice and a singular message that's easier to grasp. And I hope that we will have more to share by way of detail in the near future.
Jeff, can I just add to that simply this? Wouldn't it be much simpler and much more effective if people would just stay home. Because then you don't have to worry. I mean, I was honest enough to say the other day that one of the reasons you bring in these restrictions is, in fact, to reduce the number of places people have to go, so that they won't go somewhere where they're going to be in contact with others and where there's going to be crowd scenes. But if people would just follow the advice, which is fairly straightforward to follow for most people most of the time. There are those who have to go out to work and so on. We understand that. But if people would just stay home and not socialize and not choose now, of all times, to be going to do advanced Black Friday shopping or advanced Christmas shopping or whatever, this would be much better for the next period of time to, wrestle this virus to the ground. So that would be the best thing that would happen. But in the absence of that, we have to look at other ways in which we can cause these crowd scenes not to occur. And so those are the things that are under very active discussion, because we believe as a city very strongly, the medical officer and myself as mayor, that we have to do more in order to take these numbers that are clearly alarming and bring them under control.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for joining us. That concludes today's briefing. Please stay well.
Pendulum change. You know what a pendulum is, right? Yeah. So it's a fraudulent change. You make an effort to change, and then all of a sudden you're right back in the same spot that you were before you even changed. Matter of fact, you're even in a more worse of a spot. You're even in more worse of a spot. Right? That's called a pendulum change. When you go for it, they'll come back. Go for it, they'll come back. Okay? This is what is constantly happening within our government. They're making pendulum changes. You understand what I'm saying? Things that they think is gonna, things that they know is gonna work, but they also know that it's gonna pacify us. It's gonna calm us down just enough so that we can jump out the street. They thought Joe Biden was gonna make us stop out. It made a lot of people stop coming out. The election night, there was hella people out here marching, bro. There was hella people out here marching for democracy. Let me tell you something, bro. We are marching for democracy. If you was marching for democracy that night, why ain't you been out every night with everybody? EDM, DAC, with Africa Town, with us Morning March. You should have been out there. You understand what I'm saying? That is man, it's kind of disheartening when I think about it. But that's what we need to do. We need to be out here, showing these guys that we're not gonna settle for these weak ass, for these breadcrumbs. We're not gonna settle for these breadcrumbs, bro. And that's what I like to say: abolishment, fuck 50%. You understand what I mean? Because I'm not about to ask for 50%. We're saying 50%.
Gagerana 0059. WENA become famous. By FOLL hours, PR IMS, and 6 UERS on https://clck.ru/r9gqb.
Steps that will ultimately decommission Piers and enable it to be deorbited next year in favor of the new Russian multi-purpose laboratory module that will be launched on a proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. Next up will be the two cosmonauts moving in the vicinity of Zvezda to remove and replace a tray of witness plates collecting data on micrometeoroid impacts on the surface of the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
Gotta love that stuff.
You know you didn't do it right if you didn't get one of those. We did it right.
This is fun, isn't it? Just standing in people's way, making sure that they can't get home.
There is a foot restraint here, so yes. I'm gonna be regrouping my family.
Another shout out to community passageways. Yes. I'm gonna keep shouting them out. Oh.
Это точно не надо делать.
Oh.
Little dick energy. Bad morals energy.
Hey, check this out. You guys want to hear a funny story? I was in traffic the other day, and I was like, yo, is there a protest going on? Right?
Once again,
Yes,
the two cosmonauts spent quite a bit of time validating the integrity of the Quakes module as a base for conducting spacewalks out of the Russian segment, as they depressurized and repressurized the airlock, inspected the hatch seals on Quakes, which has been used throughout the years as a docking port and now is fully certified to be able to support Russian spacewalks, the first of which is in progress by Ryzhikov and Sverchkov. Once outside, the spacewalk having begun at 9:12 a.m. Central Time, 10:12 a.m. Eastern Time, the two cosmonauts set up their equipment and moved a container housing a new fluid regulator system that was to have been installed in the Zarya module, the first element launched to the International Space Station back on November 20th, 1998, almost 22 years ago to the day.
You got to do all that, and you ain't got to slow down traffic just to do it. You understand what I'm saying?
Unfortunately, the two cosmonauts could not open up the lid to the container housing the replacement fluid regulator, and so the old regulator remains in place in Zarya, functioning fine, no problem. The task of replacing it with a newer unit put off until a future spacewalk. The two cosmonauts then repositioned a telemetry cable connecting the Piers docking compartment to the Zvezda surface module and reconnecting it to a patch panel that enables telemetry to flow between Zvezda and the Quakes module, now in service as a Russian airlock.
That's what they said.
Next up for the two cosmonauts, a short trip down to Zvezda, where they will remove and replace
politicians are just with them.
a witness plate that has collected data on impacts by micrometeoroids on the surface of the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
They write the laws and they sign the codes that put you in a position of detriment. You understand what I'm saying? This is why we don't fuck with the politicians neither. Oh yeah. My ass, man. You're not gonna do nothing. You're not gonna do nothing that we ask you to do. So we're gonna do what we need to do. This is why we're going to be taking. This is why we're making these moves, taking land. You understand what I'm saying? Making businesses, making schools, freeing educating each other so we can become medically wise and sound and aware, so that we can fix each other up. You know, self-defense classes, all that. These guys aren't with us, so we have to be together. We have to stick together.
This is EV1,
I'm
and then
gonna keep
next to
stressing that,
the
and we're gonna keep
phone
stressing.
I forgot my sticky notes, so sorry about that. But
am I going to
it doesn't matter
translate
because
the
it's again the consistency and showing up every day and showing that we're still out here and showing that we're still going to show up regardless. And this is exactly what they asked for. They asked for us to peacefully protest. So let's see what happens when we do that. Let's see if we get our demands met, like you said, like they say that we will. They say that this is the way to do it. Let's see. Let's see by Monday if this is the way to do it.
And then
we have until Monday. No justice, no peace. Period.
And
I'm gonna say something later when the live streams are off. But for now, since we're here, we are gonna probably. I believe we have enough cars to caravan back with windows open, faces out the window, so that shit doesn't happen. I have a sanitizer spray that we can spray everywhere on the seats and things like that afterwards, so that everything is safe and clean. But while we're here, and while they're on that budget meeting, especially this guy, let's give him something to think about. I say for 8 minutes, 46 seconds, we make as much noise as we can with the cars honking, drums. We can clap. We don't have to scream the whole time, but maybe a couple whoop whoops here and there. I know it's going to suck, but imagine having a knee on our neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. Imagine being shot in the stomach without anybody coming to your aid for 20 minutes. Imagine any of the brutalities that people are going through right now across the globe. Not even just here, like across the globe. Let's get our anger out for all of the injustices going on. ICE, Palestine, thank you, Peru, Nigeria, Chile, Syria, Yohaba, Ukraine. Too many places. It's an uprising everywhere. It's a what? It's a what? Period. And it's not going to stop. So let's get a little bit of our anger out here. We can stop. We can do. I'm going to put the time on. And then after that, we can jump in and head out. Tomorrow, we will be doing a larger shutdown situation. But also possibly not. So be aware and please show up tomorrow if you can, or if you can't, maybe see if your friend can take your shift for you, and see if they can pop out. But 8 minutes and 46 seconds. Are we mad? Are we mad? Are we mad? Let's let it out. Let's go.
This view from an external camera on the International Space Station showing Sergei Kuzhevsky at the 4-hour, 38-minute mark into today's spacewalk, which was the first for him and Space Station Commander Sergei Ryzhikov. The two cosmonauts have made their way back to the large diameter, as it's called, of the Zvezda service module to conduct an inspection back there, take photographs of the surfaces on several of the planes of the service module, and to swap out a tray of witness plates that have collected data on micrometeoroid impacts on the surface of the International Space Station Russian segment. One task that could not be completed was the replacement of a fluid flow unit in the Zarya module because the container in which a new unit was housed could not be opened by the cosmonauts. The new unit brought back inside Poisk will be used for a future spacewalk. The current fluid flow regulator unit in Zarya is working fine, so no impact to Russian operations.
Earthquake magnitude 2.8. Offshore Atacama, Chile. 16 minutes ago.
So, you guys just have to pardon me for a second.
Fast yellow. Said. Com check, com check.
Com check, chat, can you hear me? Com check.
При этом страховаться и переходить выше четвертый пост.
And at the same time, you don't need to tether yourself and move over to wait for it.
Do you put them
The
in
two cosmonauts, while back in the vicinity of the large diameter, as it's called, of the Zvezda service module, retrieved a connector bracket tray that houses some material science samples.
So,
and again, now while they're taking photographs of the aft end of the service module, are in the process of retrieving a couple of trays of material science experiments, as well as
but the problem is
a tray of experiments called Impact,
which
collects data on micrometeoroid impacts on the surface of the Russian segment of the station.
That will be called kidnapping. LOVDL. Say. Blanca S.
This view from Sergei Ryzhikov's helmet camera as the space station flies 260 miles over the Amazon, just south of Manaus, Brazil, moving from southwest to northeast. 4 hours, 46 minutes into today's spacewalk.
They don't tell you about this on the news.
Please, I'm waiting for you to push me a little bit.
Every week.
Well, let me
Every week.
a little bit
They'll
higher.
find somebody hanging in the tree.
Okay, so will you be able to do the shoot?
You
Yes,
understand?
I'm actually taking video right now.
Do you understand How different that is to see somebody hanging in a tree. You will never see a white person hanging in a tree. You will never see that. I have never seen it. I've never even seen it depicted. That shows you the strength of the propaganda within America.
Somewhere in the area of this first
The way that
letter
the movies
Z,
are put up, the
or
way that the
maybe a
movies are
little bit higher.
directed. They're
But
directed to
just
show
approximately.
white supremacy. It's always the white heterosexual man
Tanner, you know, I do not see
with all the
anything
ladies,
suspicious
all
here.
the gats and gadgets. And he's a full-blown,
So I
purebred
should have
badass.
change out my hooks.
They're now starting to integrate things, but they're only starting to integrate things
Okay,
because
guys,
of the
so let
time.
us continue. The time is up.
And they're knowing
I
that
am
we are waking
deactivating
up.
the camera. Copy.
We're seeing through the picture frame. We're seeing the frames that are only meant for our subconscious.
Should I just hold a bit longer?
But
so
we're
that
seeing them in
it's
conscious,
now it is off.
awakened view now.
Copy.
You understand? We see what the government is doing. We don't need to read between the lines because the vocabulary is very evident. It's very evident what they're trying to do. They're trying to eradicate us. They want to eradicate us because they fear us. They fear us. You only kill off something that puts you in danger. Something that threatens you. Or something that tweaks your mind to contain something we like to call fear.
I think they're going to be going to that.
Mini brigade. That's so cute. Well, we're gonna be leaving anyway.
Give it up for the May Brigade, y'all.
We need brigades of all kinds. All types of brigades need to happen. Even so, where the live stream's at. See what we just did? 8 minutes, 46 seconds. You can gather.
And the people that work in those businesses to wear masks and to require the patrons of those businesses to wear masks. But the problem is when you have the person who is the head of the state that is not indicating that he believes that mask usage makes a difference, then when he doesn't have an order that is universal, because you know, we can have a great order here in St. Pete, but, you know, that doesn't mean that people who don't live in St. Pete and come visit us may have the same order. And so when it comes to mask wearing, that one's an easy one. Yeah, the entire state should have a mask order. When it comes to occupancy requirements or, you know, whether it's 25% or 50% or none, that's community to community. But we like to have the flexibility of that. Social distancing is another one of those. That should be an easy one. The governor should say, whatever business you have to enforce social distancing rules. That is mandated. But that's not what we're getting, and that makes a difference. It makes our jobs as mayors so much harder when the person who is at the top of the state, the leader for the state of Florida, isn't on the same page as us. And quite frankly, as has been said by my colleagues, hasn't bothered to call us and even talk to us about what's happening in our communities and what they can do to help us.
All right.
Thank you. Go ahead, Amy.
Stand by one.
Gotta unmute her. There
You
you
are.
go.
Here is the tether.
We don't hear you.
Okay, let me see.
You're unmuted,
which
Amy.
side it is coming out here.
Nope.
Yes.
We
hold
still
the
don't hear
tether
you.
itself.
Maybe test your mic and you can come back.
We'll come back to you, Amy. Don't worry.
No, we have to do it just right.
Veronica, you got a bunch of people in chat. Why don't you just call on them?
I need to first use.
Can you hear me,
the
Veronica?
long one.
Yes.
Okay,
Can I
the
ask my
talkback
question?
is on EV2.
I wanted to
Earthquake
ask
magnitude
you all if there's
3.6
a date
off
by
east
which
coast
you
of the
guys
North
receive some
Island,
kind of
New
response
Zealand.
from the
3
mayor's
minutes
office,
ago.
because today he sent out an email about snapperfish, and I'm just wondering if there's a way to communicate like how soon you'd like some kind of response, and if the next step would be to go through the county mayors, maybe like what happens next.
Upper side, because I won't be
Who is
able
that
to
to?
reach the handrail from that side.
Veronica, let her say
And
who
it's
that was to.
unintelligible. You know, you don't need to
Well,
to take
if the
long
question
one, 'cause
was,
I'm holding it
the
with
question
my
was, what do we want a
left
response by?
hand and
I can tell you that
transferring it.
every day I look at the data. I know every one of these mayors looks
know,
at the data every
something
single
is,
day.
in my
I think
eyes,
yesterday,
I cannot understand anything.
18 people or 19 people died in my county.
I mean, cannot
So
see
every
very
day we don't do
clearly.
something, and 2
So
weeks
will you
later,
be able to
it's math.
reach
Every 100
here?
people
Yes,
that check into
I
the
think
hospital, about 10 or 15 are going to die. And a couple multiples of that will be hospitalized.
You know, the
As Mayor
shotgun
Ryan says,
is
with
in the
potentially
way
lifelong
here,
conditions.
too.
So we can't wait any more days.
Prevents you from reaching out.
You know, you hit a tipping point on this thing the moment you get a lot of infections, because you know, as life follows day, that you're going to get a huge number of hospitalizations and resulting deaths, almost mathematically. Now, at the beginning, it was more people were dying because our treatments weren't as good, but they're still dying at a click of 10 to 15 for every 100. So we had 72 people hospitalized yesterday, so about 8 of them will pass away. We can't wait anymore. We can't wait anymore. This has become, sort of absurd and to the extreme, where the governor insists on this theory of herd immunity that is going to do nothing but spread the disease and kill people. It's just got to stop.
Okay, sounds good.
And if I can, Mr. Mayor Gelber,
and then Mayor, go ahead, Mayor.
All of my colleagues are terrified of what's coming. We are in the middle of flu season. We have the Thanksgiving holiday, which is bringing college students back from hotspots all over the country. We are a desirable place to go. People want to leave these hotspots that are cold, that have no indoor dining, that have everything, and they want to come here, and they are going to come here. You add on top of that we then have the December holidays and we have New Year's. We know what's coming here, and that's why urgency is today. Because this weekend and next weekend, we are going to be facing a crush, particularly in places, and I'll along the eastern seaboard. These are hot spots where people are going to congregate and they're going to come out. And if we don't have the capacity to set enforceable mechanisms, including at social distance, physical distancing, and masking for businesses, we are absolutely going to see in December a horrific count.
Mayor Hernandez?
Yeah, I don't, every day counts, because again, I am terrified, and the governor is gambling on this going away or something, but every day counts, and we're gambling on lives and our businesses. Again, everybody talks about maintaining those businesses, and the best way to maintain those businesses open, or as open as possible, is by us taking care, again, not taking care of each other, because that's important, but those people don't want to follow regulations. We have to impose some things on them. Citation was a big issue in our city, and it worked. Going through businesses, especially restaurants, and making sure that they were following all the guidelines was huge. And again, right now it's like a free for all, and hoping that it's taken away. So he's gambling on people's lives and on the industry, the jobs for the state. I hope he's right and I'm wrong, but science is not saying that.
Okay, Veronica, you're going to call on someone from the chat. We've got a bunch of questions.
Purpose. Before that, you will have to secure it so it doesn't flow away. Should we use
hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes,
I'm just going to jump in here.
Carlos,
some of these items that are being asked of the governor have been asked of him since the beginning of this pandemic, and he hasn't acted on any of them. So I'm curious, if the calculus hasn't changed, what avenues do you have left? Is a curfew the only thing that you might be able to use, considering the county's curfew was upheld by the court? And then my only other question to that is what threshold are you comfortable saying we need to shut things down? And the mayor up in Broward yesterday said he expect things to be north of 10% in terms of new cases. And so I'm wondering, moving forward, what is it that you think you can get accomplished considering he hasn't acted on any of these things before?
Well, first of all, across the country, governors are changing their minds. I think the hallmark of a good leader is to be informed by conditions and not be afraid to, change your mind about something.
This is Mission Control Houston.
And
As
by
we
the way,
approach
I
the
know
5-hour
Mayor
mark
Suarez
into
is
today's
talking
spacewalk.
to the governor and
The
showing
two
him data
cosmonauts,
points
Sergei
about
Ryzhikov
how
on the left
in our
with
city,
the
in our
Orlan suit
county,
and
the
the
moment
red
we put the
stripes, and
mask
Sergei Kud
mandate in place,
Svechkov on the right
there
with
was
the
a
blue stripes
substantial reduction
have just
in the virus.
retrieved
So, maybe
witness
this is
plate
all new to all
from
of us,
the
and nobody
exterior
wants
of the
to,
Zvezda service
I don't think
module
pointing fingers
that has measured
always
and
the
collected
first thing you
data
should
on
do.
micrometeorite
He's governor,
impacts
not be afraid.
on the surface of the
And I
Russian
think
segment
he
of
will
the
reconsider
station.
the mask mandates. He certainly should reconsider letting us, which he was doing before, by the way.
The two cosmonauts are on the home stretch of today's spacewalk that began at 9:12 a.m. Central Time, 10:12 a.m. Eastern Time, repositioning a telemetry cable that connected the Piers docking compartment with the Zvezda service module to a similar connection point that now links the Poisk module being used today for the first time as a spacewalking airlock to Zvezda. The two cosmonauts also retrieved a collection plate of material science experiments that have been working on the outside of the Zvezda service module. Were unable earlier in the EVA to replace a fluid flow regulator
we need to use everything. This thing isn't over.
For the Zarya module of the International Space Station because they were unable to open up the container housing a replacement unit. So that was brought back inside the Poisk module airlock. It will be assessed and that task rescheduled for a later spacewalk. No impact to the operation of the Zarya module.
Miserably.
I'll jump in here, guys. This is Josh Solomon from the Tampa Bay Times. Hello, Mayors. Mayor Kreisman, back in March, you and others in the Tampa Bay area were consistently applying pressure to the governor to take statewide action, including, of course, implementing safer home orders locally before he did statewide. Is this coalition about reapplying that pressure?
I think so. I mean, as Mayor Gilbert was just saying, our hope is that he pays attention to the mayors. We are the closest to the people. We have to deal with what is happening on the ground each and every day in our communities. And so our hope is that he'll listen to us, that he'll see what is being done in states all around the country and not just blue states, and that he will be willing to change his mind and recognize that it isn't working here in Florida. Look, we always talk about wanting to be number one. This is not something we want to be number one in. We don't want to be number one in the most cases. We don't want to be number one in the most steps. If anything, we should want to be at the bottom of those lists. And that's what we ought to be striving for. But it only works if we're all doing it together and we're all working on the same page to the extent we can. And that we as mayors have the flexibility to tailor what works best in our communities without being handcuffed from doing it.
Okay, I have it on. Great.
Okay.
So I will.
Hi, Tamara Lush from the Associated Press. I have two questions. One is, how worried are the mayors about the spread over the Thanksgiving holiday? And second is,
before you install the cover, you should check that the latch is in the position open.
In terms regarding the COVID infections.
Well, somebody else talked about Thanksgiving. I think we're all worried about it. Mayor Wagger, you must be worried about this.
we're all very worried about the holidays. I mean, look, no matter where we are down here in South Florida or in Tampa, people are coming. I have constituents whose families and children are coming back from college, and they're not just going to come to Miami Shores to be with their parents and their grandparents. They're going to want to move around Miami-Dade County, perhaps go to the beach or go over to Hialeah for a bite to eat. It's not just going to be central to my municipality. So I think, you know, we're going to be worried about that. Then we have Christmas coming up, and then again we have New Year's, which is what one of my colleagues mentioned. But I want to speak to something about our businesses, because it keeps coming up, and we're talking about the economic, saving the economics of our municipalities. In my city, we have lost 4 businesses alone because they couldn't keep their doors open because of the fluctuating rules. Is it that we're going to have social distancing? Are we going to open up? Are we not going to open up at all? There's no consistency. And without that consistency, the businesses located in my municipality couldn't survive. And we're fighting to keep the remaining businesses open with the little bit of resources we have and a little bit of guidance we've been given. So I think all we're looking for is some collective guidance so that we can get ahead of this rather than behind it like we are currently.
Do not remove it, please.
I'll answer the question about the numbers. You know, look, obviously, we get information from the Department of Health, and I probably as much as anyone, I am on the phone with them every morning asking questions. I asked, for instance, whenever we see a lot of positives, was it a data dump, or was it just, or should we smooth it out? I mean, so look, we hope the numbers are right. We hope, obviously, they're trying to get it right, because if they were trying to get it wrong, that would be horrible. I can't imagine they're trying to get it wrong, because the numbers are really showing a very grim picture right now. I don't think we need to see worse numbers to know that we're already close to off a cliff in this state right now. And as Mayor Wagner just pointed out, when you add on where we are now, because where we are now has not been felt yet. This last week has not manifest yet in hospitalizations and deaths. That's weeks away. So where we are now is where we were 2 or 3 weeks ago when it was an uptick. Now it's a surge. Imagine what is going to happen when you take that uptick, you put on it a surge, and then you add on all the holidays. That is going to be something that is frightening, more than we've seen. And really, we're trying to ring a bell right now. And we're not, I mean, this isn't to give the governor a hard time about just something political. It's about saying, look, we are very close to this. We see this. We know people who have gone to the hospital. We know families who have lost loved ones. It's going to get much worse unless you change direction. And we are telling him that. I know mainstream physicians are telling him that. I suspect his own Department of Health is telling him that. He needs to accept that, and he needs to do it. And by the way, I'll be the first one to say he's doing a great job if he does that.
Hey, Gilbert, let me just add on the numbers, and it's something my colleagues do. We try to triangulate the data that we get. When we see a high positivity rate, we look, are we also seeing it in the hospital system? What are they showing? And what we're seeing is early stage hospitalizations. The COVID positive rate is well over 13 or 14%, much higher than what's in the community, which to Mayor Gilbert's point, that reflects a lag indicator from what we have seen. Emergency department visits with influenza-like symptoms have gone up 30 to 40% in the last week. So it is important to look at a singular number, but it's more important to look at what we see in the trends and to be able to triangulate and build in what hospital systems are seeing as well.
Hi there, Angelina Salcido here from Tampa Bay.
So right now,
I just wanted to ask all of you guys, if the governor doesn't respond to what you guys are saying today, how will you feel about that? And what message do you feel that sends to Floridians?
Is on red right now.
I'll answer that first. You know what, I mean, again, I think from the beginning, and I think Dan just said it, I don't care, you know, we've all made mistakes, I'm sure he's made some mistakes, but you know what, you know, if you can correct them now, God bless you, we're with you 100%. I think that if he doesn't respond to us, I think, first of all, it's very unprofessional, I think it's disrespectful, because again, every mayor here is a representative of their community. And so I think that would be disrespectful. First of all, I hope that doesn't happen. I hope that at least he gives us a reason of why he wouldn't do some of these things. But at the end of the day, time is going to prove him wrong or right. And right now, if you look at the numbers and the scientific facts, he's going to look pretty bad a couple months down the line. And nobody wants to look bad. Again, we want to work with him, and I think it's another alert call that we're saying, Mr. Governor, we're here with you. We're seeing these problems in our communities. Let's work together and find solutions before it gets to a point where it's going to be dark, health-wise, and for our businesses.
That's how I feel.
Mayor Hernandez, did you want to give also that same soundbite in Spanish?
Yeah, if anybody wants to Spanish, I'm waiting for any Spanish questions here. And I've heard everybody, so I think I can, but aquí lo importante es mandarle el mensaje al gobernador de Santis que estamos preparados para trabajar junto con él. Pero de nuevo, el camino que estamos viendo en nuestras ciudades, en las decisiones que se están tomando, estamos viendo los números subiendo constantemente y sabemos que si miramos la trayectoria y lo que está diciendo la ciencia, nos vamos a encontrar un problema bien serio si él no toma algunos cambios en las próximas semanas o en los próximos meses. De nuevo, las ciudades queremos trabajar con él y la cosa de las máscaras y la distancia social es algo básico para proteger nuestra salud y al mismo tiempo de nuestros negocios que no tengan que cerrar.
Gracias.
Let me just say that, and I want to say, really reiterate what Mayor Gelber said. We're hopeful the governor will listen to us. He's an incredibly smart man. And I will tell you that in April, I had a conversation with him. He wanted to know why we closed our restaurants ahead of the state order and why we only went to takeout. We had a very frank discussion about the challenges we face locally as mayors. And he reversed course, and he went and he did what was the right thing. I just asked him to go back to April and that type of dialogue that we have as mayors with him, and this is the time for him to reconsider extend 244.
By the way, I had the exact same experience. Early on, spring break looked like it was terrible. I called him up, sent him pictures of what was going on. He was incredibly concerned. And, you know, and I frankly publicly said I was happy he was so available. I think something's happened since then where he's decided to avail himself of some very bad advice. Maybe it was political before this election because the Trump administration was trying to give an appearance that everything was going fine. But it didn't really matter what the purpose of it was. The people he's listening to, they are fringe scientists. They're not mainstream scientists. And you can't set public policy, healthcare policy, on fringe theories. You just can't do that because it's not like you're in a class. You're in life, and that means if you're wrong, people die and get sick. And we're seeing people die and get sick. So he has to reverse course because it's got to be obvious to him that this approach is the wrong approach. So let's take one more question. Can I say that, Veronica? You're muted.
You know, I have to use red, but
I just had two more questions. One for Mayor Ryan. Mayor, do you think your municipality is past the threshold where if you could, you would restrict capacity at restaurants and bars and businesses like that? And then to Mayor Gelber, because you're in communication with Director Moskowitz, what is the deal with the state-run sites? Are they not fully funded right now?
Okay, stand by one. I will try to use
Gelber, you want to go first? You want me to go?
Sure, I'll quickly tell you. So the state has rolled back a lot of its testing, and in fact, in Dade County, I think most of the drive-up tests are no longer state supported. The one here, they got rid of the state support, so now the county is supporting it. Don't know how long they'll do it for. So, you know, that's obviously happening in other places. Dade County has got the most infections of anyone, but they're everywhere. And so I think this is happening across the state. And by the way, rolling back testing and not testing is exactly what those advisors I was just referring to told the governor to do. They said you shouldn't test people. It's not that helpful. and that you don't need to wear masks. And that's why the next day he stopped my city from enforcing an individual mask mandate, as he stopped every other city who wanted to do it. So testing is being limited right now, and it should be going in the opposite direction, as it should be more expensive, especially since there's cheaper and better tests available that should be used.
I would reiterate that we have the same experience in Broward County. The state sites have been curtailed significantly. And I would just look to Dr. Fauci, who today said he regrets that he didn't push harder to make sure there was more testing, because testing and isolation is the key to getting ahead of this. With respect to the question about any single municipality, this is an incredibly important question. No single municipality can take action.
Now you can
We needed to do it by the county. When we first started this, city by city was doing, they were doing different things, and that patchwork of public health policy is an absolute failure. It's not only counterproductive, it's unfair to ask certain businesses to close, and then right across the street, and literally in my city, the day we closed restaurants, I drove around. We had great compliance. It was hard. There were tears. But in my neighboring municipalities, I could see packed to the gills restaurants. So not only is it not fair, it's counterproductive. So what we really need, this is what the mayors have been asking for, is this really regional county approach. We know what's going to work here. Listen, there may be areas of the state where they don't need to do this. We know what we're facing. We're talking to the hospital, we're talking to each other, and we want to work in unison, because it will do no good if Miami-Dade County takes action and Broward does nothing. We have seen that time and again, where one set of beaches got closed and everybody went to the other one. So to your question, no single city should take that burden, should force that level of sacrifice. We need executive order 244 extended and modified, and we will handle this county by county, and we will go back to the collaboration that existed in April until September 25th.
It is compressed.
Let's get the, thank you, Mayor. Let's get the final question from Telemundo. I understand they had a question.
Okay, so
this question is in Spanish for Mayor Hernandez. Alcalde, díganos cómo pretenden ustedes hacerle llegar al gobernador todas estas propuestas que han discutido aquí para que él tome acción, o sea, porque él no está presente en esta reunión. ¿Cómo se enterará de lo que han hablado aquí?
Estoy seguro que esto se mandará, esto tendrá una copia de esto para él escuchar, pero de nuevo lo importante, y él tendrá esta información, es que los alcaldes queremos trabajar. Estamos viendo que la dirección que está tomando el coronavirus, estamos mirando cosas peligrosas en este momento, y la manera que va hacia adelante en este momento. No estamos de acuerdo, y lo queremos decir, oye, vamos a trabajar juntos, gobernador, con nosotros, porque nosotros conocemos, de nuevo, cada condado es distinto, las ciudades son distintas, el Estado no puede tratarlo como si fuera un Estado total, y de nuevo las cosas más fundamentales, como el uso de máscaras y la distancia social, él le quitó la fuerza a los condados y a las ciudades de poder usar eso, y de nuevo para mí, para nosotros son de las cosas más básicas, fundamentales, para poder proteger nuestra salud y nuestros negocios, porque él abre los negocios y nuestros negocios.
With that, thank you. I'm sending a letter to the governor today with these items on it, so I think that's already available. I want to thank all my colleagues. You know, I can't stress to the people who don't know this, we call each other all the time. We talk about this all the time. We look at the same data. We compare notes. We talk about what's happening. All of us sort of understand, because it's our job to talk to people and be there, what's going on. We are really just asking for help from the governor right now. We just want him to lead in the right direction. That's all. And I hope he receives this in the best of intentions, because it comes from only a point where we're crying out for help. So, all right, thank you all. Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Dan.
There you go, I got it.
See you, Mayor Wager.
We have the tether installed. Right, movement. Move it. 1, 2. Let me try and turn it.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 hours, 16 minutes into the spacewalk by Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Sverchkov as they continue to work to secure a tray of experiments called the Impact that measures micrometeoroid debris hits on the surface of the Russian segment of the station.
Okay.
Earthquake magnitude 3.7. San Juan, Argentina. 9 minutes ago.
Installed the replacement tray of witness plates for that impact experiment.
Don't you think that it's best to connect it with the side down with a wire tie? Well, if you think it's best, but it's tight. Then make sure it's secure and then just remove it. Right, so we have the safety tether. We need to move it to the old one. And then with this one, I'm going to secure the cover. Copy. We copy through, and that's exactly how we want you to do it.
По поводу транспортировки дальнейшей импакта, следующая рекомендация.
So for impact, for moving it, so what the recommendations are that the cover, the space side of cover, needs to be attached unintelligible. And the other side should be the screw lock bag. Okay, one more time. So I have 4 hooks. I'm attaching it to the old one. Be careful. It seems that one of the hooks is not secure. Okay, we have it all secure. The one that is with the crew lock bag, the old impact is secure there. Okay, like this.
Ребят, через 2 минуты возможно 5-минутное пропадание связи.
In 2 minutes, we may have a 5-minute LOS. So do you have our go to jettison the cover? As we have planned. Right, that's what we wanted to say. Just make sure you are in the jettison zone. You identify it, and that's when you jettison the cover. We're not there yet. So just make sure there is nothing in the way, that there are no solar arrays that may be in the way. And the Soyuz is not in the way either. Okay. One more time, could you tell us how do we need to attach the impact to the handrail? I can attach it. I can attach the old impact to the crew lock bag with the wire tie that is, or we can use the wire tie that we have for the towel. And it's probably better to use the wire tie that we have the towel attached with. Have the cover removed from the first, from the new impact. We copy. Sergey, do you need a hand here? No. I'm attaching the impact with a wire tie and 3 twists, and there we go, ready. Right, the impact has been secured. The crew lock bag is closed and secured as well. We copy all.
И по моей команде начнем движение в сторону мимо второго. Что сделать с 105 числом? Там, видимо, помехи связи были. Повернитесь еще раз тогда в сторону против вектора скорости. И мне нужна ваша квитанция. Вот так вот видно?
Ms. Banks, yes, ma'am. So the lead that we got today to come out here and understand basically should have went through the police department, and we shouldn't have came out here ourselves and did it.
Нет, не короткий, не другой. Хорошо, все. Я сейчас таким же кардибалетом как. Я понял. Все, так, значит, я двигаюсь в сторону.
Okay, so I will do it the same way as before.
But you have to understand, a lot of this that you see.
Can y'all hear him?
You really can't search this.
He has not been found, Melissa.
It is so overgrown that if I'm on a path on a four-wheeler and I see something that's nothing but just a solid row of trees, there's no way somebody could walk in there, or at least very far, because it's blocked from going in there. And so we were in all of these. So you'd be surprised this area.
Richard, somebody called in on us.
We got access to all these gates to where this house is and here, and a lot of this you just can't really walk into it. And if you did, you wouldn't.
I'm sorry, I'm not talking much, guys. I'm trying to hear what he's saying.
You know, if somebody or something was there. So that's kind of where we're really a little baffled.
Yes, the dad was speaking. The detective said that there's a lot of rattlesnakes in this area, and the dad was speaking, you know, to say, hey, well, what if he's out here and he got bit? Tamika, no mental illness at all. He actually went to Bowie High School. He was very athletic on the wrestling team. No issues at all. Shayla Renee, you can find me under CC Marie. CECE Marie. They're questioning right now the dogs that are coming out here.
All right, I see the solar array.
I think what we can do
I am. On the longitudinal, and what about the we copy? If you want an AV2, and what about the jettisoning?
Thank you, Patrice, for joining.
Well, I currently still see the solar array.
They're not willing to open up the area for us to go in there.
A suggestion.
That's almost 100-foot drop-off. They built this road.
Guys, we will get out of
Brandy, it's their safety reasons. They're saying the way that it's set up, the way it's built, they worry about somebody falling. He said it's about 100-foot drop-off at one section, but I mean, I was able to go down into the wooded area. Was it the easiest? No, but I made it.
Let's just get to the handrails right now. Circular handrail. Copy. Circular handrail.
Hey, Chris. So I'm on the live. Do you want, in case he's watching from somewhere, anywhere, do you want to send a message? We got 3,000 people on the live, all just praying for you guys right now. I've explained to them what's happened, but do you want to give a message, say anything about your son? Guys, this is his dad, and I'm going to let him speak for just a minute.
Yeah, JD, even no matter what it is, son, you can come home, you can call me, send me a text. You know, if you are afraid that I'm in danger, that's fine. Just send me a notification saying that you're okay. You know, if you do that, at least I know you're okay. You know, we're out searching. We've got social media involved, the police. Everybody's looking for you, son. And, you know, you're missing. So you can imagine how we feel. You know, you're missing. I mean, think about that. You're missing. You know, I'm thinking that you're dead. I'm thinking that you're hurt. I don't know what's going on. So please, if you're there, just send me a text message.
Is this anything he's ever done before?
No, he's never done this.
Never.
He wouldn't do this. He would let me know. He would let me know something, or his mom, or somebody, his cousin.
Anybody.
Yeah.
No contact since Friday morning to anybody. So like I said, guys, they found his phone, they found his shoes a little further down, found his backpack. This is his father and his mother, guys. Y'all, let's keep them lifted in our prayers today through the following days that JD is found safe and is brought home very, very soon. They are stressed out. We got so many people on the live right now that are offering to come out here and help, but as of right now, they're not willing to negotiate, let us do anything right now, right?
The impact tray of witness plates that measures micrometeoroid debris hits and other data regarding foreign debris hits on the surface of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. That new tray
Saturday,
witness plates has been
Saturday
installed.
at 10 a.m. guys at the Coles on 67 and Beltline. 67 and Beltline. If you guys want to meet the family over there, get some flyers. We're going to canvass everything, all of the Metroplex.
Vemos como los Sin Gloria van como una manada. Cualquiera de estos un día va sin uniforme de civil como un vil sapo a infiltrarse con nuestros compañeros, provocar y detener, y encarcelar, y golpear, y matar. Sí, hay gente. Los preocupados por el 10%, que les devuelvan su plata a las calles, pues, a las calles, a pelear por los presos, por los muertos, por los que hicieron esta revuelta. El 10% es un accesorio. Ven ustedes como este nefasto gobierno terminó con las miserables ayudas, esa ayuda de 65 lucas con ese bono IFE, la ayuda para los más pobres, le dicen 65 lucas mensuales. ¿Alguien vive con 65 lucas mensuales en plena crisis sanitaria? Y ahora el bono miserable lo terminaron. Dicen que ya no se necesita más, se acabó el IFE. El ingreso familiar de emergencia miserable se acabó. Lo que tiene que acabarse es esta dictadura neoliberal que piensa que con sus cagadas de ayuda que por cierto proviene de los fondos públicos, de la plata de todos los chilenos, de la que ellos y los empresarios se apropian todos los días, nada les debemos, y lo terminan. Listo, partimos otra época, dicen. Ya están mejorando los índices, superamos la crisis, ya no existe, no hay razón. Superamos la crisis política, superamos la crisis económica, estamos en otro país. Y el resto de canallas también están en la misma, po. La Concertación, la nueva mayoría del Frente Amplio. Todos los huevones están en la misma, están en la suya. Están levantando candidatos porque tienen para levantarlos para lo que sea. Tienen para poner alcaldes, concejales, gobernadores, convencionales, presidentes. Les faltan personajes para llenar tantos cargos. De eso están preocupados los canallas, la casta política, de las elecciones, de la paz, de su cagada de paz.
Tengan cuidado con el 42 que está con química.
Ya, nos tiró ya. Ese es el respeto que la gente le tiene es lo que no, pues si está tóxico, ¿cómo va a sacar? Ese es el respeto que la gente le tiene, ustedes lo acaban de escuchar. Hay que disolver esta institución criminal. La disolución de esta mafia es una de las tareas inmediatas. Y una policía democrática, respetuosa de los derechos humanos, es la que tiene que venir. Esta ya murió. Desde el centro de Santiago, militarizado nuevamente, pero ven ustedes cómo allá flamea esa bandera mapuche orgullosa con los bastardos sin gloria
Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Sverchkov are wiping
tratando de
down their
imponerse y el
suits
pueblo
and gloves
peleando.
with some towels that they'll be jettisoning aft of the
Nos
International
despedimos.
Space Station. Those towels posing no threat to recontact the orbital outpost.
Desde el corazón de la revuelta en el centro de Santiago. Este ha sido un despacho de Radio Plaza de la Dignidad.
Color that is on the handrails of the SM. Pretty characteristic there. Kind of floating away. All right, it just doesn't want to get off. The dark one. Copy. Maybe I should have moved from that long one. Oh, shoot. Right, we are standing by for the sunrise. Artyom, are we waiting for anything? So, have you cleaned up the dirt? Well, some of it.
Давайте тогда еще подождем 2 минутки.
All right. Let's wait for another couple of minutes. Sounds good.
Пока примерьтесь к месту отталкивания.
Please just select the right position to do the jettisoning. Make sure that there is nothing in the way of the towels. Well, there is this N unit that's installed here, but I'd say that, or PTI unit, but I'd say that it's doable. We'll probably have to position ourselves like a little bit. There was a short dropout in comm. And as far as I understand, the sun is out, right? The sun is out. We have identified the jettisoning vector. Copy. Just find the horizon and jettison it towards the horizon. Affirmative.
There's Terminator again.
All right, guys.
Rise of the Machines.
Let's roll. We can.
Yeah, it's pretty cool how they put names on this thing. So that was the Terminator. This one is the Punisher.
唔好害人哋啲仔女啦！碰頭啊，啲恨勁有乜辛苦？日日打黑色衫，打黑色衫，我哋嘅後生仔。碰頭啊，啲恨勁天生咁樣，日日爭取下交，爭取下交，又破壞香港。打傳媒，打傳媒，打議員，打議員，打圈仔，打圈仔，打死黑警，打爛呢個街啊！死黑警又唔做嘢，又唔讀書，死黑警點解我哋唔中意開一啲睇女？我的街，黑警啊！全家仔女攞啦！死黑警！我冇罪㗎，點解要搞我咧？黑警就係我哋仇人，黑警日日鬧事，黑警破壞香港法例，黑警破壞香港法例。黑警係我哋仇人，黑警日日鬧事，黑警破壞香港法例，黑警破壞香港法例，香港法例，香港法例。
Okay, so it sounds like the Tuttle Fire is requesting backup.
Hey, y'all hear me? We're hearing on the scanner that there's a fire somewhere near Tuttle. And we also just hear that they requested backup from Miko and Amber. Should we start heading that way? Could be. But he's calling for backups.
We need additional resources, he says.
He's saying?
Lots of sirens going on in his background.
Okay. Can you find a location?
Yeah, so we're hearing about a new fire near Tuttle. I don't have...
We have a unit going back to the station anytime soon.
Okay, so Shane Thompson is saying it's north of the AG church in town. Assembly of God Church, so if you want to look that up on Google Maps.
It's just east of Tuttle. That's the First Assembly of God Church.
Okay. So east of Tuttle, how many miles?
A mile east of the center of town.
Okay.
So it's north of that church is what they're saying. That's near a river area too.
Okay. They didn't want us to relocate?
Justin said he's going to look into it. he said it might just, you know, be a little tiny little grass fire.
5G just got real. iPhone 12 Pro Max and iPhone 12 Mini are here on Verizon 5G.
The iPhone is mini, but the 5G is huge.
With the coverage of 5G nationwide and in more cities, the performance of 5G Ultra Wideband, the fastest 5G in the world.
Whoa, mobile gaming just got infinitely better.
Now, buy iPhone 12 Pro Max and get another on us.
This is the phone to get.
This is the 5G phone everyone wants on the 5G America has been waiting for, only on Verizon.
It's not that far from us either.
No, just a few miles, really. I think we should head that direction just because we don't have anything new here.
We will head back code 3 to station 1, pick up a brush truck, and run over that fire.
Hey, Justin. We're listening to the scanner, and we keep hearing them talking about that fire. From what I'm getting, it's about a mile or so east of the center of Tuttle, just north of Highway 37. So this fire is really, there's nothing new here. They've got it knocked down. So we're just wondering, are you debating whether you want us to stay and do a shot here or go to the new one?
Hey, they have a record driving brush on the scene, and when they bring it there, have them park it on the field south of the station where we park Span 3.
Okay. Okay. Anything you want us to get in particular?
A tanker one.
Okay. Should we try to get an interview with Hank before we leave? Okay. Well, the ideal thing, and I think we have time because it'll only take us about 20 minutes to get to that Tuttle fire, but we'd like to be there before 4 probably, or by 4. Okay, so we just keep the shot that we've got, just this area here that's burned, or is this okay, or should we try something new? Oh yeah. Requesting tankers. He kind of wants a wide shot of the fire area here, the best we can give him for in about 10 minutes, and after that he says we can go.
Is that pretty scorched? It might be interesting to have the houses in the background with the scorched land.
Okay, let me finagle around and look at that. This guy's stopping, so there's fire going.
EMF 3 on fire 1.
What's that?
shuttle dispatch to EMSC.
So let me go. I'm gonna look what's behind the hill back here, because that might be better.
Striker 1. Hour, you want this down, great, just making my time. Clear.
It's a really nice hill. Can't, but we're looking right into the sun here. Oh, you know what? I don't have houses in the shot, but what do you think about that? No? I'm gonna back up over here.
I'm here with Plane Grady. I found my location on GeoSafe. Exit Plane Treasure 1 on.
There's your house in the background shot.
Alright.
Just keep going downhill. It just makes the front of the truck go up.
Maybe getting more of the smoke shot.
Alright, there's your shot. Okay. You're gonna get the front of my truck in it. Okay. And you got houses in the background too. Well, imagine being on this hill when the fire came through.
Total Tanker 1 is on scene. No flames noted at this time. There is a gentleman out spraying with a water hose. I'm going to make contact. Stand by for further.
It's 0 flames visible at this time.
Okay.
say they got it with a water hose?
They said there's a gentleman out spraying with a water hose.
Oh.
He's going to make contact with him. Look at all the smoke coming up over there.
Yeah, there is quite a bit of smoke.
Yeah. You know, since we're out here, we could probably just drive up that hill over there. Look around, you know, follow some of these tracks.
It's a lot further north than it looks like.
There's an active fire up there.
Mm-hmm.
Handle the Bridge Street fire, if you would, go ahead. Jim, you're just north of that building off of the parking lot. Thank you. Can you please repeat your traffic for the please come back to the Assembly of God, Jim. We will be right here just north of the parking lot. Sir. 3523, no need to pressure. You want to stay district. Stand down, stay district right this second. Let me get over here, see back what we got, and I'll let you know. One brush truck should handle this. I also have one brush truck for hammers. We are good. Thank you.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Hey, Justin. Okay.
One Bridge Street brush truck on scene. This should be sufficient. We have a small burn area that was extension from the bonfire. These two brush trucks should be able to handle. Response point reference to snow trailer, fire department's trailer.
Okay, so what we're hearing right now is the Tuttle fire started in back behind.
Okay, Justin, we're hearing from the scanner that sounds like the Tuttle fire is really small. He's calling back in saying it looks like one brush bumper can handle it.
Yeah, it started from an old bonfire, so it just kind of reignited. But it was really small.
Yeah.
That one's not going to be a big wildfire.
I'm going to hang up for a second and give Hank a call. This would be a good spot to do an interview right here. Hank? Hey, Justin is saying 4:15 or 5:15 for a live interview if you want to do that. It's 3:14.
That's fine, Charlie. We've got the camera pulled up on it. So we'll have some information we can through.
Well, I'm okay with coming in. If we have your permission, I don't see what else we need.
Show me in or out and on scene of the fire.
Right. Exactly. Well, if it turns out, just let us know. We're still in the area, and there was a fire near Tuttle, but it turns out it's pretty small. We're hearing on the scanner. We're on top of the biggest hill in the whole area right now, in the middle of the burn patch, just getting shots. So let us know, and we'll be happy to come over or have you meet us somewhere and do it if you can. If you can't, we don't want to take you from what you're doing. But thanks.
Somebody just say they were en route to us. Anybody that's not on scene can cancel this lane prior.
3 hours ago.
Yeah.
So, the White Gultry was...
Earthquake magnitude 2.5. Western Turkey. 2 minutes ago.
I bet they're out by now. How we got in here?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
We don't.
I see smoke over there. No, I'm sorry, that's just dust. Oh, there's a deer stand. Oh, man. Somebody's hunting area got burned up.
Huh.
They're doing their job, just driving around looking for areas that are still burning to put out. Oh, I bet you Tom's going to see his parents.
Oh.
They live down in Corpus. Or somewhere between there and San Antonio, I think.
I was just wondering if there were any hurricanes.
Seriously, doubt it. Is there something going on with it? Is it come? I mean, I knew it was going to hit.
This is.
Oh, okay. Now I see there's new smoke coming up down there. And dang, it's probably all just smoldering stuff there.
I have a feeling it's going to get a little crazier. This is nice.
Jersey Shore Family Vacation. New season premieres tomorrow at 8.
Now let me show you how I do this.
Instinct Esports Edition smartwatch.
You can turn it into it.
From Garmin.
You can roll that up if you want.
100% beef. Hearty chili. Try my $5.99 chili cheeseburger combo. It's pretty delicious.
5G just got real. iPhone 12 Pro Max and iPhone 12 Mini are here on Verizon 5G.
The iPhone is mini, but the 5G is huge.
Coverage of 5G nationwide and in more and more cities. Performance of 5G ultra wideband, the fastest 5G in the world. Mobile gaming has got infinite. Now, my iPhone 12 Pro Max is under on us. This is the 5G phone everyone wants. 5G America's been waiting for. Only on Verizon.
How about new?
No. No way.
Come on. No. No. No.
No. Only Discover has no annual fee on any card.
Earthquake magnitude 3.0. Masbate region, Philippines. 10 minutes ago.
New fire showing up in southwest Oklahoma. Maybe near Snyder. Maybe west of Snyder. Also one on I-40 east. Maybe Dakota. That one in Kansas.
Wow, that's big.
It is.
law that was passed 2019 is a pre-certification audit. We chose to do a risk limiting audit. We chose a risk limiting audit of the presidential race with a zero risk limit, which means that we have to physically hand the tally every ballot. So in that case, this is prior to certification. There's a different set of rules around that. And the people are going through, literally looking at each one, putting it on the tally sheet, and then those are added up at the end. You do your quality control. You get your audit report out where you say, here's our counts. The margins changes are minor on this thing. Like I said, there's going to be differences on the final count out of this, not just from those 4 counties where we got, the big buckets that were just flat out missed by those county administrators, but there'll be 1 off here, 12 off there, 3 off there, and it's going to go back and forth. So the final numbers will look very similar to where we're at least that's the hope. And that is step 1. That is the pre-certification audit. So once that's done, you do the certification, and then the likelihood is the president will remain in second place and his team could ask for a recount. Now, a recount is done in a very specific, different way. And I apologize, I know some of y'all have heard this before, but this is for everybody who hasn't. We have procured high capacity scanners that are deployed in every single county. That was done months ago when we originally negotiated a very good price for the system on the front end. And we made the decision, originally only 14 counties were gonna have the high capacity scanners, the large counties, to handle their absentee loads. So we ended up getting one for every single county and getting multiples for the larger counties on just the occasion that potentially, given the demographics and potential political changes in the state, this might become necessary. So we already have deployed out high-speed, high-capacity scanners that are called ICCs. Now, with those in place, every county will create a test deck that will have, as I've said this example before, 50 votes for President Trump, 45 votes for Joe Biden, and 5 votes for Joe Jorgensen. You run those through the scanner, then you close out that particular election, you get the tape off, and it comes out the way you intend. You 50, 45, and 5. You say, okay, the scanner is scanning correctly. You clear those votes off, and then you go through the process of rescanning every single ballot in the county. And if there's a ballot that needs adjudication, it goes to the same adjudication board, following the same rules. We have 1 Republican, 1 Democrat, and 1 elections official to discern the intended vote of that voter. So, and that would happen in all 159 counties as fast as we can get it done. But the certification of the entire election is not stopped by that, because we still have to get the UACAPA ballots out the door for the senatorial runoffs and the PSC runoffs and the various smaller county runoffs that are happening on January 5th.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Michelle Lee.
Hey, Michelle.
Hi, thanks for doing this. Just to clarify, you've mentioned the 4 counties in which the margins have been changed. Does that mean that beyond the 21 counties you're waiting on, the rest of the counties were spot on, or were those the only 4 for which so far you know of any margin changes?
Spot on is such a relative term. Spot on for us in this point means 0 deviations. But if you're off by 1, I mean, you can essentially say you were spot on one way or the other. We have some that are still there at 10. I'm looking at some of these, 22 out of 54,000. I mean, there's nothing that's really moving the ball around. And there's some that are negative on that front and some that are positive on that front. So we're going to work with all the counties to try to find these last little bits to try to tighten it up as much as we can. But again, we're looking to verify the results that the machine saw. And whenever you deal with human beings, human frailty comes into play. And we've been saying this for weeks. We guarantee the final number from this hand tallying will be different from the final number we saw coming after all the counties had put their final numbers into the EMS and into our election night reporting. That's just going to happen. Machines are always going to be more accurate at counting things than human beings are. It's just the way we're built. So we have to accept that that's going to be a little bit different. And it doesn't mean anything that there's been skullduggery or underhandedness. There's just human beings at that point. Now, if we're off by 5,000 on something, then we got an issue. But so far, we found those issues and we've corrected them through the audit process. So the audit process is doing what it's supposed to do, which is find and correct those errors and allow us to get a good count of every legal vote in the state of Georgia.
Sure. So you're saying for the most part, the other counties, the deviations are not significant enough to change a margin one in any noticeable way.
Yeah, I mean, because some counties are a little over, some counties a little under. It's just, again, human nature. I mean, hell, there could be somebody at a 0 ballot count difference, but they could be different inside the swing. There could be 2 votes for President Trump or 2 votes for Biden and 2 votes away from the other person based on the hand counting and based on the re-adjudication by itself. Because there were ballots that were adjudicated in this, which could come out to it because there's different people looking at it than did the first time. So we just anticipate this to be a little bit different no matter what happens. You're looking for the percentages of changes to assure that the machine count that we saw, that was what we saw online, is verifying that that's the actual count at the end of the day, and that's what we'll be certifying.
Got it. One last question. The question that was asked earlier about whether the recount request comes within 2 business days or 48 hours. The law says 2 business days, so I had been going by that. But if we can get clarification on that before the end of the call, that'd be really great.
My best guess is the law says 2 business days, so they probably have till Tuesday.
Okay.
But I will try to get. I'm hoping that somebody from our staff is texting Ryan Germany right now, so they can text me and tell me the answer, so that we can give you the answer.
Thank you.
David Clemens.
Hey, I know y'all have asked for the resignation in Floyd County. Have you carried that out to the other 3 counties where there have been these ballots that were missing?
Well, as I said, this is a very different situation. You had, in those, there was a way to catch the issue based on things they didn't do reconciliation properly. In Floyd County, there's 2 things that happened. One, August was a disaster there. They didn't have their emergency ballots in place. They didn't have their backup systems in place. So that was one thing. And then this happened where they had 2,700 ballots that they just flat out didn't scan. But for this process, we likely may not have been able to find those. And that is a huge problem. And it's very different than the situations we saw in the other ones where they missed a card and they just did the reconciliation process. There was no reconciliation process that was going to catch this thing in Floyd County, which made it a lot more dangerous in terms of losing potential votes.
So what would you say to voters? Because I'm here in Walton County, where obviously some people are concerned. What would you say to voters here about, what they need to think about election security and having their votes counted going forward after discovering some votes got missed?
Well, the thing is, the process worked. And we were able to find those votes and get them into the mix. And that way that they should have better faith in the process that the human beings did their jobs at the end of the day. One of the things we're definitely going to focus on is, guys, you got to do your reconciliation before you finalize your vote totals. And like I said, this EMS is different from our last EMS, which was GEMS, which, as I pointed out before, had a very obnoxious, if you have all your cards, you get a green. If you're missing a card, you get a red. So it's really hard to miss. In this current one, it's a little more subdued. It's just a checkbox of not being there. So I don't know if they didn't look at it. I don't know if they didn't look at their check-in numbers, because there's multiple ways you can do reconciliation on this, and you want all of them to line up before you say, yes, I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Matt Johnson.
Hey, just wondering, are you any closer to figuring out a total cost for this? And if not, do you know when you might be at that?
Not a clue. I've not focused on it at all right now. I've been trying to focus on a way to do some cost sharing based on our HAVA dollars, the Help America Vote Act. And also we did take into account that when we merged the December election and the January election, that was going to free up resources for those counties that can use for this process and potentially for the recount process if that becomes necessary. But we will obviously start getting receipts in them. The biggest cost is going to be the labor cost, and that we know that. So we're trying to figure out how can we best deploy our dollars, especially to those counties that have specific resourcing issues, which are the smaller and medium-sized counties. We love all the counties equally, but there are some counties in more need than others.
Thank you.
Next is Stephen Rosenfeld.
Yeah, hi, thanks for doing this. So one of the observers that I talked to who came in from Colorado, where he's had spent a lot of years watching them develop a risk limiting audit.
Yeah.
Said that he saw county officials taking time to reconcile their numbers before they entered them into Arlo. And that was of concern to him. So I was wondering, did you hear anything about that? His implication was, if you're doing that, you're not dealing with our numbers.
Well, here's the thing. You can do the quality control process before or after. If they saw something that jumped out at them and said, hey, this isn't right, but let's just go back and make sure this is right before we put it into Arlo. I know what he's talking about. If you're doing a traditional risk limiting audit, you don't have to do the whole hand retally, which is a very different thing than the situation we're dealing with here. And talking to Voting Works, that is not unheard of to do that this way. And let's be fair, Colorado spent nearly a decade, I think about 8 years, perfecting their RLA process. We've done it in about a year, and we are pulling it full bore, doing a full hand retallying, which was not necessarily our guess when we started the process and chose this back last year, the RLA process. But again, we are listening to our consultants from Voting Works, and they feel comfortable and confident where they're at, because even when you put it in Arlo, you go in and you're still going to go back to the quality control check. Now in Arlo, you can then get the log trail of where they've changed and fixed things, but you will still have the tally sheets, which will show those potential changes. So I think that would hopefully meet the goal they're looking for. And the main goal we're looking for here is to say, this count was correct based on what we see through this audit, and you can have faith in the outcome from what the scanners scanned and what the EMS and election night reporting showed.
So one more quick question. This same fellow was talking to some of the county election supervisors about what machinery issues they were seeing. So I think it was Cobb County where they had to duplicate 5,000 ballots. And he said that that was because overvotes weren't being properly read by the scanners. Does that sound right to you?
No. They had chosen not to use the adjudication module because they
Earthquake magnitude 2.3,
near the EMS,
Central California.
Off-site.
1 minute
That's
ago.
why they chose to do duplication that way. The main duplication we saw, there was tons of overvotes in the United States Senate race. So that's about the same percentage we were seeing in terms of overvotes, because people were voting for every Republican and voting for every Democrat. So that doesn't seem out of line from what we saw. It's probably difficult for him because they are a mature mail-in voting state. This is the first time this state's really done things along these lines. So it's going to look a little bit different, I'm quite sure.
Sure. I guess the big question is, were there other like onboard mechanical or process things that you saw from the technology as opposed to the people?
Not really. The only technology issue we saw was in Gwinnett County, where they set up multiple adjudication stations, and they set up their Microsoft queue, and they configured it wrong. And so they had the one adjudication server with 3 units that were serving to it. And it's supposed to, the Microsoft queue kind of doles out the ballots to be adjudicated. And since it was misconfigured, it just would dole out one and then stop, and you'd get spinning wheel of death. So that was the only real mechanical issue we saw with anything with this equipment. So the equipment operated very well. And if there was equipment issues, it was replaced really quickly, like I talked about in Floyd County on October 24th, when we saw that there was a log mismatch on those 2 memory cards. They, that day, switched out the scanner and got a new one in and took those ballots out. So there's never going to be a thing where every single piece of equipment works well, but by deploying, over 100,000 pieces of equipment and having a handful of things like that happen. But no, we saw no real issues with the equipment, either on the BMD side or the scanning side. There was some issues with the poll pads in Spalding and Morgan County, which we're still investigating. But outside of that, there wasn't anything really that happened that was a mechanical issue. And we can see the success of that by the average 2-minute wait time throughout the state on election day.
Right. Thank you for doing this. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mark Niquette.
Hi, do you have an estimated time you expect to certify the statewide results on Friday, and how's it going to get released?
No, and we will probably do a press release.
You still expect the results to be certified on Friday, though, statewide?
It darn well better be, because we got to get UACAVA ballots out on Saturday. So yes, we fully anticipate certifying the results on Friday.
Thank you.
David Wickert again.
You talked about the difference between the old system and the new system. The old system kind of obnoxious in your face, the new one more subdued. Does the new system need to be a little more obnoxious?
We've already talked about that with our guys. And frankly, there's responsibility on the elections directors to know what they need to do. And if we can make it easier for them, we'd like to do that. So I already had the discussion with the Dominion guys about potentially making it, again, more obnoxious, for lack of a better word. But it really comes down to training and knowing what you have to do. This reconciliation process has always been there, but now we have a lot more things to reconcile. And before, you just had the memory cards and that was it. There was no paper to reconcile. There wasn't all the logistical stuff around that. You had check-in data that would come in later, and you had ENET data for when you had the absentee in person, which is the early voting check-in, and the absentee regular mail ballots. This was a very bizarre year for our elections officials. In the history of the state, the most absentee ballots we'd ever had, I think, was 284,000, and that was in 2018, and that was like a blockbuster amount. To go from that to 1.3 million for a general election this year was totally new. To go to 2.6 million early votes in person, totally new. And to drop down to just 1 million on election day, totally new. And they were having to deal with a new election system, all new equipment in the middle of COVID. So, it was a lot to take in. And I think they executed pretty admirably, especially considering now we have the wherewithal to have these kind of reconciliations and have an audit of a paper trail, which our hope is having that paper trail will give every voter in Georgia the confidence that their vote was cast the right way and that the machinery, once the audit's done, you'll see the machinery counted it the way they were voted. They go to a BMD, and 75% of them did. They went to a BMD, made their selections on the screen, printed the ballot, looked at the ballot, said, yes, those are my choices, and they dropped it into a scanner. And they saw, if they do what I want them to do, look at the little screen and saw the vote total go up by 1. So they could hear it drop in. I think there's something special about that versus what we used to have, which was a beep and the card gets pushed out at you and you're like, okay, I'm done. So it's a part of it is a ritual, but now we have a paper artifact that we can always go back to. And it's the voter's responsibility to look at that paper to make sure it's the right way. And we feel comfortable and confident that given the paces the system that's put through this year is going to serve us well for the next decade at least. Thanks, David. Who's next?
Alexa, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could give a couple examples of what preparing for the recount looks like, or preparing for a possible post-certification recount.
Well, the good part is all the ballots are already in really identifiable buckets because we had to build a ballot manifest for the audit. So they know that already. They will probably have to, roll out their ICC into an area that can be visible because you want to make sure there's a public viewing. Again, we will encourage people to live stream this. Somebody said of the hand tally I really enjoyed, it was the watching paint drive democracy. So it's a similar kind of thing here. They will build those ballots, the ballot deck we're talking about, and they can choose however they want to do it. They can mirror their results. They can choose not to. They could have, 80 of one, 10 of one, doesn't really matter, but probably about 100 on the test deck. They run that through the ICC. They have 2 people look at it, go, yes, this is correct. This is what we anticipated. Clear that off, and then begin the arduous process of rescanning every single ballot. For the majority of counties, they will have a single ICC running, and they'll probably start with the absentee ballots first because those will be the most likely to need adjudication because they are hand marked. We want to try to get that out of the way first. It was the same thing we do with the hand tally here. And then they will move on to the BMD ballots, and they will probably do absentee in person, and then they will probably go to the election day ballots. And you'll try to keep up with those buckets, and you'll see that the outcome will be essentially the same. Some of the adjudication might make it a little bit different, and there's just a possibility it could be off by 1 or 2 just because of the nature of scanning really quickly, where maybe 2 ballots got stuck together. You never know, but we're not going to potentially see large swings based on this because, like I said, the hand audit isn't showing that right now. So we electronic counting be very far off from what we already had from what we were going to be certifying come Friday.
Thanks.
Can I talk with my hands any more than that?
Kate Brumback.
Real quick, I know you said you plan to release the audit report by noon, possibly earlier. Will there be any notification prior to that it's done, or will the audit report release sort of be effectively you guys telling us?
I think the audit release will be effectively us saying it's done.
Okay, thanks.
Miles O'Brien.
Hey, Gabe. I think maybe I didn't hear this correctly, but is it possible that the scanning process, given the choke point being the scanner, might actually take longer than what we just witnessed?
There is that possibility. I mean, Fulton County had 170 teams at one time going. And I know that's kind of counterintuitive. I'm not sure how many scanners they have deployed at Fulton right now. I just can't recall. I think it's more than 5, might be 6. And like I said, we have some state ones we're kind of distributing to the places that might need some extras. But there's every possibility that the larger counties could take longer than they did to do this process, yes.
So do you have any idea then how long a rescan recount will be?
It depends on the size of the batches they decide to run. I mean, you might think that doing a giant batch might be the safest way to go, but in terms of logistically handling it, you usually want to go with smaller batches and move them on through the process. And I think they'll start off a little slower to kind of get used to doing that much scanning. And then the BMD ones are the easy one. It's going to be the absentee ones that are probably the more problematic ones, because they will have to go to the adjudication modules if they're choosing to use those modules. And they have the hand marking on them, and they're just bigger. They're functionally larger for the most part. So I anticipate most of the counties will get done in a day, but the large counties could take some extra time. And if necessary, we have in the past taken, if a county finishes, we might take their ICC and move it over to another county to help out, because at the end of the day, all of this is state-owned equipment. It's not county-owned equipment. So if we need to redeploy, we'll redeploy to get to the end game faster.
Okay, so if you get a request on Tuesday night, you get started Wednesday, do you work through the holiday weekend, all that stuff?
God, I hope not. I mean, Thanksgiving's Thanksgiving. So, and we don't anticipate thinking. Our plan is to get through as quickly as we can without killing the counties. At the end of the day, let's remember this. These are men and women. They've got kids. They've got lives. Their life is not dedicated to just being in the elections office. I think they've spent more time there than they intended to begin with. So we'll be logical. We'll work with the counties. We'll put together a scaled out time. We will put together the work hours similar to what we did for how many man hours it was going to take to do this hand audit. But we've been very focused on the hand audit right now to make sure that gets done. We will then turn our guns to the other side. We've already had a couple of discussions about what it's going to take to get through a recount. So I was hoping that we could avoid it. I doubt we can. So we're moving into the beginnings of the planning stages for how we're going to execute that to get it done as quickly and as accurately as we can.
All right, one final thought. Are there any circumstances, statutory authority, et cetera, that would allow the campaign, presumably the Trump campaign, of course, to ask for a hand recount? Or does it, by statute, have to be by scanner?
Right now, under state election board rule, this is the process that we follow. So that is the rule that holds. It would require the state election board to change that. So I do not imagine that anybody would necessarily want to do that, because we just went through a hand tally of these things. But there's no statutory way to do that I'm aware of right now.
And the campaign doesn't pay for this, correct?
No, they do not.
Okay, thank you.
Although I think we may look at changing that in the future legislation.
That's all the questions.
Say again?
That's all the questions we got, Gabe. Did you see the text from Ryan?
Oh, hold on, I did not. Everybody wait, I got an answer. So there we go. Is it from Ryan to everybody, or Ryan just to me?
Actually, it was from me to you.
2 business days. There we got an answer. So if we do it on Friday, they have Monday, Tuesday. So the end of the day Tuesday, I guess, would be the 2 business days. So there's your answer for sort of clarification. I'm glad people listened to me when I was asking for that on this call. All right. Well, I appreciate everybody.
Gabe, it's Quinn. Really quick. It looks like Miles and LaCrae have questions. I just don't think Miles knew how to raise his hand, but I'm just trying to help him out.
Let's see. I just answered a bunch of Miles' questions. All right. Let's see.
I think I'm unmuted now. It's great.
Yeah.
Hi, Gabe. Thank you again for continuing to do this with a smile twice a day, every day. My question, I just wanted to
get off the call. It looks like water, doesn't it? Yeah.
Right. I just wanted to make sure, I know you said it a million times this week, but is it fair to put Douglas County and Floyd County in the same bucket in terms of they both had issues where ballots that weren't reported on election night were found during the audit and will now have to be added, right?
Now, Floyd is a fundamentally different thing, because those were ballots that were never even scanned. And that's a very different thing from our point of view, because there's less guardrails to catch that kind of a problem. You have the check-ins, which should have been a red flag, but the other ones, they didn't check their EMS and they didn't check their check-in. And that's a issue of reconciliation. I always forgot to forget the word reconciliation. So they're fundamentally different. And then the other thing on Floyd, they had a really big issue back in the August runoff where they had, again, some managerial decisions that were very poor and some training issues that caused additional problems for their voters. So this is a stack on a stack, kind of a strike 1, strike 2 kind of thing. And it's unfortunate. I like Mr. Brady. He's a very nice guy, but this kind of managerial malfeasance doesn't do service to the voters, and it was continuous through both of those cycles. So, I think human beings are allowed to make mistakes. This audit caught them. Unfortunately, the magnitude of mistake over there was ballots not even getting scanned. So there was not even in their EMS system, a card to go check back to. So they had less guardrails in place to catch that. I'm glad that they stored those ballots. They follow the rules on that, but this was a fundamentally different thing than what happened in Douglas, Walton, and Fayette. And I think Miles had another question too, if that's potentially there. So we can find Miles and unmute him. Or did Miles drop off? Let's see. I apologize for everyone to see me scroll. Mike, I don't see Miles anymore, so maybe he dropped off. All right, well, if that's it, I appreciate everybody's time and your patience and doing a good job of getting the facts out, because that's important. We feel good about where we stand right now. We feel comfortable with the direction of the audit. That doesn't mean there could be in the next 7 hours, there could be some issues, but I'm prayerful that we can get through this and that we can find a way to have everybody at the end of the day, Republican, Democrat, Libertarian, Independent, Socialist, whatever, have faith in the outcome of the election regardless of how it came out. In 2018, there was the one side of the aisle had no faith in the outcome of the election. In 2020, the other side of the aisle now has no faith in the election. So we've got to get to a point where people understand through our transparency, through our audits, through our processes, and through the hundreds and thousands of people in the state of Georgia who are elections workers and poll workers and the elections office here, and everybody who's involved in this, and even the parties, they need to have faith in the outcome of these elections, whether they win or whether they lose, because that's the bedrock of how we have a transfer of power and people feel like they're being governed appropriately. So with that, I say good night, and we will talk to you all tomorrow, and hopefully we'll have good news that we've completed the audit. It shows, we're hoping it'll show that the outcomes were correct, and we can move on to the certification process. So thanks a lot, guys.
This is an official invitation. I rented the hotel. Hotel?
It's not going to be me, girl. Just let it go away.
The future of this family is going sideways real quick. Told him to sign? I have a feeling it's going to get a little crazier. This is nice.
Jersey Shore family vacation. New season cruise tomorrow at 8. This has never happened before in the history of gaming.
Awesome. It's pretty good. Let's do this.
Game better with Butterfinger. To bring that crispy, crunchy, peanut buttery action to Halo Infinite, buy 2 Butterfinger bars to collect exclusive player emblems. Plus enter daily for a chance to win an Xbox Series X. Only from Butterfinger.
Did you know that Geico's whole 15 minutes thing, that came from me? Really? My first idea was...
Earthquake magnitude 2.8. Puerto Rico region. 19 minutes ago.
That's not catchy, is it? That's not going to swim about in your brain. So I thought,
save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Earthquake magnitude 2.5. Hawaii region, Hawaii. 3 minutes ago. Earthquake magnitude 3.4. Dodekanes Islands, Greece. 27 minutes ago. Earthquake magnitude 2.5. Wasatch Front Urban Corridor, Utah. 9 minutes ago. Earthquake magnitude 4.1. 11 minutes ago.
Owner is putting you into a position where I'm going to have to defend myself against that dog. Period. So the two fat white dudes come up there. They're talking about, I was talking to one of the reporters. He was like, I said, yeah, these two over here been here for the longest. And so what's going on, Travis and Jackie? And he's like, oh, we're just watching for now. And I wanted to say, if you wanted to be a cop, why didn't you go to cop school? If you wanted to be in the military, why didn't you join the military? You know why? Because you probably couldn't make it and you probably washed out. Okay? So now you want to play cop. You want to LARP cop. You want to be top flight security and talk about you're watching. Like I said, again, with a lot of these white supremacists, they have been deputized by these people to watch us. Like they're keeping the peace. You're not keeping no peace. So then we had a whole group, and it was a husband and wife team. I took a picture of them, and this is what I tell you with these white women. More white women voted for Trump this election than they did last time. These white women are in line with these white men, with these white supremacists. So you can be friends with Karen and Becky and Susan and Hildegard and Gertrude, but I'm telling you right now, we see them at the protest. What's going on, Connie? We see them at the protest, and they are in lockstep with their white men doing white supremacist shit. So you can believe what you want to believe. All these Karens that we give them little nicknames, calling cops on black people for no reason, they've always done that. Most of the riots, and it's not riots, it's massacres of black people. Look up the Red Summer. Look up the Red Summer of 1919, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Look up Rosewood. Look at the Chicago. They call them riots, but they were actual massacres. Rosewood, Black Wall Street, all these other different places. It was because of a white woman or something that supposedly happened to a white woman. So when we go out there, we're very careful about these white women being around us. So in one of the other videos, you'll see this white woman with this fake pleather purple outfit. I didn't know pleather. I really didn't know that pleather and purple was a thing anymore. Hey, you doing, Amy? But she was rocking her pleather outfit. I guess they call it vegan now. So we let her walk because we didn't know.
We have thousands of reports of people who were instructed by poll workers to push the button and just push their machine in. These machines are very accurate, and when they have a feature to override any stray marks, any extraneous marks on the ballot. They have a feature that if you overvote, if you vote for two candidates in a race where you only can vote for one, the machine spits the ballot back out. The problem is that election workers instructed voters to push the ballot.
One of them pointed her butt at one of the guys that's in a. Now you see what I'm saying? Why would you point your butt at a black man like that? Because you want a reaction. But how about all the black people that voted for Trump? Are they racist now? So again, Bob, Bill, Chad, are you just racist towards white women? Okay, first of all, you have no more high ground to ask me shit, Bill Johnson. And after this, I'll be banning your ass too. Okay? The fact of the matter is, it's not even about me being racist against anyone. Black people can't be racist because we don't have the power to do anything systematically towards white people. And as far as those people that voted for Trump, guess what? Black people sold us into slavery as well. There's always going to be capitulators. Always going to be capitulators when it comes to that. And you said, John Zeller, but you can say your opinion. This is my fucking page. And you're going to get banned too. Soon enough. Don't you even worry about it. I'm on fleek with my banning. This is our page. When you get your page, John and Bill, you say what the fuck you want to say to it. But until that, I'm reclaiming my time. Shut the hell up. Anyway, back to what I was saying. So, these two white women were standing there, and stuff like that. And they were heckling us and doing all kinds of stuff like that. One was talking about all lives matter and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, you could have just been quiet. You could have just been quiet. But you're not going to be quiet. Like most of y'all are, white, black, orange, and purple, that are ignorant pieces of crap, that you think you deserve an opinion. You don't deserve an opinion. A racist doesn't deserve an opinion. An idiot doesn't deserve an opinion. And no, I don't have to answer anybody's questions. So, whatever. So what we did was, we was just like, stay away from us, get away from us, and we're not going to worry about it. But the protest went very well, and we were very happy about it. And we're going to do that again. And any other racist that comes along, we're going to make sure that we pull up on them as well. So, talk to y'all later. And like I always say, we're going to fight till hell freezes over. And when if there's any more, anyway, okay, Michael, whatever. I'm sorry, let me start over again. Because Mike Dicker,
Earthquake magnitude 2.4. Nevada. 20 minutes ago.
I don't have a job. I'm retired. Silent majority media. I'm retired vet of 24 years. So go find my boss. Go call my boss. Go find my boss. Tell me where my boss is. Okay? I don't have a boss. I'm a disabled vet. So go find my boss, Silent Majority Media. Okay? And it's probably somebody, a cosplayer with a damn cell phone. So shut the fuck up. Anyway, back to what I was saying. We're going to fight you till hell freezes over. And then if there's any injustice on that, we're going to fight you on the ice. Have a good day.
Are you guys ready? You guys are ready, but you know, these guys. All right. Thank you all for coming today. In the interest of a free and fair election, the Republican Party of Arizona has been working to ensure everyone complies with the letter of Arizona law. Following the post-election logic and accuracy test today, we have done just half. The Arizona Secretary of State asked us to do a logic and accuracy test comparing what they did on October 6th to today, running the same ballots through the process. And I have to go back in right after I talk to you all because we are starting the Maricopa County part of that process. So I want to raise a few additional questions that haven't really been addressed because this test was about saying that what happened on October 6th, the ballots that were run through were that they came out the same way today. And I will tell you that the ones we've done so far came out the same. So that's good. But there are several other questions that haven't been addressed. And I've talked to experts in election security over the last few days since the election and even before. And I want to make sure that Arizonans have confidence in the integrity of our election process. And I think when these questions are answered, we are going to feel much, much better about election integrity. Honestly, this election isn't special. We would encourage the Board of Supervisors to seek out answers to each of these questions as they go to the heart of our election procedures and how this election was conducted. First and foremost, I don't know if that guy's compensating. Possibly. I think that the Maricopa, I want to just get my notes because I have some numbers here that I want to look at, so I want to make sure I have the right numbers. We want to have an election that we can have confidence in. That's what we want. And what we've seen on the ground for a long time doesn't match up with what we saw from the electoral process, and we've got to get to the bottom of it. This election is divided at the top of the ticket by 0.3% of the vote, 10,000 votes with over 3 million votes cast. So we have to make sure that every single vote that was legally cast was counted as the voter intended. And so we, as you all probably know, have a lawsuit from the Republican Party of Arizona that is asking for more of a hand audit of the election in Maricopa County in particular. We want more counted. The statute is clear. It says at least 2% of the precincts. Right now, the ballots have been counted on a voting center level, and not that many have actually been counted. So in Maricopa County, as I said, at least 2% of election day ballots. Now, they contest that. They say it's not really of ballots, because if it were of election day ballots, we would need a lot more to be counted. We also need 1% of the early ballots or the absentee ballots, and there were quite a few of those. 1,915,487 ballots were cast early or absentee. And so that would mean 1% would be 19,155 ballots, but only 5,165 early ballots were actually counted in the hand count audit. I think it behooves everyone to count more to prove that these elections are accurate and can be verified. The same with election day ballots. I would love to know about any camera failures. Were there cameras at all times? Who has access to the USB or the drives that are used in the machines? Who programmed the machines? All of these things are very, very pertinent to what's going on in the electoral process. And so we need to know those answers. So in closing, I want to thank you all for being here. The security of our electoral process, our tabulation equipment, and our vote is the foremost concern of the Arizona Republican Party. That's why we brought up the Don't Touch the Green Button lawsuit in the past, because many voters were disenfranchised potentially by having to push the green button. The green button is the override button. We saw it in action here. we have thousands of reports of people who were instructed by poll workers to push the button and just push their machine in. These machines are very accurate, and when they have a feature to override any stray marks, any extraneous marks on the ballot. They have a feature that if you overvote, if you vote for two candidates in a race where you only can vote for one, the machine spits the ballot back out. The problem is that election workers instructed voters to push the ballot back in and push the green button. When that happens, they didn't have a chance to correct a problem. If there were extraneous marks, then a two-person adjudication commission, one Republican, one Democrat, with floating independents, then gets to decide what the intent of that voter actually was. We don't know how many of those ballots there were, but I was just told that over 100,000 ballots went through the electronic adjudication process. Some of those are because someone had a write-in vote, and those have to be adjudicated with a human eye. But others were stray marks, etc. So there are potentially 100,000 votes out there that could be questionable as to what the voter's intent was, and we've got to get to the bottom of it. So there have been these numerous concerns raised since Election Day about various facets of the electoral process. Our goal is to ensure that the process is not only free and fair, but also transparent. To attain that, we're also requesting a full hand audit of the election in Maricopa County, and for all the work Arizona puts into defending votes and the voting process from fraud, we would be remiss if we left any stone unturned in our efforts to reassure the citizens of Arizona of the integrity of these results. Thank you very much. I got to get back in there and watch the Maricopa votes.
There's a press release from the Maricopa County. They're handing out.
You know, if you were the CEO of this operation, I bet you'd be in here, right? You'd be in the saddle. You'd be engaged with leadership from the House and Senate and negotiating and talking, trying to find a way.
Earthquake magnitude 2.5.
But instead,
Island of Hawaii, Hawaii. 3 minutes ago.
crickets, not there. And you wonder why the state is in such bad shape. I doubt you really wonder.
Huh? About half the interview, probably the best part of the interview at the end, but if you want to do it.
That's okay. I want to get Larry Schlesinger. I'll have you stand back a little bit for me.
Nathan Friend, Jake Friend, who is the hooker for Queensland and made his debut this series at the age of 30 because he was waiting for a pretty handy player, Cameron Smith, to retire so he could get a shot at that hooker role. But then Harry Grant came in off the bench and surprised everyone. He just added this energy, added this spark, and scored the match-winning try midway through that second half as well, just getting the ball onto the line and holding on to it only just. But he's really going to be the future of this team. And they were written off, but it was a wonderful performance to them, and they were dubbed in the lead up to this maybe the worst team that Queensland had ever assembled. This was their skipper, Daly Cherry Evans, taking aim at that and picking up the trophy last night.
That actually does not show up to work. And, you know, people cover down for him and say, you know, he's at Pima or his house. I don't care where he is. He should be where the action is, where he's needed. And the center of gravity, the center of action is right here. You saw some of my colleagues. House is in session still. What is it, 6 o'clock? I don't even know. The Senate is in session. And making sure I'm not missing a vote, sorry. And I just did that. Like, you would assume that the governor had your best interest in hand, right? So, you know, it's not a game. It's not fun. It's not cute. I know we do have fun with it, but it's unsatisfactory to me. Unsat, as we say in the Army, unsatisfactory, unsat. That our head of state here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, with the lives of 13 million plus people in his hands, and he's just not taking this whole thing serious. State police officer there as well, rightly, but support staff would be here. Things would be getting done. Conversation, you know, phone calls and emails don't replace interaction. And
schools has nothing to do with religious institutions and how they do their business, has nothing to do with private clubs. It simply gives people here in Macon-Bibb County the opportunity to confront claims of discrimination in-house, I will say, without going through the federal court system, which is a very expensive and time-consuming process. So we're just trying to provide a service that will really give everybody in this community the opportunity to thrive.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Sure.
All right.
Thank you guys for covering.
Thank you, yes. I was excited to see you out here. I was like, hey there.
Well, I've been working with these guys for a while.
That's what I should have asked you as well.
Yeah, we're just taking baby steps.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you do. All right.
All right. Is everybody leaving?
Yeah, I think everybody's
cold.
So,
okay.
All right.
Thank you all.
Take
Appreciate
care.
it.
Thank you, Doris. All right, good to see you. Are you doing another line?
I'm supposed to do it at 6.
You want me to get them kind of behind you? Or?
Let me call Alexa and see what they want me to do. Because it's...
You want me to get a little crowd kind of behind you? I can get them over to the yes or no.
And now they had a little tab underneath. The little kids in Facebook put a little tab underneath my live from last night saying, click here for election results. You know, I discussed nothing about the election other than just saying the word election. And Facebook is, it's killing itself. And when they shadow ban you, normally this time of night I'd have 1,300 live viewers or whatever. They play these games here, people start finding alternative methods. And they're not very savvy business-wise, on top of the world, and abuse that power the past year or two, actually past several years since 2016. drunk with power. They have a monopoly of sorts. And then, of course, we see it go away. You know, in the end, it took the federal government stepping in and breaking up Bell Telephone in the 80s. Remember, they broke it up into regions. And that was pretty much the death knell, basically, of that conglomerate, that monopoly. So, not smart business people, that's for sure. I guess, indeed, as the word says, you know, pride goes before the fall. So, that's clearly evident. I got to stick my head in the Senate and make sure I'm not missing anything. I don't hear anything on the speaker, but don't want to miss a vote. So thanks, friends.
Earthquake magnitude 3.5. Jujuy, Argentina. 6 minutes ago.
Episode 47 of Where is Wolf? And he's not here. He should be here. House and Senate are here, working on probably a $30-some billion budget. You know, nothing insignificant. Nothing too small for him. But that's the reality of it. So, if I didn't do these lives, the people of Pennsylvania would have no idea that he's a derelict of duty and not where he should be. So hang in there, my friends. More
La zona fue atendida por la brigada Rescate B y ahora ya han llegado la ambulancia para trasladarlo a la posta central. Ahí están trasladando a esta persona hacia la posta central, que ya estaría avisada la familia, lo estaría esperando por allá. Una persona que quedó aquí bastante complicado por el exceso de los gases lacrimógenos. Y si llega la brigada B y en conjunto con la ambulancia popular, los rescatistas voluntarios, atendiendo al pueblo que sigue luchando hasta que se vaya, como están diciendo las murallas hoy, hasta que renuncie Piñera.
There's a rally here this evening, which is why people are congregating here. I will not be covering that rally myself. I would suggest you go check out somebody like Smooth View, Smooth and View, one word. He's actually right over there. VUE. Reinhardt, I'm guessing, will probably be out because I've seen him around as well. I don't know if Tara is going to be sticking around for the rally or not, but Tara Bassett may be out here as well. But you know, you can watch out for whomever your favorite Louisville live streamer is. And with that said, the name of this person here is Matthew Ballard with 1T. You are welcome to follow my personal page. However, this video is coming from MFTW Media LLC. Made for the World is the full name for the page. So if you want to continue to follow along, not just protest related, you know, content, but as I continue this journey of growing my own media company, you'll want to give that a like, follow, subscribe, right, all that good stuff. So yeah, I guess I'll give one last call for any questions or anything that you may have for a moment. I don't have to leave just yet, but I do have to be heading back home shortly. I have a meeting, you know, this evening that I have to attend. I do not know where Maxwell is at. I'll be honest, I don't know. I'm not aware of Maxwell going to DC after, you know, he came back from DC after the election. I'm not aware of him going back. I don't think he went to DC like this past weekend. Yeah. If you haven't already, again, share. Where's Maxwell? I don't know. If you haven't already, share this out so people can watch it later. If you don't want to share mine, I mean, I don't know why you're watching, but if you don't want to share mine, of course, Reinhardt was out here, Smooth View was out here, Tara Bassett was out here. So I'll be honest with you, I don't track Maxwell. I'm sorry, I'm not his keeper. Yeah, I don't track Maxwell, so maybe he is in DC, maybe he's not. But I don't track Maxwell, and honestly, I don't really track anybody, you know, for the most part. So, but yeah, give you one more sweep of the square here. Oh, that's right. Yeah, they're doing a thing with, but I thought that was for, I think he's going to DC. I know they're planning to go to DC, I think for like the inauguration or something. I'm not aware of him going. Hey, I'll ask you. People are asking, where's Maxwell?
He was in DC a couple days ago.
Okay. I didn't know he went to DC personally.
I mean,
so.
unless he posted a video of the last time he was in DC and just like was like, oh, I missed this video, and then posted it. I'm pretty sure that he was in DC a couple days ago.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know. I know it sounded like he had plans to go back to DC like for the inauguration and stuff, but I didn't realize he was going back now.
Well, I mean, shit, I've been out for 5 days, so like, other than the 502 live streamers chat, like,
right.
I haven't kept up.
Unless I'm saying of the two of us, you would probably more likely know than I would.
He's still around.
I know. I'm telling him I'm not his keeper. I'm not his like parent. You know, I don't keep track of Maxwell.
Hey, why don't y'all hit up Maxwell and ask him where he's at, huh?
They try to.
He's a grown ass man. Take care of himself. All right, then.
You probably got some people out here who are like, well, damn, why are you talking to me like that, Riot? Yeah, Reinhardt was mean. He yelled at me on Matthew Street after he blocked me on his. Yeah. Oh, man. got attacked by that broom. Wow, this is kind of funny picking up viewership after the caravan is over. That's when people are tuning in. I understand you might be tuning in from other parts of the country, getting off work and so on. But yeah, this concludes. Plus, he's not his stalker neither. Yeah.
Earthquake magnitude 3.6 near the coast of Ecuador.
The caravan
9
had
minutes
the scanner
ago.
group spazzing. Ooh. All right. Look, if you're connected with me and you got some screenshots or something you can share with me, slide into my DMs with those screenshots. I'd like to see some of that freaking out in the scanner groups. That's gotta be amusing. Perhaps some of them, perhaps maybe that's where these viewers are coming from right now, even. Yeah. I guess since I've seen like a bit of a spike here, you know, we had a march, the weekly, what's still kind of referred to as Amber's March, that turned into a caravan. I don't know how many miles we drove, but we drove, you know, several miles through the city, ending here at Injustice Square. Is, you know, no incidents, no interaction with cops, or, you know, really not even like much in the way of anybody who was like angry or combative or anything like that. So you want to go back and, you know, take a look at you know, yet another peaceful demonstration from Louisville, Kentucky. Yeah, there's going to be a rally here. I will not be covering that because I have a meeting actually at 7 myself, so I have to get home for that. Unless it's been canceled, but I doubt it's been canceled, so I'm gonna check that out. Nope, we still good. Okay, yep, we still good for 7 o'clock. So, yeah, those bikes are cool. I don't know where you saw the bikes with the lights, but yeah, those bikes are cool. Oh, that right there, there it is. Yeah, it's a cool bike. So, yeah, again, one last time, my name is Matthew Ballard, Matthew with 1 T. You're welcome to follow my personal page, but I also suggest you follow the page.
Earthquake magnitude 4.3 southern Greece 2 minutes ago.
World is the name of the page. If you haven't already, like, follow, you know, subscribe, all that good stuff. And with that, y'all stay safe. COVID is getting a lot worse out there, so it's very important to follow whatever recommendations your state, city, and so on has put in place. And frankly,
Pour la RATP, pour dire que style le machiniste, pour dire la connerie du machiniste. Donc ça va beaucoup plus vite à traiter. Et puis, il y a bon, conduit sont beaucoup plus vite. Voilà quoi. Donc, je sais pas si vous étiez au courant. Donc, moi, final comme ça là. Donc, si jamais tu vois un contrôleur.
Como les paga Sokimich, Penta, las pesqueras y todo lo que hemos sabido, a pesar de que lo han intentado ocultar, como lo hicieron con el cambio de en el gobierno de Che, cuando impusieron a Barraza. que fue confirmado después por Piñera y que ha permitido que los ladrones, los coimados, los corruptos no sean enjuiciados por la justicia, que también
Earthquake magnitude 2.3. Adriatic Sea. 4 minutes ago.
la regla del juego donde ellos se han acostumbrado a estar, a salvarse los unos a los otros, tal como salvaron al otro responsable de la violación de derechos humanos, el exministro Pérez, de la acusación constitucional, y le permiten justamente
Jordan, I don't know if I can get you on here. I can. My son actually applied for a job, so he got a face-to-face on Saturday. I'm happy that I got both of my kids actually doing work. They're going to be working. I got to hurry up so they can get their written tests, permits, and stuff like that. We'll get their permit. Well, my daughter passed her written. I got to hurry up so she can get her permit, so she can start practice driving, because I can't be taking her and picking her up all the time. I can't do all that.
Alright, so I'm talking about cops. You already know why I'm talking about cops. You already know why. Okay, I got too many chargers up in here. Take this off. And my stomach is full now. I'm waiting for my birthday checks to come in the mail. I'm waiting for my birthday check. Wait for my birthday check to come in the mail. So, anyway, what's up, Frank Garrison? Frank, how you doing? I'm thirsty. My daughter took my mask, so I can't get me something to drink. I want something to drink. Okay, here we go. I'm going to talk about cops. Somebody shouldn't be talking about cops and talk about black people don't trust cops. That's a goddamn lie. You don't want to go in on that, because someone don't even need to be talking about that in their interview. You already know what I'm talking about. Talk about cops. We don't trust cops. But you don't have no cop. You don't have no problem calling 911. No problem, right, Max? No problem calling 911. Anyhow, let me get over here. Excuse me. Alright, where's my other cell phone? Alright, so what I'm going to do, I'm waiting for Charles, because Charles, what's up, Frank? How you doing, Frank? I'm waiting for Charles to, wait, this way. I'm waiting for Charles to, here, it's itchy. It's itchy? It's itchy already. I'm waiting for Charles to, respond, because he can't, call. Either Mike Scott, you in here, or you see me or whatever, you could call now. Let's see what the hell you gotta say. But if you don't, you already know the deal, yo. Alright, I guess I can leave it like this. How you doing? What's good? I'm like really caffeine thirsty. I want a drink, like a drink. No, I don't drink alcohol like that. But I need a drink. Shoot, I might be making a trip to Texas. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see one of my old friends. I like to travel. I like traveling. Excuse me. They took all my masks. These kids are getting on my nerves taking all my masks. And I like black masks. So anyway, it's messed up how all my masks are missing. But, okay. Here's my other phone. Hold on. I'm unorganized right now. I just dropped my daughter off. And I can't find my other phone. Max, move out my way. My other phone. Oh, here we go. I got my other phone. I'm still, is it still like this? What is that they showing me? Like, oh my God. What the freak? Oh, come on. Someone's being a bad person. They're being bad. Okay. Somebody want to be bad. Anyway, how you doing today? I'm trying to see if, oh, sorry. Really messed up. I'm trying to see if I can get some people. Okay, I want to say thank you.
Anyone here that should be knowing my name like this. It's the second time, bro. I done took lost and fuck with the police, bro. Nigga put the police on me and said, no, I know you is, fool. I know you is, and nigga in my circle. I know you, I'ma deal with you accordingly. I'ma deal with you, fool. It might be today, tomorrow. I'm telling you, bro. It might be next year or 2 years later, but you're gonna get dealt with, bro. I'm gonna wipe your nose, bro. I'm gonna slam you out, whatever you wanna call it. I'm gonna do that. What you talking about, nigga? All this bitch ass shit. It's some whole shit, man. Nigga just keep taking my shit. Nigga just keep putting police on me. Just taking my shit. Just cause you got caught some shit and you wanna do your time cause you a bitch. You wanna do your time cause you a bitch. You gonna put the police on another nigga? You gonna put the police on your own homie? Me? You know what I'm saying? I'm a real nigga I don't fuck with. I'm a real nigga. Well, okay. You know what I'm saying? Okay, it's cool. It's cool. Cause you ain't living by the code, bro. Man. There's just so much police ass shit going on, bro. I'm telling you, man, too much police ass shit going on. And I don't even, listen though, I don't even go live, fool. This ain't what I do. I don't even go live. You understand me? I don't want help. Police have to keep pulling me over for just taking my shit. When I ain't even in the wrong. I ain't in the wrong. I ain't on no red light. I ain't stopping no. I'm stopping the auto stop signs, all that. They put me up. They put me up in the trunk. They put me over in my truck, and they put me over in my car. They know. This ain't what they said. They know. They know. But it's cool though. It's cool. You know what I'm saying? It's cool, bro. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's all right. You know what I'm saying? You know what? I ain't gotta do nothing, bro. Cause the guards don't even like that shit. The guards go out there, bro. You might get hit by a bus or something. You understand me? You might get COVID or something. COVID might get your stupid ass. Just know, bro. Everybody think that shit funny. Then that shit all for saying no much shit ain't funny, bro. The motherfuckers lives on the line and shit. Cause it won't be funny to happen to you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm let the guys deal with you according, bro. I'm gonna let karma deal with you according. You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, police on my ass. Just on my ass. So, right. A nigga in my circle, bro. A nigga just riding on me, fool. Just riding. You know what I'm saying? Just riding. We're trying to get a job. If you get a motherfucking job, nigga, fuck wrong with you, nigga? Excuse me, what are you, the black? Man, all these bitch ass come. Who the fuck is you? Look at this bullshit. Trying to get a job. Nigga, tell your mama get a job, nigga. Fuck wrong with you, nigga? Yeah, fuck wrong with you? Yeah, you get a job, broke ass. Why your ass broke? Why you broke in here watching my motherfucking life? Fuck you trying to get a job, nigga. Tell your mama get a job, nigga. Fuck wrong with you? Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? First you have, you know what I'm saying? It's just, I don't know the fuck going on, man. Just know, brother, God got y'all, bro. The gods, I'm telling you, bro, the gods, whoever doing that shit, bro, the gods, bro, I'm telling you, the gods don't like that shit. The street gods don't like that shit. The fucking gods, nigga, all the street niggas in heaven. The fucking gods, nigga, you would get, I'm telling you, bro, you would get slammed out according. Hold on. Then you get shot by a cop. What is that? Who the fuck this bitch ass? I'm like, hey, bro. Hey, bro, go with that bitch ass shit. Did you get shot by? Toss him. They try to look at you, want to be gangster. Get a job, bomb. What you mean, get a job, nigga? Fuck you mean, nigga, get a job, nigga? I had way more shit you had than we had a job, bitch ass nigga. Hey, man, I'm gone, bro. Motherfucker, man. Yeah, man, stay focused, man. Man, I'm telling you, man. Man, look at this shit, fool. What the fuck? If I be the police, oh my mama, look. You see the comments, girl? He said, I'm with the Walmart hoodie with the temperatures all over it. Man, look at how these nigga look. Go get him. I'm finna bake his ass on here. I'm finna bake his ass, fool. Yeah, bro. Might do be the police. Let me get off the line. Don't turn all this shit. Might do be the boy, though. Let me get off the line, though. Yeah. Get off the line. Get off the line. You don't want for that, man.
I'm talking about. I'm sorry, Frank. I won't give you an update on what I'm doing. I'm blasting somebody from my hometown. All right, hold on. Hold on. Oh my God. Hold on, I gotta laugh at this. Hold on, I'm about to drool. I don't want you to see me drooling. Cause every time I'm like so he does that. Thank you so much. I'm going to talk to you too. But I'm going to blast him again now, D. D, where you at? You need to come in my live so you can crack me up. So we can talk about cowboys and Indians and hunting and attacking bulls and me talk about blasting. I just like doing it a little bit. But you know what? He makes it so easy, though. It never came this easy to blast a person. Normally, I'm like, okay, I can blast him all day, and that's it. But this dude keep going. This dude can just talk about all kinds of stupid lies. So, Frank, basically, I'm just going to give you a mini update. I'm blasting a dude that's lying on Facebook, and they're into, like, politics and stuff like that, and it came from my hometown. And then I get all these calls after I blast him, and they's like, yo, he's a con artist, he this, he did this to women, he talked women into that, this, that. So basically, you know, I had to kick the person out my home for hospitality, for disrespect, but he tells my uncle that he feels sorry, he feel bad, and he was wrong, but he never told me. So I was like, no, nope, I need to see everything for myself. So until he does a public, or maybe until I get tired of it, and maybe someone else probably just get me upset and make me blast them, and then I'll reflect it off of him and put it on somebody else. But I don't know. He just like acting stupid, real stupid. So once I did my rants on him today, and then of course after I do a rant, then he seems to pop up with another video. And this is talking about opiates and crack in the industry, which he's saying that crack was pushed in the poor community, in the black community, versus opioids. But he's trying to say opioids is more of a white person problem than a America problem. And he's kind of wrong on that because he doesn't know about healthcare. So he doesn't realize that opioids is it's not a black or white thing. It's a problem in America. That's why they changed the law on the prescription in 2017, because it became, America started seeing that opiates became a problem where it's a controlled substance where a lot of people are start overdosing on opioids. So it's not a black and white thing. It's pain pills. So he was wrong with that interview. And if I would have known if they was going to talk about police and how black people don't trust the police, or the black community don't trust the police, that is true to some degree, except for Mr. Fareed Abdullah. Obviously, he trusts him because he called 911 at my house. And I wish I would have known he did that interview, because I sure would have messaged that dude like, yo, ask him if he trusts the police or don't trust the police. He said he don't trust their protocol or tactics. Well, obviously, he trusts them enough to call him to this house. So that's kind of funny that he says, well, I know the black community don't trust the police, but when the black community don't trust the police, they don't be like involving the police in their shit. This mother freaker, he trusts them enough to call him at my house. Oh, I wish I was knew he was going to do that interview. I'm like, Drew, he's faking funk there too. I'm talking about he trusts him. He trusts to call him when he wants to abuse the system and call him just to be calling him. So yeah, the black community don't trust the police, but they don't be calling him over no stupid ass shit either, like him. So he's full of shit. He's still full of shit again. This motherfucker's a character. He needs 2 Oscar awards. I'm gonna give him an Oscar every day when he does some crazy nonsense. I'm just gonna get him every time. I'm waiting for Charles Jordan. I can't tag you in here. Let me see if I can call him. But yeah, I know black people in the community, most don't trust the police. And that's very understandable. But they don't be calling the police either over like stupid arguments. Like, hey, I disagree with you or men and women in relationships. You don't call 911 for stupid shit like that. But he trusts them enough. He trusts them. But I
I believe he's a pharmacist now. He just got hired as a pharmacist. So anybody who thinks he may be mentally ill, I highly doubt that. I don't believe that he's educationally challenged at all. This man is educated and trying to play stupid, and he's out here grooming our kids. What kind of 30-year-old tries to come meet a 15-year-old girl to fall in love with her? You got me fucked up, Rami. She ain't coming, bro. Stay away from our kids.
in the community, like black, he like how the community don't. Hey Rael, you gotta come in. You gotta sing happy birthday. I didn't know you was on. Oh, that's okay. Just come. I'm going. You know, we gonna talk anyway. You can sing happy birthday. That's okay because I'm going to get off. I was trying to get Charles Jordan's attention because he inboxed me saying, hey, do you want to do a live together? And I can't. Okay, now he wants to speak. Hello. Now he wants to say hello. Watch this. Hold on. I'm probably going to get off this live. We'll see if he answers. Okay, do you want to talk to me? I'll end my live. I said I'm about to end my live if you want to communicate. But if you hang up on me, it's no point of me talking to you. Disrespect your mother? I ain't disrespect your mother. What are you talking about? Yo, but you already blocked me again, and I don't got time for your little bull crap. I just asked you to give me the name of that woman. Don't be cussing at me. You ain't killing me. First of all, fuck this bullshit. He said, I'll say it on your live. I'll kill you and anybody on live. This nigga's stupid. You know what? He's a little stupid, crazy. I'll kill. You see how stupid he at? I'll kill you and anyone. I can. So I can get banned. Oh no, you're not gonna get banned if you sing. Watch this. So I'll kill you, and I'll say this on your live. I'll kill you. Anyone who disrespect my mom. This nigga, he needs fucking pills. He needs some fucking pills. Watch this. This is how I fuck with stupid people like him. Watch this. Oh no, pick up, mother freaker. Terroristic threat. Hold on. Crazy people. Yeah. Are you ready to talk? Are you ready to talk or not? But how about this? Don't threaten me because you know you can't threaten. How about this? Stop I don't care about that yah stuff. Don't threaten me, dude. Don't threaten me. Call my family? No, you don't want me to do that. Come on, you. Watch this little drama queen. This is a bitch. Let me see what brothers, they need help. Watch this. Once he stopped acting stupid. Now he crazy. This is the weirdo shit. You see what I'm dealing with? Don't. All right, we're going to try this again. Or we're going to do this again. I'm not. Listen. Yo. So, are you going to communicate before I end my live? I'm not hanging up on my fucking live and you still going to talk stupid. Like, you be talking stupid. So, what you going to do? Are you going to be an adult and have an adult, mature conversation? Okay, here we go. Here we go again. I'll try it one more time, and this is it. This is the last time I'm going to call you, and then we won't talk no more. I'll just blast you. You don't want me blasting. You could come on here. All right. So that's done. I'm done. This motherfucker keeps saying hello, hello, hello. Yo, this is the dumb part with some black people in my hometown. First of all, stop acting like you're a thug. Stop acting, Michael Scott, like you're a fucking thug. You ain't no thug. You're just a little loose in the brain. And for you to call me, you message me saying hello. Let's go with, let me show you what the fuck he did. So this is what the fuck, I don't got time for this emotional motherfucker. We gonna do this. First, if you say hello, I cannot call or text. He says hello. I only could call, so he keeps hanging up. Y'all already witnessed this, right? This is so stupid. So I miss his call. I can't message. This is a dummy. Look, I'm going to put dumb. Watch this. This is why I can't respond to no one right now. So I'll put dummy. Watch this. Dummy. Look, he's dumb. Look. Okay, this one went through. Watch this. Dummy. Dummy. You see, I can't. Hello. I can't. Go and talk about me. I am talking about you right the fuck now. Hello. See, it doesn't matter what I do. It's nothing I could do right now because I can't message. So I can't do nothing. So I've done nothing to you. Shut up, you fucking liar. You see, he can't see this. Look at this. Look. See, it doesn't matter what I do here. It's not going to go through because I can't. He's not going to get it. So if he doesn't respond, then I can't do anything. So I'm done with crazy. How about this? What you writing for? Why are you writing? Look at this. I'm going to show you how crazy I deal with. And I'm very, very disappointed if I read. What? So, yeah, I bet you are. I don't know why, but it's y'all both are assholes. Okay, you see this? So, whatever. So, anywho, you see the drama that I deal with? And the only drama I'm dealing with is guys. Should I be in this kind of drama with dudes? No. Dudes supposed to be cool with me. We're the opposite sex. We're not supposed to have this drama. If I want this kind of drama, I might as well have a bunch of girlfriends. That's what you do. So these are my girlfriends. These are my girlfriends. These are the kind of girlfriends I deal with. You see? Girlfriends. Those are my girlfriends. They act like girls. So I don't know what the fuck is in the food, but these type of dudes act like girls. So I'll say, Farid Abdullah, if you were supposed to be the servant to send a man, please surround me with men, not girls. I'm surrounded by girls. This is the drama I deal with. They're more emotional than me. Y'all be thinking I be flipping because I'm hurt. You see the drama I go through with dudes? This is the bullshit. They act like girls. These are girls I'm dealing with. They're men with balls in an eggplant, but they act like girls. They're in their feelings more than I am. And y'all be thinking, are you hurt? Do you see what I'm dealing with? I'm dealing with a guy who act like a female. This is the kind of shit I'm dealing with. This don't got nothing to do with being hurt, Negroes. These are fucking women I'm dealing with. These are males with women personalities. This is what I deal with. Rael, I'm sorry, you don't have this type of personality. I'm about to call you real quick. Now he wants to answer. Hello. Are we going to talk? Do you want me to end my live right now? Because I'm not going to talk to you if you keep hanging up on me.
I'd rather entertain my Facebook Live than you keep hanging up on me. What? What dudes? This is my fan page. What are you talking about? Nobody's not watching you. You're not listening. You gotta calm the fuck down. I have been coming at you viciously. That's not your sister, though. You lying, though. That's not your sister. She's not your blood sister. Stop calling everybody your fucking sister. How can you can't be loyal to everybody. Yo. No, you want me to tell you why? Because you won't. No, you know what I do. Because you want me to tell you why? You said he was a good person. I'm not taping you. First of all, this is a separate phone. I'm not even taping you, so what the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? This is an asshole. He said I'm taping him. This motherfucker's the dumbest motherfucker ever. I don't know who the fuck you talking to, but he's calling everybody his fucking sister. Everybody's not your motherfucking sister. See, this is why you can't fuck with people who try to be loyal to everybody. Because someone who tries to be loyal to everyone, you can't trust them. You can't trust someone who tries to be loyal to everyone. You can't trust them. So he wants to keep secrets one, and he knew, but he's still acting like a girl. Yo, he's like, I'm going in on him. Yo, I'm going in on you because you gave the green lights. You said this dude was still a good dude. Oh, sorry, I'm going to prop my phone. Yo, and you see, you want me to tell you, you see why I'm acting the way I do? And these are dudes I'll be fucking conversing with. These are not fucking like girlfriends. So now y'all know when I act like this, I'm fucking with dudes who act like girls. That's what this is. So don't get it fucked up about me being hurt. I converse with dudes every day, and I deal with dudes who act like bitches. Dudes who act like bitches. This is what the fuck y'all witnessing what the fuck I'm going through right now with one male. There's a couple of them that's doing this bullshit. I'm going through right now with one male. There's a couple of them that's doing. I gotta see before I end up. I'm trying to get you right now. This motherfucker be tripping. Hold on, let me see if I can get Tony tagged in here. I need Tony. Tony, call me, please. Call me back, because I can't do it. I'll try this again. So, excuse me. So, some people, they don't know. Yo, I be dealing with dudes who act like girls. And people tell, oh, wait a minute. I'm trying to get her back. Yo, Tony, come back. I'm trying to answer you. I missed the call because I got to log into my other Facebook account. But, yo, just a long story short, like the shit I go through with people, I'm dealing with a bunch of dudes. And Michael Scott is a handful. He's an emotional motherfucker. And dealing with him, he hangs up. Every time he get mad, he like, and then he hang up. You would think the motherfucker's stupid. But he's like, I'm disappointed in Fareed. And then he think he's being recorded. Nigga, I said I'm not hanging up with my live. Because if he going to keep hanging up, what's the fuck I'm going to hang up on my live for? You retarded motherfucker. Tony, please call back. I can't get you on here.
I can't get you. I'm trying to reach you. I missed your call because you was on my... And I'm getting these weird messages on here. Sorry. So, people. It's not me. It's the people. Tony, I need you to call me back. Help. Rael, I'm definitely going to talk to you when I get the freak up. Okay. I think it's going to go through. Hold on. I might have to end this one. Meet me. What's up, Meet Me? Meet Me. What's going on? Woo! Motherfucker. Sorry for my one. Assad. What's up, Assad? Yo, y'all missed some of this I've been blasting for Raid Abdullah and Michael Scott. But it's some things I just didn't know, and everything's catching up with me now. But some people that don't know me, they be thinking like, why are you mad? Did someone hurt you?
At 12:34 core 61. Wanna become famous? Buy followers, PRIMs and view ERS on https://clck.ru/r9gqv.
All kinds of shit. People disrespect, call the cops on you at your own house. I got to deal with all that shit. And then I got to deal with Mike and his loony ass attitude. And he keep hanging up on me. He calls a message and dumb. I can't fucking message you, motherfucker. You got to fucking either text back or you got to call back. I can't message back to you, foolio. He's an idiot. But he know he's responsible for part of this. And then the way this whole thing is set up right now, I can't make an outbound call. I mean, I can't. Well, I'm talking like I'm at work. But I'm trying to get you. I'm trying to get her. But I missed a call because she called me on the wrong one. And then give me two. Oh, my bad. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I meant you got to give me 2 days. I didn't mean to say you got to give me 2 listenings. I know that didn't sound right. Yo, where's my birthday gift, though? Are you giving me my birthday gift? I want my birthday gift. Hello? I'm waiting for it. Hello? No, you got to give me 2 days for that. Oh, man. You got to give me 2 days. You got to give me 2 days for that. Where is my birthday gift at? Where's my birthday gift? I'm talking to an ex. Okay. meant to text you. Oh. Okay. Yeah, you abandoned me too, I see. You abandoned me. Why you abandoned me? Yeah, you abandoned me? You running away from me. I am talking to my friends. Hold on. Wait a minute. Sorry. Okay, Ray, give me a moment. I'm trying to get to my hometown friend. I'm having a problem. Every time she's calling, I can't get the call for some reason. I don't know how Michael Scott can get through, but Tony couldn't. I couldn't get her. Hello, everybody. How y'all doing? Come back in the live until I'm done. And I gotta get Tony. Sorry. I don't know how I'm gonna get her. So anywho, some of y'all know I've been beefing with Fareed Abdullah. I know my uncle want me to, chill, give him some slack. But I said I want a public apology until he stop. Oh, he got to stop lying. Ooh, this is a fight. Wow, they're fighting. Yo, that looks crazy. 2 dudes fighting. They must be girls. But anyway, most of the drama I'm dealing with today. All this since Saturday is just male drama. They girls. I deal with girls. And when I say girlfriends, like my girlfriends abandoned me or unfriend me, I'm really talking about guys. These are guys I deal with. Guys, some of y'all are just as emotional in drama as women. And I can't do this. Thank you. Carnell, I can't say thank you here. Oh, no, it didn't let me do it. All right, let me try this again. All right, Tony, let me see if I can do this. I can't do it. How the heck I'm able to call Michael Scott, but I can't contact Tony? What the hell is that all about? Let me try it like this. Let me see if I can do this. I'm probably going to end this live and come back on here after, because I got to get to her. We got to talk. Let me see. This is the problems when you get suspended on Facebook. There's tricks that I do to get, I can use this Facebook for other things, but I can't write and like y'all posts. There's a lot of people who's writing posts that I want to laugh at and make comments at, but I can't do it. So I'm just gonna wait until I can get her. But other than that, I know there was I'm gonna wait till I can get her again. Let me see something. What I was gonna touch bases on is just I just wanna fuck with Fareed Abdullah anytime he says something that's a lie. I just wanna call him out on it. My uncle want me to, give him some slack. And I said, as long as he give a public apology, then I'll stop. But because he started it by writing about me. So since he wrote about me, he told me he was going to talk about me to Atlantic City. I said, okay, I got you. Like one of my friends from my hometown from West Side, like they say, yo, Nakia got plenty of time. Watch, he's my victim right now. And because I got all this time right now to fuck with him, he doesn't know what I'm going to do. Anytime he posts something, he doesn't know what I'm going to do. And let me show you what my crazy, okay, this is, see, I got 3 active accounts, but the reason why I have 3 accounts is not because I have plenty of times on my hands. The reason why I got 3 accounts because my main account, the kid calendar, it was a max at 5,000. And then when I changed that to fitness, then I created another account because one of my big bosses from Aetna, they said, hey, you shouldn't have your coworkers as your Facebook friends. And so I removed them. And then when I removed them, they got mad at me. So what I did was add them on to the Nick page. So I have some of my Aetna friends and some people from my hometown on the Nick page. And then on my Munch Fit page, that was going to be just another fitness page because Facebook, they give you a maximum of 5. But I didn't think about creating a page, so I wouldn't have to have 3. But that's not the reason why I got 3 accounts. It's not because I have 3, I have time. It's just because I had a lot of Facebook friends and a lot of fitness friends. And then, of course, these aren't all people from my hometown. So you know what? People from the hometown only are friends with people from who they know. Me, when in the fitness industry, I have Facebook friends and affiliates, fitness friends. So I have a mass of Facebook friends. So it's not like I have, oh, once I get to 5,000, that's it. So I have another page for the other people. Because if I just did all of people from Atlantic City, then I won't have enough people on my Facebook page. So that's why I have 3 pages. It's not because I have a lot of time on my hands. Because I had to tell him he think I have 3 pages because of that. No, it's because
Earthquake magnitude 3.4. Sumbar region, Indonesia. 8 minutes ago.
Learn not to have your coworkers as your Facebook friend unless you can trust them. And it's only this many people I can trust at work. You can't have your coworkers as your Facebook friends unless you can trust them. Because there's some people that brown nose and they want to be in upper management and they want to, they talk. So if you have your coworkers and you on Facebook, they can share that stuff. So if you have experienced something bad or got fired from work because you have coworkers as your Facebook friends, then you should know not to have them as your Facebook friends unless you can trust them. And you can't trust all of them. So you only can trust a small, that may be 2, 3, 4, 5. I wouldn't go over 10 because then you can't keep track. I wouldn't go over 5 people. If you're working at the place, I wouldn't go over 5 people. I would probably do 2 or 3. So that way you can keep track of who know what you're doing on your live or your Facebook. But I would recommend don't have that many on here unless you really, 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 really can trust them. So if my fitness page is all mostly fitness people, then what I do with the people from my hometown? I scatter them between Nick and Munchfit. And then there's some people on Munchfit that's from my hometown where they're like, damn, I didn't even know they're not on my main page. And then some of them are like, dang, I should have had some of them on my main page. But some of them are not as active. So if I don't see you on my timeline a lot, then I'm not going to know to put you on my main page. And then I can move some of the people from my hometown that's on this page to my Munchfit page.
And if y'all in Columbia, South Carolina, y'all know we have WAP Tuesdays every single Tuesdays in Columbia. WAP Tuesdays, we're talking about wealth, we're talking about assets and property, we're talking about investing, we're talking about legacies, you guys. If you're in the area, inbox me 777. I'll give you the location and the times for you to get involved with that as well. And if you are anywhere in drive distance to Columbia, South Carolina, or in Charlotte, North Carolina this weekend, I've got something special for you guys. Something special. My mentor, who is a mom of 4, she retired at 33. Yes, y'all heard me, retired at 33 years old.
This page, I got a couple pages, but I never made a page for me, which I want to do that too. So I have multiple pages because it's the internet and I know how to use social media and I know how to use the computer and I know how to type really fast. Typing, because what I do, you got to type really fast. And you got to do multiple things at one time. It's like when I was on Akeem Prince's page, like they was like, she ain't paying attention. What's up, Dayton? Oh, Dayton. Oh, I don't know if I should tell you what he said about you. That's if you didn't hear it. See, I only been talking to Fareed Abdullah for fucking 2 weeks. And there's so many people he talked about. So many people. So you probably already know what he said about you. So that's who I'm talking about, Dayton. He's my victim, Fareed Abdullah. Thank you, Dayton. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, so that's why I have 3 Facebook pages, and then I got those other pages, the Food Guide page, Fit Wars page, I have a page called Put Them on Blast in Your Inbox page, or Inbox Put Them on Blast. So if they do something in my inbox, then I'll put them on blast. What inbox me? I want to know. Can you I can't message you. I'm going to give you my number and I can text it. Do you still have my number? If you don't, you got to call me because I've been suspended because the first live I did on my main page, I got suspended because I wrote his name and everything in here. So I thought we were cool. You thought y'all were cool? Well, I'll tell you. Here's my number, 623-241-1267. Again, it's 623-241-1267. Can you do me a favor? Message Tony. Are you friends with Tony Hargrove? Tell her I'm trying to call her, but it's acting weird since I'm suspended on here. She's trying to get me. Are you friends with Tony Hargrove? She's trying to reach me, but for some reason, how the freak can I deal with Mike Scott? And I can't get her that way. It's kind of weird. Weird. My face is getting oily. So I don't think I know him. Oh, I'll tell you. I can definitely remind you because he brought you up. I said, oh, he's my Facebook friend. I'll tell you. Yes, I am. Okay, can you do me a favor? Can you inbox Tony? Can you tell her to FaceTime, Facebook message me and give her my number? Tell her I can't respond back. And for some reason, it's not allowing me to accept her call. Tell her if she can try to FaceTime me on Facebook again. If not, give her my number, 623-241-1267. Let her know that I can't message her. I can do a video chat, but I'm getting some message. I don't know why allow me to do Michael Scott, but not her. That's weird. What's the, 623-241-1267. I'll repeat it again. 623-241-1267. 1267. See, she's left away. I can't get her on here. It's like weird. There will get a message request from you. What the fuck? This message thing. You can call me and I'll tell you what he said about you. Fuck that shit. He better apologize real quick, or a lot of people. I only been conversing with him for 2 weeks, and it's a lot of motherfuckers. But he like, oh, he speak positive, and people talk negative about him. But yet you talking negative about people from Atlantic City. So what the fuck you talk about people talking negative about you? No, I'm talking negative about you because you talked negative about me, and you said you was gonna talk about me to Atlantic City. But the wrong thing, what you did wrong was you wrote a post about me. And the only thing is, I got plenty of time to pay attention to you and what the fuck you doing. And then I can call you out on the shit you say and do. And I'm having fun with it. A little bit. Until someone else want to piss me off. Then I move on to the next. But he does too much. Let me see if Tony come back. Yeah, I'm about to end it. Dayton, you can call me. And I'll talk to you. And let me hear it. And Michael Scott, I'm going to slap the shit out of you. You're going to stop talking shit like you fucking gangster. You're going to kill somebody. You better stop saying shit like that because that's a threat. You can't talk like that. Talking all that craziness. Talking craziness. Carnell, thank you so much for wishing me a happy birthday. Rael, I want to talk to you. Charles, I cannot say. Let me see if I can get him. It won't let me say nothing to him. It won't let me do it. You aren't connected. Why is it saying that? That's crazy. Okay, let's see. Yeah. I don't know. All right, so I talk about the police call and stuff because I did see he did an interview, talk about how the black community don't trust the police. Yes, the black community don't trust the police, but he seemed to trust the police because he can call 911. I wish I would have known he did that video. I'm like, yo, you call cops. So obviously you trust the police. You trust them. You trust them. Okay, so Charles Jordan, I cannot get to you. I want to do this one more time. Oh, maybe I can do it like this. It's like tricks to freaking Facebook. You gotta do all these little tricks. I think I know I probably can get Tony another way. If she's not talking to Crazy Looney. Oh my God. These guys are so emotional. They're worse. I can't speak of all guys. Some guys are so emotional that they act like females. They act like me. They act like me. Now, I don't care about a guy being vulnerable to his woman. I ain't talking about those kind of guys. I'm talking about the ones who get all dramatic and gossip and talk like females. I'm talking about those ones. Michael Scott is like crazy. Michael Scott's crazy. Okay, Charles said, hey, buddy, been busy looking for a spot to move in. How you been? Was curious. If you want to talk live chat. Okay, so Charles Jordan, I've tried to reach you. It seems like you're active right now. So I don't know if you're on live. Let me see if you're on live. I don't know. Sometimes he does a lot of lives. But I got to catch him another day. And then what else? There's some things he was talking about. So before I got interrupted, he was talking about opiates and heroin and how that was pushing the black community. And opiates, he called that like that's a white person's problem. That's not a white person's problem, because if you listen to the young rappers, the rappers do take opiates. So it's not a white person's problem when it came to opiates. It's America's problem. That's why they enforced a law on it in October 2017, because I work in pharmacy, and me and one of my friends here, we had to re-educate the physicians about which drugs they had to be reviewed. Most of the drugs had to go under clinical review, except for 3. I'm not going to say it because I don't want physicians or doctor's offices abusing the diagnosis for people who really need it. So basically there's three exceptions to the rule where if a patient was diagnosed with 3 different conditions, the rule didn't apply to those 3 conditions, 3 illnesses. Anything outside of that, like if you have back pain, knee pain, any kind of like regular pain, then you will, if your doctor requests a prescription for an opiate, it will go for clinical review, and based on the clinical purposes of requiring to continue on taking a pain med, it was determined under the nurse or medical director review, and that was because of the law, because of it's a controlled substance, and America was educated that how opiates can kill if it is used inappropriately. So in pharmacy, and it was a nationwide requirement by law that if a certain diagnoses, they had to be reviewed every month in order to continue to receive opioids. But for some reason, kids started getting access to opioids, and that is not a black and white thing. I don't know where Fareed Abdullah got his information. Opiates is not a white person's thing. It's not. It's an America problem, because all the young rappers rap about opiates. And if he doesn't listen to that rap music, like Juice WRLD, who died December 2nd of 2019, he died a couple days after his birthday, and he turned 20 or 21. He died because he swallowed opiates. So it's not a white person's drug. So Fareed Abdullah was wrong in that interview that he had with that guy Drew about heroin has been a black person's problem in the black community, and opiates is a white person's problem. That's not true, because he doesn't know that the young kids today, they are taking opiates. They're taking pain. They're getting high off of opiate drugs. So he was wrong with that information. Maybe he should go study medicine, or maybe he should work in the healthcare industry. Maybe should he work in pharmacy, and he will learn. Maybe he'll be educated. But I think he'll be educated if he works in the healthcare industry. in pharmacy, and he will learn that opiates is not a white person's problem. It's America's problem across the board. It's easy for anybody to get addicted to pain pills. Opiates is pain pills. And Oxycontin, hydrocodone, all those drugs can be addictive. Some get addicted to it, some can't handle it, where they have vomiting, nausea, the same symptoms as in all the opiates. But some of these drugs make people feel good, and they get high off of it, and they become addictive to the drug. But it's not a white person's addiction. If you listen to the young rappers today, they tell you that they take these drugs. That's how the rapper Juice WRLD died. He basically overdosed by stuffing and swallowing some pain pills. And he died because I think the pilot had contacted the FDA to let him know he had drugs and all that stuff on a plane when he left LA going back to Chicago. And he was 20. I think he just turned 20, because it's my son's favorite rapper, Juice WRLD. So Juice WRLD, XXX Taxion, and Trippie Redd, all of them, if you listen to their lyrics, all these young little rappers, if you listen to their lyrics, they do take opiates. They get high off those drugs. So he's not aware that it's not a white person's drug. It's not a white person's problem, so he's wrong about that. It's an America drug problem, but it's not a white person's problem. Because now these little young kids, they get high off those drugs, pain pills. So he need to educate himself on that and not call it a black person problem or a white person problem. He needs to educate himself on some things before he go have interviews. And especially when it comes to, he shouldn't be talking about police. Oh, I wish I would have known he was doing an interview. I'm like, no, I would have wrote right under his live and say, yo, you trust the cops. Maybe the black community, you don't trust them, but you sure do. You're a cop caller. I would have said that and distracted him from his interview because he's fake. But I'm going to keep calling him up on his fakeness. And he didn't educate himself on the opiates because he really don't know the severity of that's a drug problem that's in America. Because everybody gets surgeries, and some people are addicted to pain pills. Or actually, a lot of people are addicted to pain pills. And a lot of kids are taking them to get high. And he doesn't realize that because he probably don't listen to the rap music of these little rappers. But if you listen to the young rappers, they rap about opiates. They talk about it all the time. So he needs to educate himself a little bit more on that, Mr. Master Degree, especially when you talk about healthcare. Let me see. I know it changed. It became a law, I know in October 2017, because we had to process the drugs. Some things had to be faxed in only when you request a certain drug. Oxycodone, hydrocodone, patches, all the opiates, they are addictive drugs and they needed to be reviewed. And some of them was a fax only request. Like you couldn't request those drugs over the phone, especially for certain diagnoses. And only 3 medical conditions did not have to, she said, okay, thank you. All right, okay, thank you. All right, so when did it become a law? Because the opiate epidemic, and I know it happened in October 2017 because I work for Cigna and Pharmacy, so that's why I know about this. So he really don't know what the fuck he's talking about. And the FDA, I know in October 2017, I know it's October 2017 because I remember that's when it became effective for all, and some of the doctor's offices was pissed off. They're like, why? We only can request it every 30 days. You mean to tell me we got to call back every 30 days or submit for a prescription every 30 days? It was like, yes, because your diagnosis was pain, back pain, knee pain. Those weren't like serious conditions unless you had surgeries, but you had to request it every 30 days. Unlike before October 2017, the death rate for opiates decreased by 2% since it was a restriction on methadone, the overdose. It says it was 3 ways of an opiate overdose and deaths. So, and that's from 1999 to 2018. Almost 450,000 people died from an overdose. And there's a movie, actually a documentary. Is a documentary. Anybody can look it up. It's called The Pharmacist. The Pharmacist. Let me make sure it's Pharmacist. Anybody can look up the documentary, and it's on Netflix. And it's called Pharmacist. I want to just make sure that's the movie, because I haven't seen it since last year. Pharmacist. I want to tell you. So Fareed Abdullah can go look at that and educate himself a little bit, because it wasn't a white person's drug addiction. He just don't know any better. Pharmacist, the documentary, Netflix. Hold on. Netflix. Okay, it's called The Pharmacist. So there's a documentary called The Pharmacist, and you can pull it up on Netflix. Everybody probably have Netflix. So just look up the documentary. It's two parts. The first part is going to talk about a pharmacist somewhere in Louisiana, where his son had a drug addiction to, recreational drugs. And he left and he was murdered. And this pharmacist, this father, he wanted to find his son's murder. So the story starts off where the pharmacist is looking for his son's murder. And he just wouldn't give up. He wouldn't allow the police, I think in Louisiana, he wouldn't allow the police to just dismiss his son's death. So he basically became a detective for his own son, and he actually resolved his son's case. He was really adamant and passionate to find his son's death. So that led him into his work field in part 2 of this documentary, where he was noticing that there was young people receiving prescriptions for high doses of opiates, and they were young ages, and this is all in Louisiana. And for the pharmacist, he was out of his scope of practice, because no one questioned doctors. No one questions a physician's authority or prescription when they write out something. So no one doesn't go over their scope of practice. But this pharmacist, he just knew, like, okay, this is a high dose of medication for a young age person.
Earthquake magnitude 2.1. Republic of North Macedonia. 11 minutes ago.
Fill a prescription as the doctor requested for a patient. He knew it was something wrong. He knew it was strong. And I want to end this real quick because Tony's calling me. To make a long story short, he started doing his own research, and he was stepping over his scope of practice, and he knew that this doctor was giving out tons of prescriptions, and all these opiate prescriptions was coming from the same physician, which was a black physician in Louisiana. She was a black physician. She was open 24 hours. He did an investigation, his own investigation with recording. There was a line of people outside her office at 2:30 in the fucking morning. Look at this documentary. It'll tell you where the addiction, and so many people, he's noticing, like, okay, I gave a prescription for this patient. And then they die weeks later.
Earthquake magnitude 2.4. Island of Hawaii. Hawaii. 5 minutes ago.
Do what you're supposed to do. Don't be questioning a doctor's prescription. You stay on your scope of practice. But he was just so adamant about, this is wrong, this is wrong. So he
should be tied to that. Why should we, we can throw out all these orders that happened in the past, which we will. I believe that we will. But why are we forced to wait?
Correct. Yeah. Why am I forced to wait?
I honestly, and my thinking has changed. I thought that if we bring these cases to the appellate courts and the state appellate courts, that we could, make gradual change, and that these courts will gradually fall in line and obey the law. But I don't think so.
No, I don't think they will.
So. I don't think so. I think the solution is in federal court.
Well, I guess we're going to see. And I mean, I don't know what else to do at this juncture. If federal court doesn't pan out for us, where do the people go?
I think that's more up your alley, Cash. When the higher courts and the federal courts don't do their job, don't ask me. I'll ask you.
Well, I'm afraid people might not like my answer. So, well, dude.
There you go.
Well, thanks for calling in, man. I know everybody appreciates hearing from you.
Hang in, man.
All right, brother.
Bye.
All right.
Wow. So police will be managing that. Local governments will also assist with that, and the New South Wales government, which has taken on the management arrangements across the Sydney City Council area, will also be part of that operation. This is why we're saying to people very, very clearly, if you're planning to come to the city for New Year's Eve, bear in mind there will be significant restrictions, so you must plan early, book early, and download a New Year's Eve pass. No, let's not get this overcomplicated. If you're sitting on the grass or if you're on a picnic rug, you can have 1 per 4 square metres. If the event provider provides a seat that you can sit on, you can have 1 per 2 square metres. What we know is that seating, fixed seating, not seating bolted to the ground, but regular allocated fixed seating reduces mobility, that reduces risk. It makes it easier for the event manager to reduce that risk, so therefore we're allowing more people inside that location. So. Well, I think we'll do what we've done since March, and that is we'll follow the health advice that's provided to us. We've taken incremental steps every month, every day, every week to be able to strike the balance between keeping the city and the state open, keeping the economy going, allowing our events to take place, and managing the health risk. I think we've got that balance right. We've been able to get infections. What we've seen today is once again another day of no infections because New South Wales citizens follow the rules, they get tested. When they're in a higher risk location, they change their behaviour. We want people to be able to enjoy New Year's Eve, so we've created a COVID safe plan for everyone to enjoy New Year's Eve. The circumstances between now and then change. Obviously, we'll have to react and adjust to that, but we've got to also inform people so they can make decisions about what they're doing on New Year's Eve.
Well, firstly, can I just say, and I know a few questions have come about the number of...
Because it was taking a toll on us mentally and emotionally, on all of us. It was hurting us. And all I asked for from their mother was reasonable contact. Let me see them. Let me talk to them. I have the messages. I'll gladly produce them for anybody who wants to see them. And Julia can't deny it. I sent the messages. I repeatedly requested and have requested to have an open line of communication with my kids. After about 9 months of trying, I gave up sending any messages to their mother. And here I still sit. Whenever COVID hit, I was actually given spring break visitation with my son. I was supposed to have 3 days with my son, all day. And they locked down Illinois the day I was driving up. I was just north of Clarksville, Arkansas, headed up into the mountains, coming towards Illinois, to finally see my son after 18 months. And whenever I got news that they were locking down the state, I contacted the guardian ad litem, Sally Lichter, and my attorney, Ted Bush. We had a 3-way phone conversation, and Sally Lichter lied through her teeth and said that it would not be a problem for me to have Skype or Zoom or FaceTime with Caden during those days. Wouldn't be a problem. Sally Lichter lied. I have still not had a Skype session, a Zoom, nothing. And I can't. As long as my children reside with their mother and their mother alienates these children from me, the conflict will never end. My children will never truly enjoy peace. They will never truly be able to heal, because you have one parent, who is me, who is fighting tooth and nail to not be completely severed out of the lives of my children. And I've been severed for over 2 years with both of my younger two children. What am I supposed to do? Do I just walk away? Could somebody tell me that? Do I just walk away from my children? Over 2 years, no contact from, the mother's not allowed them any contact. I've had 3 phone calls with my son. Sally Lichter is the guardian ad litem in the case. She should be fired and her bar card should be...
No, they not burned. I flipped them. Hi, how you doing? How's everybody doing? Look how many poppers I made. Oh, it's like lava. You think 2 weeks is all we need? Maybe. It's a lot of poppers. I'm not going to eat them all. Your shutdown was about 6 weeks? Shit. Oh, oh, that's like lava. Oh, that's like lava. Oh. It's like lava going down, too. I'm not going to eat them all. I'm not going to eat them all. I'm going to eat some and put them in the fridge. You said yes, you is. No, I'm not. I'll eat them all by the night, but I'm not going to eat, by at least tomorrow night. I'm not going to eat them all while I'm sitting here. Mm. See, I never do first round of anything. Like a vaccine, no side effects, known. I ain't doing that. Yeah, we don't know what's in those vaccines. I mean, I'm not an anti-vaxxer or nothing like that. I'm just like, yo, we're just pushing a vaccine that nobody knows what's in. Oh, I got this ad at Costco where it was this in the box. Mm, 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 mm. Right. Show me it's safe. Make me feel safe. Yeah.
Complicit in the murders of Afghans. How many of them are still serving in the military today? And what is going to happen to them immediately? And secondly, you were commander of the Middle East during part of the period this report covers. Obviously, the report exonerates people further up the chain of command, like in positions like yourself. But do you feel any sort of personal sort of things, any regret, anything that in hindsight you go, geez, I wish I had done something about that back then, or anything like that?
With regard to that latter part of your question, I think there are many people at all sorts of levels across the Defence Force involved in operations in Afghanistan or in support of those operations who do wonder, what didn't they see? What did they walk past? What did they not appreciate they could have done to prevent this? And I think it will carry in the consciousness of perhaps a generation. And I think that that's something that we all need to deal with. Your earlier question, your first question? So,
are any of them still serving, and what will happen if they are?
They are. Some of them continue to serve in different forms of service within the Defence Force. I've directed the Chief of Army to, on a case-by-case basis, review the circumstance and nature of that service. And he will be doing that immediately. To Michelle?
Obviously, there's been talk about these cultural problems in the SAS for quite a time, and action has been taken, I think, already on some of these fronts. How would you describe the culture in the SAS, especially at senior levels, at this instant?
I visited our Special Air Service Regiment a couple of weeks ago, and indeed the Chief of the Army is there now. I see, and seriously see, incredible commitment and an appreciation of the pain and hurt that these allegations, this inquiry and this stain brings, not just to the regiment, but to Australia. So I have no doubt of a determination by that leadership community to return to a status in which that entire organisation is a magnificent and finely developed instrument of national capability. They have work to do, and that work will take time, but I know they are determined to do it.
And the new leaders?
Very impressive, and similarly...
Not the leaders that
sure.
were there before.
Yeah. We have been very carefully looking at that leadership...
Tony D.
Development.
If you still think Trump might win a second term, you might be a redneck.
There will be no hesitation. And if I see any such hesitation, there will be changes made. This must be dealt with, and it's going to be dealt with.
General Campbell, what do you say to the many Afghan families who the reports say their family members were unlawfully killed?
I am sincerely sorry for their loss, and I can't imagine the pain, the suffering and the uncertainty that that loss has caused, both at the time and that continuing uncertainty of how this happened. And my sincere apologies to them and a desire to find a way to make recompense. Over here.
Harley Denner from Canberra Times. You mentioned earlier possible changes to the order of battle. Are you stating clearly now that units may be disbanded? And earlier there was reference to Justice Brereton's recommendations around the people who spoke up. What can you do to protect those people who are still serving that spoke up?
The Chief of the Army, General Burr, is working to assist and support those who are concerned with regard to their contribution to the inquiry, but more importantly, to emphasise to everybody involved and to the units across the Army that we have absolutely no tolerance for the kind of intimidation or discrediting that the report speaks to occurring during the operation. Absolutely none. With regard to the Army's order of battle, that's the organisational structure of the Army. A short while ago, the Chief of the Army advised the Special Air Service Regiment that the 2nd Special Air Service Squadron would be struck off the Army Orbat. Not because it was the only squadron involved in these issues, but because it was at a time one of the squadrons involved in the allegations made, and there will be a permanent record by striking that squadron title from the Army Orbat of this period. The Chief of the Army will work over time to adjust and then re-raise a different squadron, titled differently. And in combination with a recommendation I'll make to the Governor-General with regard to the revocation of the meritorious unit citation, these are actions that deal with a collective accountability that will not be forgotten, and the circumstances arising to lead to these outcomes will not be forgotten.
From the Australian. Given these fabrications of reports that have been discovered, do you have concerns about some of the citations for the gallantry awards that have been made for combat operations? And secondly, the report recommends a review of the Distinguished Service Awards too, I believe. How many Distinguished Service medals are under a cloud as well?
So Justice Brereton mentioned a recommendation to review awards, in particular to officers, but not exclusively, with regard to meritorious, distinguished or conspicuous service. That will happen. I don't know right now what that total number of reviews will be. It will be what is required to deal with the issue. In terms of your earlier question related to awards incidentally in valour or gallantry or bravery, those are matters that should be dealt with appropriately after any further processes or proceedings are concluded, and that's the way we'll be approaching that. Now, I think there's a question here from Brendan.
Brendan Nicholson from ASPI's strategist, General Campbell. As this inquiry has continued, and there's some indications of it included in the inquiry report, but there's been echoes of occasions when on operations or in Perth, individuals have actually stood up and tried to call out this behaviour or modify it. And in many cases they've been very harshly treated and quite possibly their careers have been destroyed. How do you actually stop that sort of thing happening in an organisation that relies on small units and must give a high level of control to the small unit commanders?
The incidents you're speaking of are a disgrace and a discredit to all involved. And we can work energetically on the culture, but that requires individuals to embrace it. I would just say to everybody and anybody, if you have a concern, raise it. And we are determined to learn from this past and make sure that someone who does speak up doesn't suffer the experience of others before them. And I'm deeply committed to that.
Afghanistan, the Afghanistan war is Australia's longest war, so official names. Afghanistan was Australia's longest war. Now we see a country that's still in ruin in large parts. They're negotiating with the Taliban. What was achieved by this?
Chris, if I ask my people and our veterans, there's a great deal of pride in what was achieved, and I think it's important to think about this from the point of view of seeking to give the Afghan people and the security force and the government of the day an opportunity to find their path forward. And that's what we did. And I think that's a good and honourable thing. What they are now doing is entering into a process of negotiation to seek to end the wars that have ravaged their country for many, many years. And I wish them the very best in that process. Up the back here.
What did General Zia of Afghanistan say to you when you phoned him? And also, second question, the report says the extent of the protracted and repeated deployment of the small pool of special forces was a contributing factor. It was not a risk that the government of the day, of either persuasion politically, was ever alerted to. The responsibility lies to the ADF. It was the governments were briefed that the task was manageable. Was there any point where the ADF should have said to governments that, look, there is strain here, or was the information provided at every point accurate?
First, with regard to my conversation with General Zia, the Chief of...
For those 11 elections, and you cannot say, I won the Super Bowl in 16, I lost in 2020, now I want an instant replay of just some people, and to say, because I want to change the rules for those people so I can win. Okay.
Earthquake magnitude 3.4. Salta, Argentina. 13 minutes ago.
One instant replay. We don't like the rules applied. We want to change the rules. Get rid of that so we win. You can't do that. That's not fair. And certainly it's not this commission's job to point out or even agree with this allegation. I can't believe anybody was sitting here and give any credence to that clerks illegally altered absentee ballots all across the state. Come on, Dean. Right? We know our clerks aren't violating the law all across the states. Every one of these, every commissioner here should be saying that is an outrageous allegation. Straight up outrageous allegation. And then, while I said, Bob, we all know you can't get an absentee ballot without asking for it. Right? You can't. I saw Dean earlier.
Why not at
it's not our job.
I wasn't in Milwaukee for the election in 2016. I was leading a group in India, as a matter of fact, so I wasn't here for that. But believe me,
but you were on the commission and you know the rules, and we've been there 11 elections, and nobody has said this is illegal. And this is a Republican rule. Okay, this is really, really not proper. Okay, our commission needs to just move on, set the timeline.
Commissioner Knudsen, I do see you have your hand up. I'm going to let Administrator Wolf pop in because I'm assuming she has something germane to share with us.
Well, one of the things I did want to point out is that the next thing I had planned was to walk through the manual and each of the changes that had been made in the manual. And one of the things, and to go back to one of the points that Commissioner Knudsen raised, is there a better way for us to convey what the process is to the clerks. And I think that's really what we were trying to accomplish here, is looking at the statutes and what do the statutes say. And so if you look at state statute 9.01 sub 1 sub B, you'll see the requirements for reviewing absentee ballot applications, and it actually just talks about reviewing the envelope and reviewing the log. It does not reference anywhere the review of absentee ballot applications. And so many clerks had asked us that question. What is the requirement? What does the statute require us to do as we're reviewing absentee ballot applications? And so we took a look at that
Earthquake
and attempted
magnitude
to
3.
clarify that. Because I do think an important thing has happened, over the last few years, and that is that absentee ballot applications are almost always made electronically now. If you look at the November election, almost of the absentee ballot applications were absentee applications that came in the months before the November election. And so when they're reviewing an absentee ballot application, what they're actually reviewing is the absentee ballot application log, which is something that they have to look at. And that log tells them the source of the application. It tells them if they fulfilled all the requirements of making that application, such as photo ID. And so I think what we were attempting to do in those changes in the manual is take a look at the statute, see what is required. And the statute does not say that they're required to look at the paper applications, but it does require that they make sure that they have a lawful trail for every absentee ballot that was issued and cast. And you do that by looking at the absentee ballot log, which is really the electronic record of the absentee ballot application. So I did just want to offer that clarification, because I think we absolutely want to make it as clear as we can to the clerks. What is the expectation? How do we run a good recount that's in accordance with law? And how do we provide them with very specific direction on what's required? And I think that's all what we all want, and what I hope that we can accomplish as part of this meeting is how do we give that direction to clerks so that they are meeting the letter of the law and that they can show that trail for every absentee ballot that was requested and issued.
Commissioner Knudsen, you asked to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'd like to go back and clarify what I was saying in regard to the witness address. I wasn't asking that we make any decisions on the validity of the past guidance by the Commission. That's not what I was saying. I understand, just like Commissioner Thompson, that this has been in place for many elections. And I also understand that there was guidance from the Attorney General at the time that it was adopted, that the Commission at the time, I wasn't on the Commission at the time, but my understanding is that they felt the law was vague or unclear and passed some guidance that clerks objected to, came back, talked with the Attorney General, got advice, and ended up voting unanimously to adopt that. But here's the thing. It's never been challenged. There's been no complaint or any challenge to it up until today. Today, we are now in possession of a petition that constitutes a formal legal challenge to that guidance, a formal legal challenge to that practice. And you may not like the language and consider it to be unnecessarily inflammatory, but our recount statute requires that if the petitioner believes that something illegal.
Go home. It's cold out here. Oh, we about to go back to my house. No. Be careful. All these fire trucks turning. Them jokers tear my car door off. They ain't gonna pay for nothing. There's nothing. We gonna try to get out of it. It's cold here. Y'all ain't got no light down there. Where you walking to? The road is dark. You ain't got no light down there. It's cold. There ain't no flashlight, nothing. This flashlight right here with this fire. That's enough light. And the police light and the fire truck light, that's enough light. What you going down there for?
You gonna talk to my mama?
Call her.
I can't.
Why?
So I can just go to my house right here.
What he need to go for? No, it's not. It's cold out here.
You going to my house for a little bit.
You better
just come on.
No.
Let him talk to his own.
He can talk on the phone. Yeah, I got enough light right here. The fire truck, the about to say the Christmas tree, the police, and the fire. It bright up the sky. Use that light. It's cold. Y'all been going long enough. Y'all should have cut the corner and not let me see y'all. Too late. Y'all gonna be gone forever. Then I'm gonna have to be in this cold car and try to get out and don't know how to get out. And gotta get out with this robe on.
You go to my mama's house.
If you don't, you gonna be under that fire.
No, no.
Better go on. Nikki, stop laughing.
Ain't that stuff for your phone?
I got the new, you got the two.
Okay, you gonna be saying that when your phone dead.
It ain't.
Okay. You be saying all that when your phone died.
I keep telling him that. We be laughing. Why you ain't stay by the fire to get warm up? I'm just shaking. What he say? Papa ain't gonna play. Papa ain't stupid. You sit there and play with that boy if you want. Your mama, I think your mama was just here. But, people can't stay in the house. Look at them. They just coming out. Turn the heat on, Papa. I am turning it on now. Crank it all the way up. My battery be done go dead. And
your
then
phone battery finna be dead.
It ain't.
Okay. You gonna say that we
I
try to
got
plug
a
your phone
4%.
in? You gonna say that when your phone try to plug in at night? It's not gonna go through.
We're gonna go to Mount Carolyn house. We can't sleep in that cold house. You work tomorrow?
Yes, I work tomorrow.
Well, you can stay in the house. I'm just playing. You know I would not leave you in the house. Dang, I gotta come back and bring you.
No, I don't. I don't think I do.
You don't?
Tomorrow Wednesday.
Turn the headlights off. Turn that thing. Turn it one more time. The circle button. Turn one more time. Oh, turn one more time. The thing I be pressing. Yeah. Okay. Turn it again. Okay.
Why you turn them off?
Because I don't want to sit here and the headlights be on. Chris, this is the Chris, I'm gonna hold it. This is it looks like the fire is getting contained. This is the old Princeton building around the corner from us. It is, Miss Russell. I don't know what happened, but the whole Princeton is dark. Nobody in Princeton, nobody have power in Princeton. So I don't know if somebody set the building afire or what. I think somebody. Yeah, I think somebody set fire too. To be honest, I think they did too. But they'll find out. The damn insurance company gonna go in there and they're gonna do what they do. You know, them Princeton people. You sit there, they gonna talk. Why would the building have power for what? Nothing is in it. And it's gonna be a few days before we get fire because I think the fire burnt the power the power lines. That's why I think we don't have no power. Yeah, they did cut the power. They most likely cut the power on purpose. But the fire, Chris, you should have been here earlier. Boy, that fire was so high. That fire was so high. Food line was completely black. Dollar General.
So basically, I'm going to cut me down. Gotcha. And me and Christine now. had them already low, like this. And then they got kicked out. See, once you hit rock bottom, this is rock bottom.
Yeah, this is rock bottom. Yeah.
But the city's still trying to get them out of rock bottom.
Yeah.
The young man right here, he's ball.
Oh, he fighting again. This is Trevor, cussing at his mama, finding his mama, finding his sister, finding his brothers.
He's 14.
You never met God yet? You know who God is? You know? Well, then explain your ignorance. But explain your ignorance. There must be something you don't know about yet. Look, I'm gonna tell you something, right? I'm a pastor now, okay? But I'm a pastor that used to smoke pot, shoot dope, smoke meth. I was in juvenile detention center. I was in jail. I was in prison. Okay? But listen, right? Here's what my mother used to do. My mother was about 350 pounds at the time. She was about this tall. There was this boy named Mookie at school who kept talking about my mom. I went after her. My mom came down there. She came down there and she sat on my
All right, folks, this is some real life stuff. I don't want to be too much on it, but this guy was fighting his mom and called his name. So the father brought the son, 14 years old, down here because they're going to kick him out. So I guess you got to hear some real life, some real stuff, because other than that, you're going to be living out here with the homeless people. My daughter. My daughter. This is my sister. Look. Take a note. Oh, damn.
It's punishment. His mom punished you. Or someone punished you. I think somebody punished you. It's a punishment. No, his parents did it. It's a punishment. It's a thing. It's a discipline. You want to be a doctor. My uncle did the same thing to me when I was a kid. 5 years old, he did. Hey! He said, you want to be a tough guy?
Yeah, I'm so goofy. Did you get that on camera?
But,
You're not recording, right? Please don't. Dustin, I need to get something on here too. Thank you. I already know it's the glasses.
Why don't we just move your stuff into your tab? Why don't you use my place for storage? At my house, it'll be a different story. I only got 1x1 right now. I got 2x2.
You supposed to be home.
Is he in sports?
Come back down and help the homies, man. What's up? You got an ass? You supposed to be home. Huh?
I love this cap jacket. The Navy cap.
There's a Lord do tell you gonna pop somebody out there.
Nah,
shit.
that's a replica of what you wore. World War.
You don't know nothing about that.
What's this up? I know custodian.
Yeah, put his ass out. Yeah, he gonna be home. So they ain't got no blankets and them 8 tents I bought down. That's what I did. This morning, where do you think all these tents come from? You wasn't here. What? It was 11 o'clock this morning. Again? Yeah, that's where these new tents come from. Again? I went to H&H. I mean, I'm just telling you. Again? I'm telling you, I ain't trying to... I ain't trying to get no... You just bought 10, so that's 20 tents. I don't know, whatever it was, 8 days. Give me something that was... I got all that money. It's cold down here. They just bought about 35 blankets and sleeping bags. Sleeping bags too? Yeah, I just gave them out. Look. Because the bags that I had, I mean the blankets I bought, she gave them out for 11 blankets. Heavy blankets from H&H. You bought them? Yeah. And they $15 a piece. They got me on. See that red sleeping bag right there? I gave that to the girl. That red one. But they got blue ones here, red ones, all colors. We're gonna bring some more. They brought wood and everything. Well, said my brother got like 5 acres down in Anne Arundel County. He got all they got that firewood, and he got a pickup truck, and they ain't doing nothing with that pie. And I asked him, I said, well, can you bring some wood? He said, well, Bruce, you can go ahead and come up there and get it. Over out in Anne Arundel County, Queenstown. We live out there. He got a damn pickup truck, ain't doing not a damn thing. Supposed to be a man of God, a Christian man, and tell me I can come out there. I hung up on this flag. But I'm cold, man. I've been staying out here all day. You want to sit down? I just came down. You want to get some heat? I got you. I got my car still warmed up. Where your car? Right there, right next to yours. You got too much stuff in your car. Not in the back. You got front. What's that? You can sit up there. It's open. You got more food left? No, that's a blanket. What's got the bag there? That's a blanket. Oh, the more blankets? Yeah, just one blanket. Oh. We gave with 35 of them. They need it when people. See, everybody here got blankets, but see, I ride through the city and get. If I see a person in the street with no blanket, I give it to them. See, at this encampment, they got everything. They got everything but a house. Yeah, I need a car to get a couple of blankets from them. Huh? Did she give out all the hats? Yeah. Huh? Everything. It's like about 18, go ahead with the blanket.
Well.
You gonna do the love doctor tour later or no?
Yeah, what time is it? I'm still come on. People want the Love Doctor show, man. $ Celebrity Cab, y'all support the media. Who will support? Anybody out here gonna support? Shit, every time when you buy them blankets, man, you should have been in the store recording what you do, man. I record everything. But it's a lot of millions of billionaires out here holding their money, not doing nothing.
Yeah, but they gotta make it count to God, bro.
Yeah, but still, man, a lot of big. And see, the COVID, let me tell you about the COVID. The COVID-19 brought the billionaires and millionaires on the same level I'm on. That's why, I'm gonna tell you, that's why a lot of millionaires and billionaires helping out now because of the corona. They can't do nothing with that money. So that's why they helping people now. A lot of billionaires and millionaires is helping. The millionaires and billionaires might come on here. They might say, hey, Larry, Mr. Flowers. And they might say, Bruce, come on, man. Here's $1 million. Get these homeless people in a hotel.
This Flowers organization is the 501c3 organization.
They get the tax
so
rate up.
They can be able to pay for the wrong and deduct it.
Right.
And write it off.
Yeah, write it off.
You know, they need the tax deduction anyway.
Right.
You got black people out there that's on live. Facebook, they got money. Black people got money.
Black people got money.
They ain't just white folks.
Y'all hear that, folks? Black people got money. $ Celebrity Cab. I gotta get y'all now. Block party is going on. I'm getting ready block.
Let me read the comments.
No, hold on. I'm gonna read the comments. So, okay, tell us straight. All right, Bruce, Bruce, you have a good heart. Bruce is spending like $500 for tents and things. Now let me get something straight, folks. I'm gonna get ready to block this block party get ready to start. First of all, if y'all been following me, I've been looking out for the homeless people for 9 years. Wait a minute, hold up. I ain't just started today, y'all. All right. And stealing what? What am I supposed to steal? Huh? Do I supposed to steal gas money from the homeless? Look, I'm on E right now, right? What I'm stealing from the homeless people? I'm stealing, tell me what I'm stealing. Gas, I'm almost on E. And $ Celebrity Cab for Uncut News. No, I'm alright. I'm alright, man. Yeah, I'm gonna get the gas. Alright, let's get back to stealing. Stealing what? What I'm stealing from the homeless people? Wait a minute, let me see. Box of crackers back there I'm stealing. Huh? And look, this blanket right here, right? Hold up. See this blanket right here? I got this, we just gave out 35 blankets.
Lovely cat.
And, hold up.
Hashtag $100.
No. For real? Come on, Bruce. Why you don't...
Put it in the gas tank, man.
Why you, they said I'm stealing. I guess they're going to get you for giving me this. You can do this.
Hashtag Celebrity Cab.
You can give me this?
Yeah, that's for my spot on the Love Doctor later on.
Look, so Bruce, I'm stealing this from you. Look. Hold up. I'm going to give you a receipt. Let me. I know that though. Hold up. Oh, let me see. What I'm stealing, somebody tell me. So look, let me tell y'all something real quick. Y'all can know who I am. No block. I ain't gonna, I'm getting ready to read the comments. I'm getting ready to read the comments. Third week, that's not here. Turn the heat down. Oh, turn the heat down so y'all can hear. I turn the heat off. Let me turn the heat off. Turn your car off. All right, let me turn the car off. Oh, boy. Who say you still? I want to know. I gotta find out. Okay, hold up. Bruce is a kind man. Bruce probably getting ready to take over the live now. They say he's a kind man. I got, hold on. Still, hold on. Larry, do an excellent job. I even went to California to feed the homeless people on Skid Row. I went to Skid Row, California. All right, let me. Bruce is a real friend, 100%. How can you just took over my show, Bruce? Every time Bruce come around. You helping the homeless. I can help the homeless too, man. Yeah. You ain't only gonna get a blessing. Okay, but no, they said that you all right. I knew you was all right when I first met you, but I ain't taking. I'm just the love doctor #1. You want to give me that title? Oh, Mr. Richard Bruce Dunn. Oh, I talked to my daughter live. Oh yeah. She said she saw the names, saw the live, got on there and got it right off. She said, I ain't hear nothing, Dad. I said, good. Oh, she ain't hear? She said, I ain't hear nothing, Dad. I said, good. She must have came on late. Well, as soon as I saw her name, she said she got on there and she got off. I said, good. Oh. I said, that was the X-rated show. I didn't need you on there. Your daddy was I had to cut, no, I cut you off because I didn't want you getting in trouble. Yeah, I had to hang up. There, I got to see something. Hold up. Bruce has a good heart. Gotta go further up. Good guy. Yeah, Pop. This is like Pop, you done took over my show. I think I'm your partner. Yeah, but everybody's saying Pop. Don't be hating on the old man. I'm 66 years old, Larry. Yeah, but every time, and then yesterday on the Love Doctor, they said, bring Pop on, Pop. Pop. Pop got a little knowledge for the young. You do got knowledge, though. That's why I listen to you. All right, okay. I still got Black Party on, y'all. So I still got the Black Party. No, you soon I see something. I'll play pool with you. I'm gonna go up there. I can't even check. But up there at 7200 block, they got that Freddy Sports football there. I think free pool. I told you about that. Free pool? Free, yeah. Why you didn't tell me? Man, I go up there 2-3 times a week. Well, how come you just telling me that? 7209 Hartford Road. I don't want to say it too loud. Oh. You just told everybody. Yeah, but I'm back here. They ain't hear me. So they start commenting on. Oh, Christine Youngblood, she said she seen a video back in 2013 helping the homeless people. Oh, so you? Yeah. Hey, Youngblood, share that video. Youngblood, you all right with us. Yeah. I don't care what they say about you. I know. You heard of Youngblood? Good people. Youngblood, you good young lady. Look, she seen a video, 2013. So how many years is that so far? 7 years ago. That's 7 years ago. So I think I started helping Miss Flowers in 2012. And I think she started in 13, started this encampment thing. Yeah, that was there, right by the jail, 2012. We took the first 13 people off under the 83. Miss Flowers put some people in. And I had a brand new kid. Oh yeah, man, we didn't help. I'm gonna say about 10,000 people. Now you gotta go home. Lisa waiting for you. She want that Johnson Swan. Son. It ain't 10 o'clock yet. No, I'll take care of tonight. I gotta find these people talking about me. Hold on. Oh, hey, Jennifer. She said he's not stealing. He gave her the sleeping bag.
Oh yeah.
Kyle Pfeiffer said, I heard.
I gave a girl a sleeping bag too. Oh, when I put that sleeping bag in the car, I put a sleeping bag in the car, and I took that sleeping bag out of the car because I saved it for the girl because she said I knew she wasn't gonna be up there to get it, and I gave her a sleeping bag. And then if I wanted a sleeping bag, I can get whatever I want. I ain't stealing from a darn person.
You don't need a sleeping bag.
No, I say if I wanted, I could have took it.
Right,
but I don't need it. But if I don't give a sleeping bag down here, you good. If I don't give a sleeping bag down here, I take care of homeless people all over the city, not just here, everywhere.
At least you can't shoot no pool, Chief.
Everywhere I give homeless people. If I take something from here, if I see a homeless person there, I don't just give homeless people here everything. If I ride around the city, I pull over and get out the car and feed it and give money to homeless people. Don't get me started, y'all. All right, let me block somebody. Hold on. I'm looking to block people. Because you are block. Block. I'm trying to block people. Hold up. Damn, I can't even go back far enough. Y'all lucky. Send me a list of names, y'all, if y'all see somebody. It was George Lewis and Lauren. Okay. I'm gonna block George Lewis and Loretta Blacker. All right, let me find George. I ain't even gonna read George. I'm just gonna block him. I ain't even gotta read it, Tom. I'm just gonna block him. I don't care because people said what they said. And George, he's probably a problem.
It's a numbers game. You can be blocking every day.
I don't care. I just want to block that person. I do block every day. I block about 100 people a day.
Yeah, we block all day.
I block 100 people a day, man.
Who's that, Mike? Oh, Mike got his coat off.
All right, y'all. Keep them names coming so I can block them, y'all. That way they gotta make another page, another fake page. Only people who say something make fake pages.
Oh, Kyle Pfeiffer, Kyle said, tell them the flowers at Motel 6 on North Avenue has room.
Yeah, somebody came that way too.
Huh?
Somebody said that too on my page. I saw it earlier. Somebody sent it.
Yeah, but they want $68 for a single, $78 for a double.
No, the city gonna pay for that. Everything, they say in the hotel.
They put them in the room by themselves, though, don't they?
Yeah, the city will pay for it. It's gonna be 20-something degrees at night. That's below freezing. Anything under 32 is freezing. So it's gonna be something.
It's cold. What they call it? Cold blue.
The better block. Okay. Cold blue closed down. Yeah.
That dag on TikTok is crazy, man.
Oh yeah. All right, folks. Support Uncut News. Uncut News. No mean is.
No, you gotta go home. You can't shoot no pool.
No, I can't shoot no pool.
You got family to take care of.
Yeah, I've been out all day. You see my new hat?
Yeah, I saw it on Facebook. On your live.
This hat came from California. This hat came from California too. I'm getting ready to put this hat in a what you call it?
Yeet, yeet, bro. I'm not mad at you, bro. Yeet, yeet, bro. I'm not mad at you, bro.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to put this hat in the showcase. This hat not from no airport.
Come on, this ain't got no rules. The motel
Hat from airport. No, this hat from Hollywood, in Hollywood, California. Because I went to see that rope back there. I went to the same store in Hollywood when I was in California. They got this one with the same young lady who bought me this one. She bought me this one the day when I picked up from the airport. So these hats are real.
Oh, Celebrity Cab had a ride and a fair today.
Me?
Yeah, you picked my hair.
No, I went and picked her up because she came to Baltimore and she bought me a hat.
You said she. You ain't get no names, huh?
I know. I know. I just don't want to tell nobody.
Undisclosed customer. We got to talk about this on the Love Doctor.
No.
Oh,
You won't know who that one is.
Hacking on the side. What's up, Larry? This is a special favor.
Ain't no hacking.
I'm glad I got my mask on because my girl see me on Facebook Live, Larry.
You ain't got your nose covered.
You ain't got yours on.
If you got yours on, I don't have to put mine on. When you take yours off, then I'm put mine on.
Man, the way these people dying left and right from the COVID-19, they don't even care about these homeless being out here all together.
I try to get people to think about homeless people when the COVID first came out. They had homeless people instead of them helping them, giving them masks and all that. They'll step right over them and keep going instead of giving them masks and hand sanitizer and all that stuff.
Look.
There you go. Look, there you go. He ain't got no shoes on, see? He ain't got. They took his shoes and everything. He's 14.
Who took his shoes?
His father.
Took his shoes?
And coat.
And his coat?
Let's see if he putting the coat on there. So he learned the lesson, see? See, the homeless people learned the lesson. See, he took the name, putting his coat on because he's cold. He still ain't got his shoes on.
How old is he? 15?
14.
He's 14?
Beat his mom up.
No?
Beat his mom up. He ain't got no shoes on, see him?
He beat his mom up?
Yep.
His father took his shoes?
Took his shoes and his coat.
Beat his mom up? What boy gonna beat their mom up? You know, that's a coward ass. His father should have kicked his assets.
And instead of the father kicking his tail, he brought him under the bridge.
Cause he leave him down here for the night.
He ain't got no shoes on, see him?
Yeah, that's the shoes he brought. He don't need no shoes on.
I know. Look, now he probably gonna get his shoes. Look, he ain't even know he all on Facebook Live. I guess they didn't think I was gonna record his story. So this is real life, folks. Now,
tell the story, Larry, to your Facebook fans.
This kid, they heard him.
Oh, you recorded earlier.
I was live when they was saying what happened. There you go.
Your hat out the way now. Your hat in the way. No, don't start with. You got a bag on it.
They already seen it. They seen the story. They heard the story. They seen that. Let's see if he putting his shoes on. He's sitting in the back. He must put his shoes on there. His father took his shoes in his coat. How you gonna beat your mom up and she bought you clothes and stuff? If they ain't proud, the father already said it. Stop talking about invading privacy. The father already gave us permission to record it. And he put his child, the father put his child out there, not me, Tanya Flowers, not me. The dad, and let me show you the dad. And the dad gave us permission to record. See the dad right there? Uh-huh. I already told him on Uncut News. See, I know how to cover myself.
Earthquake magnitude 2.4. Central Italy. 11 minutes ago.
Remember? Oh, let me show y'all my credentials because y'all
They think I'm a joke, right?
You're a joke. You ain't gonna do it.
Hold up. Y'all think I'm a joke.
The love out there. People about
Hold on. Let me show you something. See that say press? See that say press? I gotta go get another badge because this is getting a little raggedy. I'm the press from the state of Maryland. Stop playing games. See that say press?
What's up, Miss Flower? We down here doing therapy, counseling, drive-by therapy, all of that. You see that?
Y'all hear that? Miss Flower saying? We got that, Miss Flowers. No, his mom and daddy homeless. His dad gave us permission to add. Can't be fighting your mind and think you're going to stay in the house. So the father, brought the kid down here and had them out and had them. I guess he's from Georgia because he got Georgia tags. He's not even from Baltimore, but he had to bring them down under the camp. They probably seen it on news. So I don't know if the mother and them still live together, but I guess they gave them to the father. So now the father's taking them around to show them about the streets. See, this encampment has been all on the news. So everybody know about this encampment. It's 8:32, y'all. Okay, so I still didn't get a chance to see about stealing money. I don't steal money, I give. Matter of fact, I gave, you know how much I gave out today? I gave about, how much I gave out today? I gave 30 plus 30, 60. I gave about $60 out today. Let me see how much y'all sponsor today on Cash App. Hold on, let me tell you.
Earthquake magnitude 2.2. Central California. 2 minutes ago.
Bringing them to you. You're welcome.
Gurley Mills.
Gurley Mills? Is that what it is? I don't know. You know Adam Stanley, you talked to him?
Yes.
So he's a fire marshal?
Yep.
Adam Stanley?
Hey.
Two friends of yours.
Nice to meet you. I'm Rose. I'm with Channel 5.
Rose?
Yes.
Randy.
Nice to meet you. Nice to see you. I am going to grab a microphone real
Hey,
fast.
hey, before you do that.
Yes. Oh, wait.
We're going to the fire department now. We're going to meet all of us. What exactly are you looking for?
Okay, so I'm going to ask you sort of how the call came out, what it was like when you guys got here, the type of response, all the help you guys are getting. And one thing I do want to know is what you're supposed to do. Because I've heard old Crowley Mills and early Mills, and then what it's used for. And you can just tell me don't want to pause because you don't know.
We don't know.
I know, but I have to ask. Okay, you ready?
Gurley Milling Company, right? It was Gurley Milling Company, but now it's a Gurley Antique Mall.
I'm trying to get a consensus on the name, but I'm not getting it.
That'll be fine. It was Gurley Milling Company back in the early 1900s, and it changed to Gurley Antique Mall, and it was sold a few years ago. I don't know what it costs now, so that's the deal.
All right, that's fine. Okay, give me 1 second here.
All right, he's going to get some information.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to give this to you while he does that. Just so we can do it. Stick that in a pocket for me. I'm going to flip this
been around for forever. It makes no sense.
Of course. It doesn't make any sense, but that's why I have the both of you on to help us sort it all out. Guys, thank you so much. And I want to remind everybody out there, John Bachman, my good buddy, Samir Armstrong, both of you, thank you. Be sure to join John tomorrow on Bachman Now with two special guests, Republican Congressman Jeff Van Drew from New Jersey and Newsmax host Michelle Malkin. That's tomorrow at noon Eastern Time right here on Newsmax. Next on Stinchfield, the photos have been obtained. California Governor Gavin Newsom's birthday party crowd that he said was a no-no in his state. Oh, well, we have the man of the people's menu too. Wait till you see the prices at this shindig. It's a story that keeps on giving. Stick around.
Each year, Americans waste $21 billion by overpaying on car insurance. That's why I went to thezebra.com. Because while every company claims to save you money on car insurance, the Zebra shows you who actually can.
Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com today.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine.
In the world's poorest...
Go ahead. The next is Rich Lamb from WCBS 880.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, and everybody on the call. Mr. Mayor, it appears that you and the governor are using two different sets of numbers in regard to how is that possible at this point, and why? And can you get on the same page, or does that make sense?
Rich, the state and city throughout have had a different system. It's not news. It's been reported before. I'll have Commissioner Choksi speak to it. And it's not surprising that different levels of government might have different approaches. They lead us in the same direction consistently. The state and city strategies have been very highly aligned throughout. But each entity, and this is true with federal government or any other part of government, is going to have its own approach. What we know is that we put forward a standard related to the schools based on the city's way of counting testing, and that is based on the day the test was taken, not when the test result arrives, the day the test was taken. We simply believe that's the best approach. That's the standard we use with our indicators. That's the standard we set related to our schools. And the state understands that. And we all have communicated, and they understand that's the approach that we're taking. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, our commitment is always to provide the most accurate and valid data that we possibly can, because we know what momentous decisions are made based on the accuracy of that data. One of the major differences, as the mayor has already pointed out, in the way that we count test positivity, the percentage positivity, is by ensuring that we count based on the date that a test is taken rather than the date that we learn about the result from the test. This becomes particularly important when we are seeing an increase in cases, as we are right now, because it allows us to see the trends over time. And that's one of the key things that we have to discern to make good decisions based on the accuracy of the data.
And Rich, just to say, I think it's important. The state of New York and the city of New York both squarely fall in the healthcare conservative philosophy. There's just not a doubt about it. When you look at the whole history of the coronavirus in the whole country, New York City, New York State have been amongst the most cautious, data-driven, science-driven entities, jurisdictions in the whole country. And both our standards are interpreted with a very focused approach to protecting people's health and safety. Ours are particularly conservative, as the commissioner just pointed out. But again, state and city have really followed the same path, as you know, a lot of other places have not, and unfortunately to their peril. Go ahead, Rich.
Mr. Mayor, also, could you give us a sense of, you're talking about more stringent standards. Are you and you did say more testing in the schools, but does that mean you would roll back those, the rolling number would actually have to be lower than 3% for you to bring the schools back? Is that essentially what you're saying there?
No, it is not that, but what I'm saying, to be clear, I appreciate the question, Rich. Look, we understand that there's a bigger problem in this country and it's affecting us. We also understand our schools have been extraordinarily safe. To protect school communities, we're going to have to put additional measures in place. We're talking right now with the state on what those should be. One thing I can tell you up front will be an even heavier emphasis on testing. And one thing that I'm going to be adamant about is that when we reopen, everyone who comes into that school building, all the kids have to have a testing consent on file so we can test them whenever we need to, because testing is going to become more of the norm, and it's been crucial to protecting everyone. But exactly the point, Rich, that we were having conversations with the state in detail today about what that reopening standard will be. I expect that announcement to be at some point this week of what the reopening standard will be, and then we're going to apply it as quickly as we can put the pieces together so that we can get to that reopening. But those details are being worked on. The one thing I can say for sure is a lot of testing will be necessary.
The next is Christina Vega from Chalkbeat.
Hi, Mayor. Thanks for taking my question. I would love to hear a little bit more about how long this might last. We keep hearing that this is temporary, but we're also hearing that the requirements to reopen are still being developed. So can you give us a sense of how long this might last?
Absolutely. I think speaking to my fellow parents about how to prepare, I said last Friday, get ready for this and get ready to have alternative rallies in the media, and please let me know the name and outlet of each journalist.
All right, you're watching news now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. That was an update coming out of New York with Mayor Bill de Blasio shutting down schools. You can see further information on our YouTube page or our Twitter at News Now Fox. Interesting information coming out about COVID-19 across the country right now, but I do want to bring our attention to a story that we have only here on Fox News, specifically our Fox 11 station in Los Angeles. New photos of a birthday party that Governor Gavin Newsom of California and his wife attended at an upscale restaurant in the wine country earlier this month have been obtained by our Fox 11 station out there. We're going to have a live talk back with the specific reporter who obtained these photos, kind of talking about what is going on and what's next for Governor Gavin Newsom. As we do wait for that, that's coming up in this next hour. We're going to play out Governor Gavin Newsom's press conference just a few days ago, and he did step forward and apologize about the situation, but this story is far from over. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox. We're going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, you will be seeing that update from Governor Newsom. Again, I'm Daytona Everett. Andrew Kraft will be taking over this next hour. We want to thank you for joining us here on News Now from Fox.
Soberly acknowledge that a few weeks ago, I was asked to go to a friend's 50th birthday. My wife and I, a friend that I've known for almost 20 years, and a friend that had put a lot of time and energy into his 50th birthday. It was in Napa, which was in the orange status, relatively loose compared to some other counties. It was to be an outdoor restaurant, and we started the program started at 4 o'clock. It was one of those early reservations. I got there a little bit late at 4:30. And as soon as I sat down at the larger table, I realized it was a little larger group than I had anticipated. And I made a bad mistake. Instead of sitting down, I should have stood up. and walked back, got in my car, and drove back to my house. Instead, I chose to sit there with my wife and a number of other couples that were outside the household. You can quibble about the guidelines, et cetera, but the spirit of what I'm preaching all the time was contradicted, and I got to own that. And so I want to apologize to you because I need to preach and practice, not just preach and not practice. And I've done my best to do that. We're all human. We all fall short sometimes. We've been out, and I think for 3 times since, in fact, I know it's been 3 times because I remember all of those dinners very, very vividly since February, just 3 times. Twice with my wife, by myself, outdoors, and then this one occasion with a larger group. And there were just a few extra people there than the spirit of what I am promoting. And so if we're going to minimize mixing, you gotta own up to that. So I just want folks to know that. Paid for our dinner, and we had an early dinner, but didn't matter. I shouldn't have been there. I should have turned back around. And so when that happens, you pay the price, but you also own the mistake, and you don't ever make it again. And you have my word on that. And just know this has not been a practice I've indulged in the past. I take it very seriously, what we are promoting, and have been doing so for many, many months. And you should expect nothing less of me, and I expect more from myself. And you have that commitment in my resolve in that respect as well. So when I say minimize mixing, I mean it. But again, COVID fatigue is exhausting, and I'm empathetic beyond words. I'm not here to browbeat anybody. I'm here to find the higher angels in the spirit that is this moment, to try to work through and get through this sprint, get to those vaccines where that light really is at the end of the tunnel, but work through what we all had anticipated. And that's what's occurred in the last really 10 days or so. And that's a rate of increase that makes this perhaps the most difficult and challenging time throughout this year, and certainly since the beginning of this pandemic. With that, happy to take any questions.
Adam Beam, Associated Press.
Governor, all the evidence health officials have provided points to social gatherings as the main driver of this surge, and yet the new restrictions won't really touch them, and they will touch businesses. And there's no distinction between a business operating responsibly and one that isn't. So what do you tell these businesses that are playing by the rules and are frustrated and angry by this announcement? And what is the benefit to them of doing what the state says they must do if they will still be penalized?
Well, the bottom line is we've been very effective with the surgical approach to mitigating the spread of this virus. The original stay-at-home order was determinative in California avoiding a first wave that many other states in this nation avoided. And that was a consequence of efforts to really restrict movement, but also restrict activities, sectoral activities in certain sectors of our economy. We put out guidelines, we have rules, and we want to enforce those rules for individuals as well as businesses. As you know well, I come from private sector. I have a number of businesses in the state of California. It's in a blind trust, but I know a thing or two about small businesses, and I know the hard work that is being done to not only address the state guidelines, but also to figure out and navigate some of the local guidelines that are coming out, not least of which the guidelines coming out of the CDC as well. Dr. Galley has not been shy in terms of his admonition for us to be careful and cautious as it relates to people mixing in our household, to encourage those activities to be outdoors. He made some updates today in terms of his comments about any activities that are indoor and the importance of wearing a mask if people outside your household must be, are indeed guests in your household. But I want Dr. Galley to come back up. He can talk a little bit more specifically about the epidemiology, because the fundamental point you're making, and the question you're framing, is where are we seeing an increase in the spread? It's not just households, it's also businesses. But indeed, Dr. Galley can clarify that point, the point I think you're making as well.
So yes, thank you for the question, Governor. Absolutely right. We know that household gatherings are part of the challenge with transmission. Cases do occur there. We talked about why. If they happen indoors, COVID likes the indoors. If they happen pretty close by with people, COVID likes to interact when people are close, likes it when we take off our mask. All of these things, which are features of higher risk activities, often that we see in small private gatherings with people we know and miss. But that said, we know also from a number of our counties, different issues in different counties, than a number of our business sectors, not least of which healthcare sectors. We've been talking to you about the spread in some of our healthcare facilities, important. Also, many of the businesses where masks come down, people spend a long time there. Office is one. We talked about some of the challenges with dining and drinking establishments where people sit at tables, even if outside, pretty close to folks who they aren't with all the time with the mask down. Those are the ideal situations for COVID to spread and the situations we know we want to try to avoid. The data does support that, not just the local data, but some national evidence, big studies that are demonstrating the same. So yes, we are doing as much as we can, imploring every Californian to think about how they mix in their private settings, how to keep their guard up, even when they're with people that they love and haven't seen in a while. And that's going to be an important, invaluable part of our ability to reduce transmission. But certainly, we have to keep our guard up in businesses as well. And so certainly very sympathetic and talking to a lot of business owners almost every single day about ways we get through this. But we've got to continue to sort of have this dual approach of supporting those private gatherings to be low risk, but also doing the things within our business sectors that allow us to get this under control over the next many weeks. So hopefully by the end of December, we are seeing rates come down and we can get back to that forward movement in our tier system.
Adam, let me just once again acknowledge the plight of small businessmen and women and entrepreneurs that are putting their lives on the line, meaning all their dreams and their lives, they know it, on the line to make a go of it, and the fits and starts and the challenges and difficulties that they're facing. I should just note today it was announced something that we've been, we've understood for some time, that our projections as it relates to state revenue are substantially greater than we had anticipated, $11.4 billion greater than we projected just 4 months ago. I can assure you, having worked for many, many weeks now on next year's budget, my top priority moving in to the presentation of the January budget, working with the legislature into the new year, is to support our small businesses that are trying their best to weather this storm. And so I'm deeply empathetic to their plight and deeply committed to doing everything in our power as a state, working with local government to augment and support their local efforts, and we're certainly working with Speaker Pelosi and President-elect Biden to make sure that we have a robust new stimulus that targets the most vulnerable Americans, most vulnerable Californians, gets money in their pockets, and supports small businesses of all sizes to make sure that they have the tools they need, the resources, to get through this very difficult period until we see mass distribution of vaccines.
Michelson, Fox 11.
Thank you, Governor. California has been more proactive and more restrictive than most states in the country. And I'm wondering what you think isn't working, the fact that we do see these case numbers increasing so much. And on the issue of the dinner, what do you say to California residents who say, this is do as I say, not as I do?
Just rewind the tape, and what I said is that I was wrong. We have to do more and do better to model better behavior. But as it relates specifically to your question about what is not working, that's a question, trust me, we ask ourselves all the time. And the reality is, at the end of the day, is, I think it's the Bible that teaches us we're many parts but one body. And so there's an interdependence. There's a reality that stretches beyond the nation's largest state and 40 million Americans that live here, an impact that we're experiencing not just across this country, but the impact and the transmission rates around the world. And clearly, we're not immune from those cycles. We were able to avoid and mitigate that first wave. We experienced a later first wave during the summer, but we were through mask mandates, through enforcement, through sectoral guidelines, modifications of business activities, and messaging and the like, we're able to stem the tide of growth in that respect. Now we're going to have to do the same. But here's the bottom line. As more and more people are coming back indoors, and we know that the preferable activity is outdoors, as more and more people come back indoors, as the warmer months become and transition colder months, that the heightened risk and heightened concern presents itself. It is good news that we're at 4.6% positivity compared to the rest of the nation, but those trend lines are very, very challenging. And that's why we have to be aggressive. And that's what we are doing here today with the announcement, 40 counties moving into a more restrictive tier, new targeted messaging, more guidelines, more enforcement that, again, is about compliance.
Campaign and there's the representatives of the campaign. Isn't there a distinction that should be made if there's going to be any limitations on how many people can be inside on this? Megan, did you look at that as are there different categories of observers here?
Yes, we did, and as I laid out earlier, so there are candidate representatives, and they need to work with the county clerks and the board of canvassers more specifically, because I do think too we need to remember that the board of canvassers are the ones that get to make the decisions in this, and so the candidates
Earthquake magnitude 3.9. Offshore Biobío, Chile. 14 minutes ago.
They have to be a part of the process. And I think that's pretty clear throughout, and it's always been a part of the manual. Those representatives, they have to be able to see the ballots and the materials because they're able to offer objections, they're able to offer information throughout the process to the Board of Canvassers. So absolutely, I think the representatives and how they handle that part is different than a observer who is not a representative that is able to offer that type of objection as part of the process. And then we also talked about sort of those secondary representatives. And so that's outlined a little bit further down in the manual, has always been a part of it. So we differentiate between observers, members of the general public, primary representatives, people that are working with the Board of Canvassers to offer
Earthquake magnitude 4.1 off east coast of the North Island, New Zealand. 5 minutes ago.
That they've already been working with the parties to make sure, for example, they have tables set up where the secondary representatives would be able to view on the other side of the table each ballot as it's tabulated. And so, yes, there is a difference, I guess, long story short.
Okay. Is there further discussion on the motion? Commissioner Bostelman.
Earlier, Dean had said, referred to the governor's mandate, basically stating that elections were not part of that mandate. And Commissioner Knutson, I don't have that language in front of me, but is that something that could be inserted here, basically saying, as a reminder, the governor's mandate does not reflect upon elections?
Chairman Jacobs.
Go ahead.
The governor did clearly exempt elections in his first couple of orders. I'm not sure that he actually has a valid executive order in place right now so it might be a bit of a moot point. I think the way the courts have left it now is it's up to local ordinances or local health direction. That would be my understanding. But I would also point out that throughout the pandemic, there have been exceptions. Every state has had exceptions to go to the doctor, exceptions to go to the pharmacy, exceptions to go to the grocery store. And further, certain individuals and occupations have been deemed as essential workers. This isn't really radical. What I'm saying is I'm just saying we need to deem this process as being so important that it needs to be exempt from what you would be otherwise saying about large groups in a room. Because the fact is there's going to be a large group in the room here. And we as a commission need to stand up for the process. That's all I'm saying is stand up for the right for anyone who has the right to request a recount and petitions for a recount. They ought to get a fair shake at it. And even if it's happening sort of in, you know, territory where you might see decisions that are going to go against them because the opposite party is largely in control, that's even more so when in our system of democracy, minority rights need to be protected. And so that's all I was saying is, I mean, a simple statement here that you can't just simply make a directive that, for example, you know, being within 6 feet for more than 15 minutes isn't safe. That constitutes unacceptable exposure levels. Well, okay, that isn't going to work in light of a recount. It's going to be hours and hours and hours in close proximity. That's just the fact. I don't know that we need to get into dictating that you got to be able to get within 3 feet, but that is what the statute says for voting. And that is a realistic distance to be able to see what's on those envelopes and so on. That's realistic. And if we don't stand up for that process, then I suspect that it won't be 3 feet. It'll be 6 feet, 8 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet, and binoculars. We need to stand up. We need to stand up for the process.
Which is not what you're proposing does. You're exempting this process from every single health limitation out there. That's what your proposal did. You're proposing that there be no limitations on it. That if somebody says a mask is interfering with my ability to see, they don't have to wear one. That if they say, I don't like the plexiglass, I have a hard time seeing it, they don't have to use the plexiglass. So, I mean, what you're proposed is not what there is.
Madam Chair, I mean, my motion failed already, so we're no longer.
True. We can call the vote on the other one, I suppose.
I have a possible amendment to this, to the wording on the second paragraph that might help this matter here. And that would be on the 1, 2, 3, 4th line that's underlined. On the 5th line it's underlined. And it says that canvassers must take out to appropriately balanced health guidelines and the whatever, just say must allow the candidates' representatives right to view ballots and materials and lodge any complaints to the counting of the ballot. And so that what that does is says, you know, I don't care how you figure it out, but you must allow them to adequately see this. And also, I think maybe that shows that we as an election commission need to come up with some sort of procedure in terms of how this is going to be handled. Do we have it like a platter? You know, we have the absentee ballot here, and then we put it on a plat and let the person look at it without touching it, and then bringing it back. Maybe we need some sort of guidance there too, because this is a very complicated situation to allow people the you know, the unbidden right to take a look at every single envelope, check every single envelope, and then also to protect everyone as well. So I don't know. That's a thought. Any discussion on that? Any think that solves some of our problems or not?
Commissioner Thompson.
You know, I've been reading the staff's proposals here. I think they fairly balance the concerns. You know, for all the elections, we did April elections, we did the August election, we had the November election, and here we are, and now all of a sudden there's some great concern about this. You know, I don't see anything wrong with the staff's proposals. I don't see any requirement to add anything. Every argument, every proposal you've made implies somehow that observers haven't had access in Milwaukee. They always have, and they will have. It's the statute. The statute requires it. And so honestly, I'm a little confused at the adamancy and the rejection of staff's hard work on this.
Well, it's certainly not, if you're answering me, it's certainly not the staff's rejection. I'm just trying to make an interesting point here. And also, I don't think we can necessarily trust the canvassers of the Dane or Milwaukee County, especially after they reduced 180 polling places to 5 terrible types voting centers for the April election, which caused all sorts of problems, including suppression of the vote. And
I don't even know what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
To do it by because of their goodwill, and we need to have some instruction there. And we're telling them, hey, you've got to allow people to be able to see this stuff, and there's ways to do it so everybody can be safe. And that should be our objective, to be able to see it, yet protect people so that they're safe. And I think in terms of some of the things that Megan has and what some of the things they're doing over at Milwaukee County with plexiglass between the people, things along this line, that this can be accomplished. But I think what Dean is saying is we can't count on the goodwill of the canvassers in Milwaukee County or Dane County to allow the Trump representatives to have the right to view every single ballot. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think they can be combined. We want total safety and we want total right to see the ballot. Those are not two different points of view, but we need to lay it out I think we need to lay out that guidance. Pretty easy.
Commissioner Glancy, go ahead.
I'm getting a little tired of the Democrat bashing going on here. I could list a dozen instances in my career as county clerk where Republicans did something egregious.
I agree.
No, this is ridiculous. All you and Dean keep talking about is these evil Democrats are going to do something nasty so that these honest, hardworking Republicans aren't going to be able to see what's going on. And I'm tired of that. We need to look at this in terms of, even though we're partisan, a nonpartisan commission, and stop worrying about stuff that doesn't exist and talking about because they're Democratic controlled counties that they're going to do all this illegal, underhanded stuff. It's ridiculous, and I'm tired of it. If you want to change the word need to must, fine, I'll go with that. But let's just get off the anti-Democrat train, okay?
All right. Well, there's a motion to approve that sentence. I can put it back up, I guess. And it's this sentence here. Is there any further discussion on this one lonely sentence?
Which sentence is that now?
It's literally this one right here.
Oh, that one right there. Okay.
It reads, the recount statute does not specifically dictate how many individuals must be allowed to observe a recount, but it is clear that ballots and materials must be available for candidates and their representatives to view and offer any objections to a ballot being counted. Which,
of course, you have a problem. What does view mean?
Well, presumably it means use one eyes to see and offer objection. I'm going to go out on a limb. Is there further discussion on this sentence? All right. Hearing none, we will call the vote on this sentence. Commissioner Bostelman,
Aye.
Commissioner Glancy. Oh, you're muted.
Sorry. Aye.
Commissioner Knutson,
Aye.
Commissioner Spindell,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We are adding that sentence to the manual. All right.
Point of clarification, I'm just having some trouble with technology, I think. I asked earlier if we had been given a draft of the proposed appendix, and the answer was yes, but I still couldn't find it. Bob said it was 3 pages at the end.
It's after all the forms.
Yep. So
Okay.
as it's referenced
Here's
in,
the appendix.
on page 5, yeah, it's the last couple of pages of the document.
12, 13, 14, 15. At the end, go through all the, and then at the very end of the forms.
Keep going.
Oop.
Goes right after the recount checklist.
Oh, it's not in this document is why.
It's in the one I sent with the commission materials.
Yep.
Well, that's what I'm asking you to guide me to. So I did not find it in with the commission materials. Maybe I just missing it, but
That was in the at the attachment for the manual. That was in the last 3 or 4 pages after the various forms.
Yeah, it came this afternoon, Dean.
It's not in the red line, but it's definitely not in the red line version. I just printed that out, but it's in the the first one she sent us, I think.
It came this afternoon. I don't know what time it came in.
I'm
But it came in and I printed it out this afternoon.
It's in the manual that Megan sent us. It says November 2020. It's not.
okay. Thank you. I see it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'll make a motion to adopt the staff's changes in that second paragraph on page 5.
Okay, I will bring that up. Okay. Okay. Beginning with public health through the end of that paragraph, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I'll
Agree?
second.
Commissioner Glancy seconds. Is
I'd
there,
like to offer a friendly amendment.
give it a go.
Okay. This will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It says the Board of Canvassers the board of customers must I'm trying to read it here. Okay, read it. The Board of Canvassers must allow the candidates' representatives right to view ballots and materials and lodge an objection to the ballot. So what we're saying is the Board of Canvass must allow the candidates' representatives right to view the ballots and materials. And taking out will balance, we'll need to appropriately balance public health guidance and that. I think that's basically covered above. I think hopefully that.
Bob, here's my question. I'm a little confused because we just said it above. They must be available. So do you want to put that repeated again here? I'm just a little confused, honestly.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, we've already said it. It's pretty clear.
Yeah.
Megan and her staff was very clear that must be available, so.
And Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just thought this was unimaginative guidance. If you look back to the creative ways that our clerks have come up with to balance safety in running an election. I remember when we sent out rolls of masking tape to mark off distancing while in line, and most people hadn't really seen that done yet. It wasn't being done in the stores at the time. It was new. And next came plexiglass, because we had to balance the ability that you have to present your photo ID, and how do you do that while maintaining social distancing? The fact is, you really can't, but plexiglass is helpful. In this situation, I have no objection to plexiglass. I do have an objection to social distancing. Social distancing is not going to work here. It isn't. I mean, I wish we could say something about the use of face coverings and hand hygiene are important during this process. However, social distancing may not be possible, and the use of plexiglass is encouraged. Something like that. I mean, that would be both realistic. It would recognize the risks involved here, which I'm not diminishing, but also recognize that you've got to be able to get close to see. And the way this is written, it doesn't incorporate anything like that. Instead, it talks about social distancing, and that's just not going to be possible.
Well, then we need to outline how somebody's going to do it, and again, this plexiglass, and maybe the putting on a piece of cardboard or a plat or whatever, moving it back and forth so people can see it. I think what you're saying is we need to have some very specific guidelines in terms of how somebody's going to achieve what we need to achieve, which is looking at the ballot and also achieve keeping everybody safe.
So I don't know that we can tell the clerks the specific methods they have to use to accomplish their task. We can make suggestions. That being said, I don't think that we would be wanting to tell people that they would have a right to stand cheek to jowls with somebody because they claim that that's the only way they can see. I mean, we don't even allow that at elections. So I don't know that I would not be in favor of eliminating the right of people to set a reasonable distance. The legislature considered this in the voting arena and allowed up to 8 feet to observe. They did. They did not put that in this statute. So I think the staff's guidance of you have to balance this appears to be what the law contemplates.
May I also offer up, the last 24 hours, we have been working to address all the questions and concerns that have come in to us from commissioners, from clerks, and try to incorporate it here. We didn't know until this afternoon.
Earthquake magnitude 2.3, Central Italy, 11 minutes ago.
And so there wasn't a way for us to say 72 counties with 72 different spaces. This is how you have to set things up. And so I apologize if it's not super creative guidance, but we were trying to answer questions for 72 counties that didn't know if they were going to have a recount.
Yeah.
All right. So there's a motion to accept and amend our manual to include this phrase: public health guidance should be considered by the Board of Canvassers when setting up the recount location and observation areas. Social distancing, the use of face coverings, and hand hygiene should all be clearly communicated to individuals that will be attending the recount in person to ensure the safety of everyone involved in the recount. The Board of Canvassers will need to appropriately balance public health guidance and the candidates' or representatives' right to view ballots and materials and lodge any objections to the counting of a ballot. It then refers to the appendix. Any challenges to the procedure established by the Board of Canvassers regarding observations should be decided by the board and documented in the minutes. The optional use of a live feed to provide greater transparency and minimize the number of individuals observing in person should also be considered. My understanding is Dane County is planning on using a video feed. So that's already, I believe, in place. So
does that mean they're going to limit the number of people going into? Do you have any idea what Dane County is doing? Because actually, all we're talking about is two different places right now. But where is Dane County going to handle it?
my understanding is Monona Terrace.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, big place.
Mm-hmm. So that is the recommendation to add to the manual. Is there further discussion on this clause?
I don't know. What do we think? Do we need to have that? Is the appendix that we refer to as that? It seems to me that that's more than adequate to handle, and it basically covers all these areas. Megan, is there anything in this paragraph that's not covered in your memo at the end?
So, I think the memo, you're right, it does cover all of the public.
So that nugget of justice of what recourse do you have if you end up with a strip search that goes wrong and it's just horrible? Now we're in a variety of different issues, including the Communist Party. So, but that's why we're here.
This is completely and utterly shameful. The fact that no contraband was found despite the extensive and uncalled for use of strip searches attests to the completely useless and dehumanizing nature of the practice. No one deserves to be stripped of their bodily autonomy and their dignity as human beings, whether they have been convicted of a crime or not. Unfortunately, this is a story that is all too common. It becomes ever more apparent along lines of gender and race. Official figures tell us that in the past year, New South Wales police have conducted 96 strip searches on children. Oh, that is fucking shame!
Oh no, not the shame. Not the shame. It's the shame. Okay, so see, there's where we end up with this thing of, do you have judicial recourse if you're unfairly and violently attacked? You might not. There's a good issue. But now we're off the rails. Actually, he's got a great idea. I'm going to cross that as well. This guy's got a great idea. This will look, oh yeah. Look at this angle. This will look great. He's got the right idea. Look at this angle, guys. Really shows off the crowd with the John Jensen. It's like they're sponsored by BLM or Aboriginal rights. They always have to plug the Aboriginal land slogan on the back of everything. It's part of the group. The group here has many different issues, one of which includes Aboriginal rights. So we're here for... Oh. Nah. Now, you don't cross the road here because you march straight into them and they'll be very unhappy with that. It's somewhat like dealing with, well, call it whatever you will, but anyone who regards things as their land and gets... Someone forgot to cross. It is a bit of a brand, that's true. Oh, they're having a little chat. Is there something? Thumbs up? Oh, it's a moment of silence. We're silent for... That looked like a sea hail, but whatever.
Mention that, and we'll be back. And we're here for you. Shame on the police. Shame on corrective services. Shame on the fucking screws. We will be back. We'll be back.
But they've got to go back to Vaucluse first. And pick up a latte. And maybe a massage. This is the new Polo. Remember how Polo used to be a game for the rich? This is the new Polo. What do you do when you've got a lot of money and you're young? Yeah.
Thank you all so much.
Oh. Want a photograph? They're asking whether the people in the prison can hear, and they wonder, and they believe yes, they can hear. They want to do a photo in front of the tree, but over there you've got all the barbed wire. There's the photo op. Go for a quick walk down there and you got it. But no, they're going to have a photo in front of a tree. Fighting the media war, not so good. Alright. Photo op time. Photo op time. Everybody have photo op time. This is the third lens change from the photographer, the A-man photographer. He started on the prime, maybe the wide angle prime. This is, seriously is his third lens change. Yeah, I know you're like, why do I come to protest to look at cameras? It's just my thing, okay? All right, look, I've got a thing. I like cameras. I look at cameras. I like photography. You get free protest coverage. I get to look at cameras, okay? It's a thing. It's a good deal. Oh, I get to stand in the shade. Aha! Claimed land of shade. Oh, look at everyone. They're all set up ready for my... Actually, I don't want that shot. What I want is the shot of the Silver Water Correctional sign. Oh, that's what we want. That's what we want. They don't realize I'm doing their work for them, but I don't mind. Where's their photographer? All right, their photographer's finally done with his lens change. He's got the flash on. He's turned the flash on. I don't know why he's got the flash on, but he popped the flash up. Oh, good on him. And he's got the flash going. In daylight. Oh, fella. Oh, fella. You're doing your best with that old A mount. You're doing your best to swap it around. You're trying. But it's like trying to turn the flash on a photograph of the Sydney Harbour Bridge in daylight, honestly. Come on. Oh, fella. You did your best. That's okay. I got some of the money shots. They'll be on there later. Okay. There you go. There's a bit of the shouting. All right. Oh, more talks. History in the making. Good on you. Yay. Oh, he's still got the flash going. Oh, God. Bless him. Oh, bless him. We'll be back. We'll be back. We'll be back. You can get the shot from around the back here because they've got their fists in the air facing towards Silverwater Correctional. She had a fist in the air with the officers behind her and I missed the shot. That's okay. That's part of it. I missed it. I'm live streaming this.
Are you supporting us?
I'm live streaming the entire event.
I'm asking you, are you supporting us?
Do you want to have it? You're approaching me. Hello.
I remember you. Yeah,
Hello.
yeah. I find you rude and uncaring, inhumane, and we don't want you here. We don't want you here. So you just keep walking on your way. You're walking on your way. Just move on because you don't belong with us.
The flash outdoors, man.
No,
I know the A50.
This is what you read. This is what you read. You want to read something? Here it is.
I got the money shots. I don't know if I published the money shots now. It doesn't look good on live stream, guys. It doesn't look good on live stream. It doesn't look good on live stream.
When you're coming here and you're supporting what we're against. You're not
Am I?
supporting us. You're against us.
There's some good shots on Discoveries from over there. I got the whole part of it.
No problem, thank you.
So, all good. Have a good day. See? Polite protester. They're doing their thing. Officers are doing their thing. Everything's good. It's all good.
Okay. All right, all good?
And there we go. That's all good.
That's good, thank you.
And they got to hold...
Leave it there. No.
So that's a great example of good protest. Spoke with police. Police said, don't interfere with movements, don't communicate with prisoners. Everything's good. They got to have a protest. The gentleman there was like, oh, don't bother with me. Whatever. Was able to see what I think was his camera, which was an A9 II. So he, maybe wisely, went for a very high-end camera of the last generation before he moved on to the other one. But he's still learning how to use it. Huh. Somewhere in the middle of that, my bolt fell off. Bugger. Oh well. That does happen when you get jostled around.
Chris, why are you here?
Hey, Harpreet.
Why are you here?
I'll just listen.
You've been done this presentation right here.
I'll just listen.
Piece of shit.
Oh, piece of shit.
No,
Why are you here?
inhumane people, they like seeing suffering.
I am home.
They like suffering.
It's an A92. And you go.
Yeah, good.
A9. I'll give you a wave. There we go. Hello. There we go. He didn't actually take the shot when I waved. He wanted more of a. There you go. So having a good chat with the officers. Officers are happy. Protesters are happy. Everyone's pretty happy. Guess the only I'm going to hang around a little bit longer. I normally hang around for about an hour of these. I got to find the bolt that just came off my camera when she came off and kind of tapped me with the sign. I don't have to. It's probably only like a $3 bolt, but it's still one of those things that. Probably says I need to tighten it more securely. Oh, that's a bugger. I lost the securing bolt on the bottom of my camera, but I need like some kind of rugged camera. Oh, this guy's a cheery fella.
Earthquake magnitude 3.5. North Island of New Zealand. 6 minutes ago.
You probably should put a counting cam. Copy of red flag sold. Oh, I'm being spoken about. Hold on. I didn't realize. There we go. I think you're being spoken about, viewers. Plenty of flyers for the next Protect Trans Kids rally heading out. Cheery crowd, very happy. Hey guys! Oh, Harpreet's talking to me. She wants me to go home. Oh, it's nice of her to think of me. That's quite nice. Hey guys, what's going on? Ooh, hold on a minute.
So can I take a photo with you?
Hold on a minute. Oh, okay. The A92. What do you want? Like a thumbs up? I can do a thumbs up. That's okay. I'll still talk to you.
Hi guys, thank you. So have a good one.
I actually got some.
Yeah, let's earn the lips. That's right. I'll put on the gram for you.
See you guys. See you, Harpreet. See you next one. Oh, when's the youth council meeting, Harpreet? Yes. When's the next youth council meeting, Harpreet? Not a bad meeting. Not a bad meeting. Hello. Oh, thank you.
And you can have a look about it.
I'm happy to listen to anything you... All right. Well, we'll have a look at the flyer. Strip searching of women in prison. She didn't want to talk more. She just wanted to hand this over. That's cool. Go and have a chat with this. If you're wondering why I'm sticking around, it's like, I've got another 10 minutes more. Fiona Rafter undertook an inspection of the Merriwade results exposed a regime of routine execution of strip searches without central recording. Do you want them recorded or not? I'm not sure, but that's okay. Don't record them or do record them. So do record strip searches. These practices pose significant threats to data. It's very long. I think the issue that they're trying to get across is if you have an issue with a strip search, there's not many ways to bring up an issue. At least that's the one that resonates with me anyway. Why is it detrimental? The effects of strip searching are significant and varied. That doesn't really get the blood pumping. The effects of strip searching are significant and varied. Woo, heavy. See you next time, guys. Guys, you gotta stay cheery. You gotta stay cheery. And if they want a selfie with it, give them a selfie. I'm fine with it. They're alright. Until they start bashing me in the head. Which they would, if this wasn't a prison. Think I'm joking? I'm not joking. They would bash me in the head, without a doubt. Last stragglers heading off. Learned some names, which is good. They didn't park in the car park because they were concerned about that one. Some of them did. See you guys next time. And that's the end of one protest. Cleared out. So they weren't able to find someone that tell them to subscribe. Oh, I should have. But that's okay. Oh, bless the commies. Turning that flash on outdoors. 4 lens changes through the middle of it. Oh, bless them. Bless them. That's okay. Maybe because they're commies, they're unfamiliar with the importance of getting value out of private property, so they don't know how to use cameras, so haven't learned. That's okay. That's okay. Or maybe it was a very nice camera and the shots will turn out beautifully and I just don't know. That's okay too. Guys, I'm going to hang around a little bit longer off stream, wait for them to head off. I can even see what car they're getting into, but I'm not into the number plate game. They are though. They are. So, next time. I'll hang around a little bit longer, check things out, leave the 360 running. That was a pretty ordinary stream. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe, or in this case on Facebook, just like it and follow it. And if you like what I do, drop me a DM. What a lovely, mostly pleasant protest, apart from in the face. Next one isn't for a while. I think that's only on the 21st. Well, of course, if you know of any available, tell me. I'd love to hear more about them. Anything that you're aware of that might be snap organised, any organising meetings, always looking for people who can help. If you're a video editor, production editor, you know, let me know. Alright, thanks for watching guys. Next time.
Northeast Cape will tell you everything that you need to know right at 11.
See you then.
Considered disruptive, and that yes, that case by case, if there's an individual who is not adhering to that practice that's been set out by the Board of Canvassers, and the Board of Canvassers agrees that it's a disruption or it's a threat to either the staff of the recount or to other observers, that they would evaluate that based on each case and potentially tell that person that they can't observe anymore, or that they need to change whatever rule it is that they're violating.
Why do you think that's necessary? Why isn't it just what we have above cover that?
Just like everything, these are the types of questions that we're getting. So the types of questions that come from clerks are, for example, if somebody refuses to wear a mask and insists on continually going over to someone and putting their head over their shoulder, can they tell them that you can't do that? And if they keep doing that, can they ask them to leave? And I believe the answer is yes, that if the Board of Canvassers considers that to be disruptive and that person is disrupting the recount, or let's say they're causing a threat to some of the materials. Let's say somebody comes around and they've got a sanitizer spray and they're spraying it on, paper. They could say that's disruptive and you have to leave. I mean, so there could be any number of things that could come up where the Board of Canvassers are the decision makers, and based on the case, they can ask somebody to cease that behavior. And if they don't, they can ask them to leave.
I'm just wondering, do you think it's necessary to have as established in there?
See what's going on with the weather. I already feel it. I know the cedar's coming in because I've started coughing and having to use the inhaler. So the mountain cedar is probably about to kick in. So I know Alex will have a little bit of the weather, the pollen counts coming up. Also tonight, because it is an on the run, we have a very special on the run. I've been actually featuring these two fugitives since 2006 or 7, I believe. I started featuring them. It is Pablo Elias Torrescano and Belinda Saucedo. She has one other last name I can't remember right now, but it'll be on in a few minutes on Fox News at 9. They have been running for the last 15 years. Recently, I checked my messages on Facebook and found a message from one of the children who's now an adult, has her own family, and she was reaching out that she and her siblings wanted to talk, wanted to appeal to the public to help them find their mother and her boyfriend after 15 years so they can stand in a courtroom and a jury can decide whether their allegations and the evidence that was found, enough evidence to charge them with this crime. If, they're in fact guilty, they want to see them go to court and go through trial. Extremely difficult for them to come forward. They're all adults now, have their own families. Extremely difficult, they tell me, because their mother's family keeps calling them liars, that they lied, that it's not true, that they were never sexually assaulted. It's been amazing to talk to them and hear their stories. And they told me that they've seen the stories we've ran. We put them on the run at least once or twice a year since I came back, home. So for at least the last 13 years, I've been putting them on. And we need your help. So tonight, we'll post a picture. The story will come up a little bit later on Fox News at 9. I want to see if anybody, hi Jamel, there's a few comments. Hi Robert, how are you? Hello, can you please, yeah, and we're going to delete that because there are going to be some people on here. I understand the children tell us that they do have family in the area, their mother's family, who's extremely upset at them. They tell them that it's not true. They've told them that she's died. They've told them that they're all lying. So obviously they're not. They're going to be upset. They believe that their sister never did anything, or her boyfriend. But again, they're now adults. They're the victims. They deserve to be in a court and have a trial. So that's what tonight's about. You're going to hear them speak out in a few minutes. And that's it. So if you can share, we're going to post the pictures back up again. And also, if you have anything or anybody, any story that you think would be, you know, a good on the run, someone, especially child sex offenders that are on the run, send me a note and we can certainly look it up with the sheriff's office or with the U.S. Marshals and run them again, you know, if need be. So that's it for tonight. I'll see you guys a little bit later. I'm going to watch Fox News at 9. It's on right now, so I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.
Day 2 of Indo-Tibet border bike rally to expose China. We're starting the day from Bilaspur and we'll be ending in Rampur. We'll be staying in Rampur for tonight.
이게 조금 기능도 높고 이동을 찍어. No, 뭔데? 아, 루가지가 이제 꼬지 마. 들어오지. 알고 있는데 차 루가. 이게 누구? 뭐 하나. 누구? 나야 돼. 나 충청 들어오지와. 나나 충청 때려 가라. 들어오지 뭐. 뭐야 충청. 들어오지와. 들어 가오지. 그거로 어디 차 루가. 네, 이거는 그 앞에 있을 때도 몸보다 앞에도 진짜로.
我等的启动着新别反应的，那个做爸爸离去呢，我们那边来的，启动是你做了几个月？那说，那说。那说。我小不得来，等到表现的来做我的干呢，这种做些，呢，菲律宾的这种生意做了给200元。那说，干的穷吗？说，那是。干的穷吗？说准备了，那是。哦，那个说，这个3年学的说说吧，他进了，一天都生个菲律宾的，等到家都是说些什么都，应该算有哎。那说推荐他行了，
Played himself up, and by the end of his sophomore year last year, he might have been the best player in the conference. He averaged 15.5 points, 10.5 rebounds, 2.8 blocks per game. A lot of people expected him to go a little bit lower, maybe around 20 in the draft, but no, Phoenix saw something.
Well, as this story develops, we will have you covered on our website on this story and all the day's news 24 hours a day at WACH.com. Well, in the last 2 weeks, 2 bats, a skunk, a raccoon, a bobcat, and just yesterday, a cow now in Newberry, testing positive for rabies here in the Midlands. We've already had 12 more confirmed cases in the state than last year's total, but DX Director of Rabies Prevention and Enforcement says nothing to be alarmed about. As long as you're ready.
You look back at the past 20 years of the data as far as
shelter videos.
Certainly, the individual being outside and having more opportunities to be around nature, around different animals, then make sure there's an opportunity for an increase in exposure.
Well, voice of reason right there. There have been 158 cases of rabid animals statewide this year. DEAC recommends you keep your pets up to date with their rabies vaccinations. If you see any wildlife behaving abnormally, get away and report it to wildlife authorities.
And turn to weather, clear skies and cold temperatures. That is our big headline for you tonight. The other reason we're able to cool off more tonight is because the breeze is going to back off some more. We'll take a look at an explanation here to why that gets so cold coming up later this hour. But even colder tonight, frost and freeze for tomorrow morning across a lot of the area. And then the warming trend actually starts kicking in as early as tomorrow afternoon. It happens slowly at first, but we're not going to see this really core of the cold air stick around all that long. Right now, 36 degrees in Lexington, 41 for Columbia, down to 38 already in Orangeburg, 34 for Sumter, and 34 in Manning. Will continue to drop off, but just for a little comparison, kind of a point of reference for you, that's 15 degrees colder in Orangeburg right now than it was this time last night. So that kind of gives you the idea. We're already that much colder than yesterday evening. Now by tomorrow morning, you can expect it to be quite a bit colder than it was this morning. Here's where we're expecting to start off. Low 30s for most of the area. I do expect a few more pockets where we dip down into the 20s. So for a lot of us, this will be our coldest morning so far this fall. A lot of areas back in early November did get down into the low and mid 30s, even a few 20s. So this is going to be right on par with that. As we work our way throughout the day tomorrow, again, still a very pretty day. And with less breeze, it's probably going to feel even better than it did today. But it's just that cold morning. 33 to 52 by 11 o'clock. In the afternoon, we're back up to right around 60 degrees. And again, with the light wind and all the sunshine, really will feel great out there. Just still a little chilly for this time.
चलो दीदी सियाने में चलो देखो चलो दीदी सिमर
Granny. All right, Granny, coming up on 10:30. Where's the time going? Wherever it's going fast, and then I'm going to my house. To soak my back. Ooh, whoops. Man, I've changed this script 25 times. Why do they keep doing it the same? Seconds. Recapping your top stories tonight, a Kershaw County deputy out of a job after officials say he knocked a man out while he was on duty. On October 15th, officials say the deputy was called to a church parking lot about a suspicious car. When he got there, he found an intoxicated man and an empty gun holster inside that car. Now, officials say when the deputy tried to arrest the man, he resisted.
Younger bulls that are close to them. There's one just next to a tree. Remember, we're coming to you live. Send us your question and comments. #WildEarth on the YouTube comment section at AFC. For our young viewers, kids question at wildearth.tv. Send us your question again at www.wildearth.tv. We'll be sure ready to answer them for you. That bull is a little bit younger from the one that we previously seen. He was a bit pushed off by the big bull. For bulls to have dominance in this kind of herds or within older bulls, there has to be a hierarchy. The older bulls demand respect, and so when the older bull is around, the younger bulls or the rest of the herd have to respect him. It's a quiet, peaceful morning, so just from grazing. Good thing there's lots of grass and there's water also, so elephants at least drink twice a day. So right now they might be heading to a water hole and then carry on grazing, and then later on in the afternoon drink again. I'm going to hang around here with these elephants as I take you over to another live location.
Good morning, everyone. Look what we have here. This is what we call an active hyena den. Not as active as it was, sadly. A few members have left and the adults are all leaving now, so I think we will have to go. Yes, but at least we see them. My name is Lauren. I do have Theo on camera, and this goes to exactly what I'm saying about my theory. Trishala has been lucky the few days, but I'm convinced when it gets to this time, it's just too late in the day for them. And they've been awake all night doing all sorts of naughty things. Ribbon's still there. I'm not sure if you can see Ribbon. That means we don't have to leave. So all cubs are here. Hello, everyone. Do you remember me? I'm not sure. Yes. I've managed to get some fantastic ID photos of Heart's cubs, and I really do think it is one male, one female. We've decided, confirmed, and we had Ribbon, Intima, Comet, and Heart. Now the dogs are calling. We left the pack that we had yesterday, the sort of urban breakaway unknown pack, on quarantine. They slept on quarantine last night, and of course they wake as soon as the sun starts to appear, and we can hear them. And I think the hyenas can also hear the dogs, which means they're most likely going to follow them. But Ribbon's gone flat, so the adult is here. Not any adult, but the main adult. And I haven't seen this clan in so long, 5+ weeks. And therefore, Ribbon is still very much in charge. Nothing has changed on that level. And Tima was here looking extremely full, but I didn't get a good chance to see if she was lactating. So of course, this is a joyous morning. I'm going to try and sit tight here for as long as we can with the Juma clan.
Good morning and welcome to and beyond Ngala, where this morning we are driving the riverbed, the Timbavati riverbed. It is a beautiful morning. We've had a couple of very hot days, and this morning it's a little bit more windy. So we thought that we'd start out looking for some leopard tracks, or if we're really lucky, some lion tracks. The lions have been out of the area for quite a while, so we decided we might as well start with whatever we can find this morning. But it's also a steady breeze going.
Earthquake magnitude 3.2. Panama Costa Rica border region. 3 minutes ago.
Some animals like the leopard might have laid down early morning for a couple of hours and not moved too much. And I'm hoping that we can pick up some very fresh tracks. And then also along the banks of the Timbavati, there's lots of other animals around. This time of the year, there's a lot of elephant activity in this area. And we're going to head eventually up towards a large watering hole. But for now, we're just relying on trying to see.
Good morning, everyone. It is a very cool morning here in Tswalo, Kalahari. Actually surprised me. I had to put on a jersey and some long pants this morning. But nevertheless, it is a beautiful morning. It's actually nice that it's a little bit cooler. By the way, guys, my name is Moritz. Behind the camera, we've got David. And we are heading to try and locate on the meerkats this morning. So, the rock stars was still out of the burrows last night when the sun set, so we don't exactly know where they went down. And with that being the case, we are going to spend some time this morning just trying to track and see which burrow they went down in. As soon as we've got a location, then we'll set up and we'll show you guys how they wake up and do all of those things. But I mean, we're still on the way there, so possibly we'll bump into maybe a bat-eared fox or that African wildcat or so on. So as soon as we pick up on something, we'll let you know. But it's lovely to have you with us this morning.
We're still here. Ribbon's still here. The one and only. So it means we can just spend a little bit longer at the den. I cannot believe how big Ngwazi and Shimbulu have gotten. They're looking like miniature little hyenas, which is exactly what they are, I guess. And Heart's daughter. So we've got Ribbon's 2 males, 2 boys belonging to the matriarch. Then we have Heart's 2, 1 boy, 1 girl. And then we have Corky's daughter. And Ribbon's very gentle with them all. So a hyena clan is not altruistic-ish like wild dog pack, but the clan is very important. There's a hierarchy, there's a structure, everybody knows your place. You're either high-ranked, mid-ranked, low-ranked. You form alliances. There's sort of friendships. I use that word loosely in hyena clans. You know who are the individuals that are close to you, and you know the individuals that are not. You need to behave according to your rank, otherwise you cannot attain that position. So if you are high ranked, you need to act high ranked. You do need to be a bit of a bully. You do need to assert dominance and possibly a little bit of aggression. But to be completely honest, in my time here, I see Ribbon as a very, well, less aggressive in comparison to Corky when she was matriarch. Nathan, it's just a rule of etiquette out here as a guide. You generally don't spend time with cubs or pups or youngsters when the adults are not there. So although this particular clan of hyenas are very, very habituated, hello, they're very used to the vehicles, which is a good thing. It gives us the chance to spend time with them, and it gives them the chance to not be scared of the vehicles. It would also encourage the cubs to come out because they are so habituated. So if our vehicle was here and there's no adults, the cubs will come out, they'll play because they're so relaxed. The vehicle's not a threat. But that leaves them vulnerable. There's no adult here to protect them. I definitely can't protect them. And we've witnessed leopards come to this den to stalk the cubs, lions, wild dogs if they encountered them. All predators will kill one another's offspring, and therefore we cannot put the cubs in that position to draw them out of the den because they are so relaxed around the vehicle and there's no adult present to protect them. It's just a rule of thumb. Generally, when there's youngsters, we don't spend time without the mother. It's good etiquette out here. Same with lion cubs, same with leopard cubs, same with wild dog pups at a den. We wouldn't spend time there if there's no adults there to actively defend those youngsters. Now, as they get older, of course, that rule will change. It's just a rule we have in place here. When no adults, we don't spend time. Kay, you're asking how much longer will Ribbon's cubs? Oh, Ribbon, don't leave. Quickly over to another location.
Guys, look at what we found. Oh. So we're on our way to the meerkat burrow, and we came across, you know, David, I have to give it to him. I think he spotted it like a second before me, so he won on this round. But look at this beautiful African wildcat. And he or she, I can't see whether it's male or female yet, but he is out looking for something to eat. Yeah, this is special. You can see they're walking on quite a mission. I'm going to try, he's relatively relaxed, so I'm going to try and push back a little bit. Just get an open view on him again. But he's now going to move from burrow to burrow, looking for something to hunt. As you can see there, he's paused again. Sorry guys, I know it's vibrating a little bit, the vehicle. Just doing its own thing. Let me just get a good spot, Davey. Good there. Hey, there we go. And there he's paused again. It looks like he might also be, he or she. Like I said, guys, I'm not sure whether it's male or female yet. Judging by the size, it looks like a male. But also, possibly, busy just remarking the territories. Now that I can see the backside, it looks like more like a female. But yeah, possibly just remarking the territory, completely off hunting now. Did you see how the tail was picked up? Look at how they're curling it up. That's typical of a cat that's not really hiding at the moment. You'll see that with the leopards as well. As soon as they decide, you know what, I'm not hunting anymore, I'm just doing my own thing, Yeah, definitely marking the territory. Whoopsa. Don't know if it got a bit of a fright or if it's just in a happy mood or so, but there was a little bit of action going there. But to come back to the tail, as soon as that tail picks up, and with the African wildcats, the black tip of the tail gets exposed to the world, and then with the leopards, that white tip of the tail. It's like a little bell that hangs from the top. That then shows everyone, you know what, you can relax completely. I'm not here to hunt. I'm here more just to patrol my territory. So we just had a comment from Black Widow Spider that the wildcat is a first for her. Absolutely. It's quite a special sighting to have, even here in Tswalo Kalahari, where we see them more often than you'd find in other places. But with them, the gene pool is quite threatened because they look very much like a house cat, guys. Unfortunately, when you do have house cats on farms or so on, they do walk around and they do look for mates. So you'll find actually the African wildcats and the house cats mix breeding. So the purebred African wildcat species, the amount of numbers that are left of them in the wild is extremely low. So because of that, you don't get to see them often, unfortunately. However, every time we do see them, it is a very special sighting. Excellent little hunters. They go for things like meerkats, the ground squirrels, little birds, those types of things. Mice, obviously, they're a cat. So it's always an exciting sighting, especially early in the morning when you find them now. They are moving, they're doing something, you know. It's not when it's very warm and you find them just chilling under a bush. But those little black lines that you could see on the paws, and then I don't know if you noticed when he picks up his feet, or she, how black the pads are underneath. That is typical of an African wildcat. They actually say when you're in South Africa and when you're in Africa and you find or you have a house cat at home, if you look underneath the paws and the pads have black on it, it's got wildcat heritage. Or somewhere in the family there was a wildcat involved. So yeah, beautiful way to start the morning. I think, you know, there's always the possibility of him continuing like this, and we are actually about to turn up right over there to go and see if the rock stars are not at the far burrow, which is just there. So maybe while we're at the meerkats, if they are there, he might come past there. But we're going to move on now, guys. He's moved out of screen, so it's just been great to see him.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Anbion Private Game Reserve, where this morning we've stopped at one of the watering holes to watch a grey heron fishing off the backs of a pod of hippos. It's been successful twice now with catching little tilapia, and we're just enjoying the sights and sounds this morning as everything starts to wake up. My name is Matt, and behind the camera we've got Craig, and yeah, we've come in search of those cheetah that we saw yesterday afternoon. But sadly, we haven't reached where they were yesterday. But just listening to these hippos now fading as the day, have a listen to that. Saying goodnight as they get comfortable for the day. They'll remain here for the majority of the day, and only later on this evening when it gets dark will they come out again to feed. But listening to them, all the birds that are chirping, we had quite a big storm here last night, about 20 mils of rain, which is much needed. Roads are going to be interesting to drive, but makes for a fun morning. You can see those two hippos at the back now. Those ones playing with each other are a little bit smaller than the rest. Youngsters maybe still full of energy, a little bit more energetic than the adults who are, and probably have walked a little bit further to graze. Egyptian geese calling that I think you find at every body of water in Africa. But yeah, we'll see what else we can find this morning. Hopefully those cheetah make an appearance.
No. It's fun. Quick for me. No. So this elephant is a little bit struggling up onto the bank. Incredible how it's just disappearing into that greenery on the riverbank. And this herd is spread out along the
Welcome back to the Mara, where our elephants are carrying on their grazing. This morning I can see there's a big elephant bull just next to us. There's about 5 elephant bulls around here. And I always like to call them the musketeers because they always walk 5 of them. Of course, that being the oldest bull. And further out in the distance, you can see there's 2 more. Just listen to the sound of this elephant just plucking the grass. Who is next to us? Do elephants sneeze? Not quite sure about that. I've never had elephants sneeze, actually. So maybe one of the guides can be able to answer that. But from my experience, I've never seen elephants sneezing. But, you know, sometimes they can just have that kind of like a push of the trunk where they can blow. Seems like a sneeze, but I'm not quite sure. So maybe if I can pass that on that to someone else. You can see that younger male there next to the old bull. So when that young bull will graduate, end up being a bachelor, he will come across such old bulls that will teach them how to carry on with their life. So whenever these bulls are present in these herds, those younger teenage males always have to be submissive. They have to repay him respect because of their size and also hierarchy level in the status of the bachelors. There's one big bull just next to us, which is very, very nice. Just listen to how he's plucking the grass.
Another species that has a hierarchy, buffalo. There's a rank system in buffalo. Now the hyenas all ran, the adults ran, Ribbon heard something. I think she can hear the dogs. I think the dogs might have killed. So I'm trying to race round to find them, and I can't stop bumping into buffalo. They are everywhere. We found some dagaboys, and now we found the main herd, and it's a very, very large breeding herd of buffalo. So I can't get anywhere fast, I'm afraid. There's traffic jam. Traffic jams everywhere. So talking of rank in buffalo, the more dominant individuals feed ahead of the herd, if that makes sense, and in the center. So nobody wants to be at the back, because if you're at the back, then you're getting trampled pastures. Everything you're walking on is being trampled on by your herd. It's no longer fresh and delicious and intact. So you don't really want to be at the back. You're also more vulnerable to predation. But the sort of privileged position of being at the front or in the center, you're really protected by the rest of your herd. Sort of comes from, at least in the males and the dagaboys, you fight for rank. You clash horn bosses, and normally the bigger bull, of course, with the more weight behind it, the more body power behind it, is going to win in the clash, and therefore you have established higher rank. And normally the bigger size is directly correlated to age. So the bigger you get, the older you are, and the higher ranked you are. Imagine clashing horn bosses with another individual. The impact is said to be like a car hitting a wall at 50 kilometers per hour. Whew. Can you imagine that? Okay, we are going to try and get around this herd because I want to find...
To just throw it. The second wave lockdown, it's ridiculous. Today in Portland, I went to a bakery this morning, and the bakery had a garage door, and they had the garage door completely open, and they were letting people come into their business through the garage door. If you remember, like 3 or 4 weeks ago in New York City, there was a man, I think it was on Long Island, it was a Jewish delicatessen or some kind of restaurant, and he was fined heavily by the state of New York, or the city of New York City, for having his front door open because he was trying to get fresh air into the building. These laws are insane and irrational and not consistent, and there has only been 9,000 to 10,000 people, as far as I understand it, that have died directly from COVID without a comorbidity of some other serious disease. I've talked to people this last week where they're losing their job. They are not going to be able to pay rent. They were just getting a little bit of hope that they were going to make it through the last 8 months, and now we're going to lockdown again in Oregon. Washington has declared a 10 o'clock curfew. Many counties and jurisdictions around the country are declaring insane things, that people should have masks on outside 24 hours a day while they're having sex in their own home. I think it's insane. What do you guys think? Let's hear. Dude, the people upstairs in the hotel above me are just getting on. I don't know if you can hear that on the mic, but it's just a serious pound going on. So I'm just going to call out people in Discord and see if you have anything to say. What about Frenchie 1717? You have any opinions on this? Have I lost Discord? Anybody in Discord, can you shout something out and make sure I can hear you guys? Okay, I can hear you, Josh. Josh Ojo. Josh Ojo, do you have any opinions on this, what I think is insane lockdown, draconian measures?
I heard a little bit of what you said. I just tuned in, but I'm in agreement with you. I think it's going to be doing more damage than what they're claiming to try to help people. I think this is going to cause a mental issues with people, especially kids. And yeah, you mentioned businesses closing. I mean, it's affecting everybody in the country, not just people that are getting sick from COVID by doing this.
Yeah, I think it's in my perception, and I'm not a rocket mathematician, but the virus doesn't seem to be that crazy to me. It seems to be pretty benign. I've seen more people get sick of the flu and have really, really bad sicknesses in the winters and the years past than I have seen people getting sick of COVID. And people are telling me not to trust my own eyes or my own ears and trying to gaslight me. What do you think about that, Josh?
I see the gaslighting. I mean, it's weird because it's people enforcing it on each other. So when you go out, people will target you for endangering their life. So you may not even be sick, and people think that these little steps they're taking, like distancing by 6 feet, is not going to get you sick, or waiting to be sat by a waitress instead of seating yourself isn't going to prevent you from getting sick. But they make you feel that these, if you're not doing these stupid decisions they've made, then you're a bad person. You're the one that's causing the virus. That's scary.
Yeah, and I don't even think these people, I call them the mask Nazis, I don't think they believe that this is a danger because let's say you go out to a restaurant and you're trying to pick up some to-go food and somebody is scolding you for not having your mask on or for standing too close to them or for having too many people inside. And I just don't believe them because if they really believe this is a plague, why are they out at Olive Garden trying to pick up some fettuccine Alfredo to go? Like, if they really believe this is a plague, like if I thought a plague was going on, I wouldn't be trying to get some Olive Garden fettuccine Alfredo for tonight. I'd be boiling up some rice, whatever I had at home, and I'd make that work. I wouldn't go out to the world and risk plague death.
Exactly. And I understand there are people that are vulnerable out there, but that's with anything. So if you have breathing issues and you're old and you're obese or whatever it may be, then I would suggest staying inside regardless when there's a bad flu season or cold. But don't make the world adjust to the fact that you're happen to be unhealthy, unfortunately.
It's like these people are trying to pretend that the world isn't dangerous and that life isn't dangerous by simply obeying the rules and demanding other people obey them, and somehow everything's going to be safe. Me and Josh Ozo went out to dinner the other night, and we got treated pretty bad by the wait staff there. We are not the type of people that jump through hoops and just beg for people's approval, but we were complying and just wanting to go in there and do the minimum we had to do in order to have some drinks and some food. And the waiter came up to us and would say hello, and then he would very dramatically move back and keep like 10 to 12 feet from us at the table. But then I watched him as he went up to other tables that he had to deal with, and there was somebody that was obviously his friend there at the bar. Hold on, I'm dealing with my stuff here. There was obviously somebody at a table that was his friend, and he walked right up to that person and was within a foot. They were within a foot between their faces. So that kind of stuff tells me that the people that are being the mask Nazis, they don't really believe it. It's like, I don't know if they hate the rules that are being applied to them and they just want to subject other people to that or what, but I don't think that they believe it. Trying to figure out how to turn the dark wires. I'm trying to turn your screen off so I can see people's names here. Anyway, let's go to another person in dark wires. Are you able to have a microphone right now? Can you talk? Not hearing you, bud.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well. remind me again in the audience, Dark Wires, what part of the world are you from?
Hold on. I'm in Arizona. Tell me, are you listening to me on Discord or?
We are listening to you on Discord, and I'm rerouting that audio.
One of them off.
Yeah, you shut the YouTube off. If you're talking to me on Discord, if you're on Discord, shut the volume off on YouTube. YouTube, you're going to listen to Discord through YouTube. So. All right, Darkwire, I don't hear you now. You got audio? There you go.
I think I got you now.
Okay, I hear you. So you're in Arizona. What kind of, are there lockdowns going on in Arizona right now? What's the COVID situation like there?
I'm way up northern Arizona on the Utah border. There's not really a whole lot of lockdown stuff going down here. But you know, we're all for the most part libertarian or right wing. No one
Earthquake magnitude 2.0. Nevada. 7 minutes ago.
So, you know, I don't know. I don't know who's thinking. I don't know who's thinking like that Biden won. Seems pretty silly.
Yeah. Let's try to keep it to the COVID topic for tonight. Just for one thing, are you aware that your camera is on?
No, I did not know.
You can just click to turn your camera off because it doesn't look like you're wanting to be on because it's just kind of randomly. So, are there any COVID lockdown orders going on in northern Arizona right now?
Not that I know of. Not right now.
All right, Arizona's gonna be on my state to come visit. I'm about to go on a road trip here pretty soon. In the next probably the next week, I'm gonna go on a road trip and start interviewing people across the states and see what the conditions are in the different states.
Fuck yeah, man. Should hook up with Tom Green, that silly Canadian dude. He's doing like this weird van trip right now. Funny as shit.
All right. So I'm gonna switch on to another person, Dark Wires, and everybody in Discord, if you just keep your microphone muted while you're not directly talking to me. So Medic, why don't you come up on here, Medic?
Let me figure out how to do it. Huh?
Hey, Villain, how we doing?
Pretty good. How you doing, man?
I'm doing really well. Also in Arizona.
Arizona as well. Northern or southern Arizona?
Central, Stone, and Phoenix area.
Okay. Phoenix is considered central, huh? I thought Prescott was central.
No, well, it's not too far away, but yes,
Yeah.
you're right.
All right.
And depending on what side of town you're on, we'll tell you.
Where things are, because I think a lot of us out there are just frustrated by the slow pace of where things are going. So why don't you lay it out for us, Joe?
Well, let me just catch you up on Michigan, Grant, because
Victoria,
yes, there's a Democratic governor, and there are bad electors in Wayne County, which is Detroit, but there is a Republican legislature there, and that Republican legislature is the only entity that has the authority to decide who the electors will be for Michigan. So it's whether they can put on their big boy pants and say, this is unacceptable what happened in Wayne County, and we're going to take charge.
All right, so Joe, for that to happen then, I mean, what happens if they certify the election anyway? Can the legislature still step in? And to me, though I would love them to do it, it sounds like a tall order because big boy pants don't come easy in most state capitals around the country.
Well, legally, they can step in under the Michigan Constitution and they can send their own electors. That is a very heavy lift, and they would rather not do that. There is ongoing litigation in Michigan on behalf of the campaign in both federal and state court. We do not expect to win cases in the state court because in all of these swing states, there are Democratic benches, judges who are unfriendly to the President of the United States. The federal courts are where we are seeking refuge. There are cases pending in every one of these states in federal court. We've been at it for 2 weeks. We just joined the team in the last few days rather. And we are only now being able to get access to statistical bases for analysis to do comparisons and bring in expert witnesses on why many of these counts are outrageously out of balance with statistical norms. So people have to keep the faith. There's plenty of time. It's very difficult doing, but we have plenty of people working on it. They're extremely dedicated, and they believe to the core that the president won this election on election night, and it was stolen from him during the night after that.
All right, so Victoria, do you have to prove the fraudulent votes that would overcome the count from Joe Biden, or is it just a matter of proving pervasive fraud here? Because I'm not sure you're going to be able to prove all of the illegal ballots if they get mixed in all of these states. What is the standard here to get these results somehow thrown out, redone? What happens?
Well, Grant, you have to show that there was a system in place, and there were. I mean, do you think it's a coincidence that all of a sudden voting stopped in the middle of the night when the president was several 100,000 votes ahead in Detroit, Michigan, and 600,000 votes ahead in Philadelphia? The voting stops, and all of a sudden, a few hours later, it resumes, and all the votes coming in are from Joe Biden. But let me just talk to you about both the Michigan, the Detroit, and the Philadelphia and Pittsburgh issues. There, no Republican was allowed to view the vote counting process. Not a one. They were barred out. They were threatened with arrest. When we monitor third world countries, the first thing we say is there has to be monitors, observers, watchers, whatever you want to call them, of the vote counting. So right there, there were 682,000 votes in Philadelphia that were not ever observed by a Republican. 250,000 in Detroit, Michigan.
The remedy is that we are seeking to have all of those votes thrown out, because without an observation of the ballot and the envelope that it came in to prove that it is a legitimate vote, none of those votes is valid. That is precisely why Justice Alito asked that all the ballots be segregated that came in after Election Day so they can be evaluated. If the state has acted in such a way that a ballot cannot be evaluated because it was not properly observed by the Republicans, the remedy, and the only remedy at this point, is for all of those ballots to be thrown out, and that is the remedy we are seeking.
All right, and you think that's a real possibility here that we can get there?
It is a very heavy lift for judges to throw out ballots, but in this case, there is no other remedy. Otherwise, what you say is, even though all the rules were broken, and we cannot truly say that these are legitimate ballots, we're going to keep them. That is not a result that can stand.
How can we possibly reward that kind of conduct? How can we accept
We can't. Not as a nation. We can't. Not, Victoria, as a nation of laws, of fairness, of truth and justice. It just doesn't make any sense. Guys, I wanted to get to the topic, and I'm out of time, but I just talked in the beginning of the show about being bold and courageous. God bless the two of you for taking this challenge on. I know there are lawyers out there that are going to blackmail the two of you for being on President's team. I know there's tremendous pressure to give up this fight, leave the president in the lurch. And so a big thank you for both of you for being bold and courageous and taking on a very valid fight. Thank you to the both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, coming up on Stinchfield, Georgia election turmoil, where it appears the recount may be a recount after all, may need a recount after all. Mistakes found.
Earthquake magnitude 2.6.
New York Governor
Nevada. 3 minutes ago.
Reporter's very fair question.
Well, I don't really care what you think. What are you talking about? You're now going to override We did it already.
Now, there you go. The full Cuomo freakout later. Stick around.
It's only a matter of time until your check engine light comes on, or worse yet, your car needs repair. That could mean a big surprise auto repair bill. Those repairs are more expensive than ever. A new engine can be over $5,000. A new transmission over $4,000. That's why it's so important you call CarShield today. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country.
I liked CarShield because they were reliable, they were affordable, and they were trustworthy.
Well, I think everybody should have CarShield. Once your manufacturer's warranty is expired, there's just no big bills. If we needed repairs, CarShield was there for us.
Now it's your turn to get the peace of mind that comes with having CarShield, so you can worry less about auto repairs. Call or go online right now to get CarShield for yourself. Friendly, knowledgeable, money-saving representatives are available 24 hours a day. So if your car is 20 years old or newer, just tell us the make and model of your car or truck to get an instant plan quote. In a matter of minutes, you can be covered.
I was elated that I had CarShield. I was more than happy.
It's no fun when you have a car and it's broken and you can't pay for it to get it fixed.
Here's how CarShield works. When your car needs repair, you take it to your favorite mechanic or even your dealer, and CarShield gets them paid directly. That's why CarShield is America's #1 auto protection provider.
CarShield is just the best thing to take away the fear that when something is going to go wrong with your car, because it will, and CarShield is going to be there to back you up.
My experience with CarShield is that they absolutely come through every time I need them.
If my car breaks down, I can count on CarShield to cover it for me. CarShield definitely has my back.
Now it's the time to make the smart choice and protect yourself from sky-high auto repair bills. Call now for a free and instant protection plan quote. It's only a matter of time until repairs are needed, and once your car breaks down, it's too late.
Call 1-800-775-9078 or go to carshield.com. Get covered today.
Wow, your credit is a mess. But it's like they say, time heals all scores. So your credit should bounce back in about 10 years.
They say a lot of things about credits. We say enough is enough. Don't let questionable negative items define your credit. Our proven process has helped our clients get unfair or inaccurate items removed from their report.
So bounce back in here in a decade.
It's time you tried something new. Get help from creditrepair.com today.
Well, yes, you do. You heard the people. We want Trump. A crowd forming outside the courthouse in Atlanta today. The last day of the recount there, and there are already reports of irregularities in the hand recount, and not little ones either. State GOP Chairman David Schaefer said this about one of the recounts in Georgia that counters botched, but thankfully monitors caught. He writes this in his tweet. Schaefer says, one of our monitors discovered a 9,626 vote error in the DeKalb County hand count. One batch was labeled 10,707 for Biden and 13 for Trump. An improbable margin, even in liberal DeKalb County standards. The actual count for the batch was 1,081 for Biden and 13 for Trump. I'm still skeptical. A 9,600 vote error that is not a minor issue. I don't believe in accidents here. Thank God this was caught. This is the recount, and they still appear to be playing games here. How convenient that those numbers would have been enough to completely cancel out the vote gains President Trump had made in 3 other Georgia counties during this recount. So what in the world is going on in DeKalb County? It is the same county where they also found thousands of ballots that they somehow forgot to count. Come on. You had one job here to simply count the ballots. President Trump, by the way, gaining over 1,000 votes in this entire debacle. In fact, there were thousands of uncounted ballots in a number of counties, and the majority of them are in conservative strongholds. Schaefer went on to say, quote, "We were limited to one monitor for every 10 counting tables, and we were kept some distance from the tables. There is no telling what we missed under these unreasonable restrictions." The miscounted batch had been signed off on by 2 official counters. Did you hear that? It had already been signed off on by 2 counters. Schaefer's right. Who knows what they've missed here? President Trump today tweeting his frustration at the incompetence, calling the recount a, quote, joke. The host of America First podcast, Nick Fuentes, agrees with the president's assessment.
It's a fake audit. You're calling it an audit. It's a recount. The distinction is that in a recount, they count all the illegitimate ballots all over again. They deliver the same result with the pretense of oversight and an investigation.
Well, that's the key. Are they simply counting ineligible or bogus ballots over and over again? To discuss this, I want to bring in Republican Congressman Rick Allen of Georgia. Congressman, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Grant. Great to be here with you.
Well, it's great to have you on. I'm sorry under these circumstances. So it seems like this recount is a mess. And is it even legitimate, this recount?
I don't believe it's legitimate. No. The Secretary of State there, rather than to answer the concerns of voters who have a right to those answers, has been actually defending his position, and he's been defending the equipment, which is questionable. He's defending how the votes were counted. There were 2 different standards as far as if you voted in person, you had one standard of voter ID, and if you voted absentee, you had no requirement other than when you applied for the ballot. And so then the signatures, as we understand it, many of the signatures as the votes were counted, which is the only way you can validate absentee ballots, had to be checked, and many of those were not checked. And it's interesting that states like Ohio and Florida had their results by midnight of election night, Georgia's days later. And as those days went on and those absentee ballots were counted, President Trump, who had a substantial lead in the vote, gradually lost that lead, as well as Senator Perdue did in his race, which has been thrown into a runoff.
Well, we know across the country, Congressman, we know across the country, when you look at the percentage of ballots thrown out, it is far less this time around, including in Georgia, than it was back in 2016, which then leaves me wondering, are the counters not throwing out the ballots with the irregular signatures or no signature at all, and they're simply pushing them on through?
Well, that's why our delegation has sent a letter to the Department of Justice requesting that they do a
Seventy-eight 26 on code 4 on vehicle search. Code 4 on vehicle search. 2022.
Absolutely is. All right, so we go from the election. We've got the Senate race we still have to think about. I want to play you a soundbite from one of the challengers to the Republicans, this Reverend Warnock character, just to get a feel for what we're up against. Let's roll it.
So in Ferguson, police power showing up in a kind of gangster and thug mentality. You know, you can wear all kinds of colors and be a thug. You can sometimes wear the colors of the state and behave like a thug.
Well, that's from 4 years ago, and he's talking about police there, calling them thugs, Congressman.
Yes, let me tell you, Georgia is not a socialist state. We're the 8 years in a row best state to do business. And what we have is a clear contrast in this election. We have two candidates that, if they're elected on the Democratic side, Ossoff and Warnock, when Schumer said on Times Square that everything's on the table, they're going to be with him. Yeah. And what you're looking at is court packing, defunding the police, and closing down our economy. And none of those things will work in Georgia.
No, it's why, Congressman, you must hold the line in that state. And I know you got the backing of our viewers here from across the country, and I'm telling everybody, do what you can to make sure that Georgia holds the line. Congressman, I appreciate you coming on. I know it's a busy time for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. You got it. Coming up on Stinchfield, folks, a black officer in Indiana shoots a young black man. We'll show you what the video proves and how an angry mob reacts when the grand jury decides the officer's fate. Stay with us.
A liberty-loving American takes on Washington, Hollywood, and the whole media establishment. He's Chris Salcedo. Join his fight. Tune in to the Chris Salcedo Show every weekday afternoon on
Westbound. Copy. Westbound 36 in Lexington, between Victoria and Lexington, 2014. When we're having 2225. $5183, same traffic. Good same time.
Earthquake magnitude 3.3. Masbate region, Philippines. 14 minutes ago.
Flight 2400. Flight 2372. Flight 2160. $23,620. Go ahead. Just wondering if you still need the LTAC for that incident. 640 trying to get a hold of us here at the post office.
We'll be with you in a second here, waiting for the sheriff to get back in the car. And also, we got
Copy. There's LTAC 2227.
trying to catch up on a couple of backlog calls here too.
Six. 286. Just speaker for now. 2228.
Explaining to the viewers?
I just got back in. Looks like we Burger King on the west side just got robbed.
Well, let's explain what we got here first.
Yeah, we got
stolen car.
So this was a stolen Volkswagen Jetta. Well, needless to say, he fled police. So he's under arrest for auto theft, fleeing police, and he's also a parole violator from the Department of Corrections. He's a wanted fugitive. That was a very worthwhile event with a successful resolution. A great job by everybody. St. Paul did a great job on the stop sticks that eventually
caused him to lose a little bit of his juice.
Yep. Great job by the gang unit who first spotted the car. Great job by the county cars who jumped in and eventually chased him to ground.
Oh, that was exhilarating.
Yeah, it was.
But that's a legitimate bad guy, that guy. By the way, he has gang affiliation. We didn't mention that, but
yeah, long-time gang member.
A lot of gang affiliation, a lot of crim history. So.
$4,400. What city is 4,400?
Maplewood.
Okay. They were assisting also.
Oh, that's awesome.
Got a lot of teamwork in play right there.
636. 636. For the responding car, it's a separate perimeter for now. We're trying to figure out the direction of travel here.
Well, the nice thing is you don't need.
We'll relay that to everyone else.
You don't need 130 miles per hour on those side streets, right?
No, you don't.
Earthquake magnitude 2.1. Nevada. 18 minutes ago.
Just it's got nice cornering.
Well, the person who was driving helped with that.
Well, you know, I really, I was impressed with the way the car handled.
636, I got two guys here with me now. The rest of the car is
driven it a few times.
Copy all other squads.
US South Dakota 9, Edward 8, 556.
We didn't really, you know, the speed he was going, and but the thing about our lights and our siren, that actually helps people know that something's coming.
Right.
And to get out of the street. And if you noticed, even when we weren't chasing him, I had the Opticom on to reduce the likelihood that he would go through red lights.
Right.
So most of the lights he went through were turning green for him as well. He didn't really know at first if we were chasing him or not.
Yeah, I think he was trying to make up his mind.
Yeah. Is that guy really on me or not, or what? That's why he didn't actually go full speed until you know, okay, this is for real. But that was right when we had the car spiked. That St. Paul car did an awesome job throwing those sticks out and get them spiked.
Yeah, they did.
So, yeah, I hope you see the complexity.
Used to fire at Officer Mercer. Thank God Officer Mercer was not hit by any bullets. Yet the Black Lives Matter Mafia wants Officer Mercer fired. And remember, Officer Mercer is black, which cancels the bogus narrative of white cops somehow hunting down young black men. Sad story all the way around. Coming up on Stinchfield, Republicans' historic win of state legislatures across the country after Democrats outspent the GOP by almost $500 million. Director of the Republican State Leadership Committee breaks down why Democrats lost so badly.
On other crimes, carrying guns.
I bet those girls were in there. There's two females in there. Had to be yelling at him, stop, slow down, let me out, huh?
Yeah, I don't think they were too happy with him.
Sorry, you didn't get a view of the actual apprehension, but I was going to go to the left, and at the last minute the car opened its door, and I said, yeah, I'll just clip that door if we go that way, so we'll go around to the right. But
worked out well.
All worked out fine. appreciate that gang unit was the one that was following it. Those two gang cars, they're just an amazing unit, how they're always digging up stuff.
Invariably, they're great.
They knew who was probably driving, and they recognized them. So, but
5180. 26.
So tomorrow I'm gonna have you write a report there, analyst. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, someone's gonna have to write a report on our participation.
Okay.
Just like the old days, right?
All right.
Just like the old days, 2 names on a report, right?
That's right.
The one on the right is the writer, and the one on the other one's the passenger. Just a Word document. You don't have to go into our process. Just write, just write it in a Word document.
Okay.
Case number, whatever case number. Just you can watch the film and it'll all be.
Yeah, that's what's nice. I'll be able to write it while watching it. Have an accurate play-by-play.
Yeah.
I got.
And our pursuit started when we were southbound. Our official pursuit started.
3 male suspects. One wearing a black sweatshirt, black jeans.
Is that the
other one wearing a dark colored sweatshirt, and then the third party is wearing a cap
that was a
with
robbery.
black and gray Nike sweatshirt with a red hood and a bright neon green Nike logo on.
No, I didn't really yell that much, but I did yell a little bit, and I've lost my voice.
I can tell.
Had a little screaming session at them to throw the keys out of the car. Ever since that day you and I were in Como Park with the robbers from the Clark gas station,
yes,
where I forgot to tell the driver to throw his keys out of the car, and he took off up the hill.
Right.
It's the first thing I do. Get the keys out of the car. Consequently, we had to fire at the car because they took off on us, remember?
Yeah, I sure do.
So that was a rookie mistake back then. But
squads for the north perimeter.
3 stick-up men in a car at Como Park. They hit the Clark gas station on Rice Street. Beeson and I were working together. We spotted the car. Pat and his partner backed us up. We stopped him by the fountain. We got the driver out of the car, and then the passenger in the back seat jumped over the seat and took off. Because I forgot to get the keys out the car.
Steal this cord from this phone here.
Yeah, what do we need? So we are westbound on Larpenteur from Prosperity.
I have got all kinds of cords wrapped around each other in here.
4539. This is medics, 10 Exchange Street West, unit 809.
Any hand sanitizer?
Caller reporting a flash in her bedroom.
I suppose we better use that, now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Squad 510. 510.
Yeah, come on.
The 510, you can pin that.
We did that one the old-fashioned way.
I know the caller.
Maybe just a little.
Sometimes the old-fashioned way is the best way.
Seize the momentum.
Adult male
Shock
from
them all.
location to the LAC.
That sounds on.
That's exactly right. There was an enormous amount on the ballot this year in states across the country, and Republicans delivered historic victories in states that the Democrats, like you said, had spent over $500 million to flip. States like Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Florida, Texas, Georgia, and in New Hampshire, too, where they were looking to defend it. We flipped it. We held all 59 of the Republican-held legislatures in states all across the country, and we picked up 3. You mentioned the both chambers in New Hampshire and the House in Alaska as well. So it was a historic year for Republicans down the ballot, and have given our party a chance at taking back the House in 2022 and for the next decade.
You know, I think there's a reason why the media and Democratic leadership ignore this story is because it is so big and could be so devastating for Democrats. You know, they call it gerrymandering. And whatever you want to call it, it's okay by me because elections have consequences. And Republicans, when you talk about redistricting, draw the line so it's in their favor so they can get, hopefully, in many states, majority.
All right, guys. We're gonna get out of here. All right. I believe they got the driver around the corner. I don't know. Nobody charred up. Nope, I said no. 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 Sorry, guys. Not down that way, not down that way. Yeah, he didn't. Oh, let's turn those off. He did not get very far. And I might have made a wrong turn. Okay. But police did split this way, so maybe, just maybe, doing a little bit of a investigative reporting here, we can find the driver. Maybe. It's a stop sign, not a red light, dude. Yeah, let's go down this way. Yeah, some pretty fresh water, dude. Didn't need a car wash, but yeah. Got the car a little clean. Somewhat. You know what? Maybe they went down. Go down this way. Think we'll be able to find them, guys? Maybe. I'm thinking no. But there is a little area right over here. Might be able to see if he is over here. He shouldn't have gotten far. That dang car caught fire and hit a hydrant. Or he took out a sign too.
Yep, Niles and Oswald.
Let's go.
Let's jump the freeway.
Hotel room, 21, Hispanic male, 6 foot, 190, 205 pounds, wearing a black hoodie, dark pants, and a black and white bandana.
Man, White Lightning made its debut in a song.
Office took her at the hotel, Hispanic male, 6 feet, 200 pounds, black hooded sweatshirt.
You have it on scan, right?
Pants and a white and black bandana.
Whenever we get a chance to.
A fat Mexican man in a sweatshirt. Nope, it said black and white bandana, bro. I don't wear bandanas.
With a stretched out t-shirt.
Yeah. I mean, I used to wear the blue bandanas back in the day, bro, but you know what I'm saying? I'm too old for that now. He was like that. I'm retired. Nico shit kind of wore. Oh, that little with the eyes barely showing that shit? Huh? The what? With your eyes barely showing? What do you mean? From the bandana?
It's burly.
Oh, you talking about like that? Yeah, bro. Nah, I don't wear like that. That's the old school cholo, man.
Those are the OGs.
Was you an old school cholo? That's like LA cholos. I wasn't an LA cholo. If I was in the 80s, then yeah, I would have been wearing my bandana like that. We don't fake it, we take it. So if they ever say on the radio a fat beach ball looking Mexican dude with no neck and a bowling ball for a head, we're not going to that call. If they say a fat white man around 6'4", walking in half of a circle, we're not going to that call. If they say a freaking man with a missing toe, we ain't going to that call. Oh. I didn't hear you. Wipe the cheese out of your ear from eating that bag. Hey, that shit was bomb, bro. I think I'm gonna make it again. Have you tried the hot butter cheese? The what?
Oppression outcomes. So with their logic, they see you as a person of color if you are bad in school and somehow oppressed. That is beyond offensive to all of the brilliant minority students that work hard and are successful in school and businesses across this country. The district did retract the statement after parents from the area's Asian American community were outraged, but it exposes how the left really views minorities and who the real racists are. Only when you're failing or perceived to need government help can you apparently be a minority. The racism here, folks, comes from the left, clearly. And down in crazy California, a school district is joining the so-called fight against the patriarchy system of racism by banning several literary classics. The books on that list include To Kill a Mockingbird. It's a good book. The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. Who doesn't like that book? Of Mice and Men. One of my all-time favorites, Lenny. The K, Roll of Thunder, Hear My Cry. All of these books are fabulous and teach valuable lessons. The banning of books, blocking the free exchange of ideas is something straight out of Nazi Germany. Parents in this district need to stand up and say, no way. Joining us now to discuss the left's hypocrisy, host of John Bachman Now, my good buddy. Welcome, John. We also welcome actress and conservative activist and resident of crazy California, Samira Armstrong. Great to see you, Samira, as well. So, John, let me start with you. First, your reaction to the Asian Americans being kicked out of the people of color category.
Well, you know, again, I think about the kids here in this situation, what they must be thinking, wondering if they're doing too well in school to be lumped into this category. And then the other kids who are in this category, the other students of color, what are they thinking? Are they going to be in danger of testing out of this program? This is, I think, a real problem, Brett. When you look at these kids, they try to slice them and dice them into different groups. It doesn't work. I would imagine with these kids, they're wondering what's going on here. And, you know, the other thing, too, I saw on the full screen you had up, this whole category of Latinx. You know, it was interesting this week to see some people, some Hispanic people, trying to figure out what Latinx even is. They come up with categories now for groups of people, and the people that they're putting in those categories don't even realize that they are under this heading now. It's crazy.
John, let me tell you something that's absolutely hilarious to me. So Latinx is what it's supposed to say. I read it in the prompter. It said Latinx. I'm thinking, oh, this has got to be a typo. So I just say Latino, which goes to show you that this stuff is through the roof ridiculous.
I had to ask somebody about this myself first time I saw it. I said, what is Latinx? And they said, well, it's a non-gender, non-binary term for people, Hispanics. And I asked somebody, who happened to be Hispanic, had you ever heard of this before? And they had not heard of it. So again, they're making up groups of people that don't even exist yet.
Samira, have you ever heard of this, Latinx?
Yeah, recently it's a popular term. You were talking earlier. It's so hard to comprehend the pretzel logics of the left. It leaves you baffling and wanting to have sort of a retort to it, but it's impossible to speak to crazy. But the fact that these graphs even exist is a skewed perception of the left, which totally misses any mark or issue altogether, as most liberal deduction tends to do. Racial groups don't take tests. Individuals take tests. That it's racist to quantify the outcome of an educational system based on color. It's a result of poor education and poor quality of education. And that's the easiest way for educational professionals to make it an issue not about their teaching, but an issue of race.
Mm-hmm. It's about the group, not about the individual, which is a sad place to be, because I think America is about individualism. And, John, Samira's talking about education. You got great books that I used to read in high school.
Five-one 2ML. Could you resend me the call, please?
Copy 2250.
Squad 510 254. I'm in the back, the smoking area. 2251. Thank you, Kevin. Two 280. Could you go for?
Squad 280.
Squad 280.
280, can you go to 4?
Copy, going to 4.
2251.
This is not going to be in relation. The male lives there. This will be unfounded.
Copy 2252. Squad 220.
What?
Just got a request to cancel, so it's no longer in the area.
Copy, Giants, right?
2253.
636.
636.
You can go and clear the perimeter. Thank you for everyone's help.
I believe they'll be.
Copy, squad on the
Plate
perimeter.
is not registered to the car. It's a stolen plate. Hopefully, we just take the plate, cover it, tow the car for no plates. But we'll see if the car actually has plates and it's registered. That's Steve's son.
Bank Cherokee,
Right.
Alex Center Drive with Minnesota Charlie Lima Golf 461.
So we don't know at this time whether someone swapped plates with this or if he put a stolen plate on, or if his sister, who he says owns the truck, put the stolen plate on. A lot of unknowns right now that we've got to figure out.
Can you send me 314's call, please? Copy. 378, clear over schedule 316. At 2254.
By all appearances, this is not some bad guy. Seems like a pretty good young man. Says he just found out today his father is very ill. Not in a very good mood. Probably felt we were going a little slow for him when we were going down Maryland and hit the gas way too hard when he went around us. But he may be guilty of nothing, or there may be more to it. We'll find out.
2163, clear report.
He says his sister has owned the car for quite a long time. So we'll see how it develops.
Squad to start to 675 Victoria on a burglary. Compensate that someone was on his roof breaking in.
220.
220, copy, 2056.
Three to 31 in custody. 1-4, we're code 4 from others. Copy both squads. 7.
Squad 220.
Something developed here where it appears the St. Paul officers are taking him into custody.
Squad 220.
The sheriff will be back in a minute and
What?
fill us in on what transpired.
Disconnected on the TC. Stated that she saw someone on the roof of the address breaking in. It's unknown if the caller lives there or not.
Oh, okay.
Disconnected again.
So they're
So
I think they're probably obligated to take him on that, huh?
yeah, they have to. So the driver has a warrant for violation of a domestic assault no contact order, and that's pretty much a mandatory arrest. I would imagine he's very much wishing he hadn't been so impatient and driven past us the way he did.
316. Take the DOA.
Earthquake magnitude 3.2. Dodecanese Islands, Greece. 27 minutes ago.
300, I copy, thank you. That's 20.
Watching from Chino, California, Captain Trips. That's right, on the YouTube side.
I'm watching from Alcatraz, California.
I'm watching from the SHU, Folsom State Prison. I'm playing, bro. I'm playing, guys.
They locked him up because he dropped the soap too much.
Yup.
He's enjoying it way too much.
I got about 5 priors for dropping the soap. Hey, bro, let me get a ride. Hey, bro, let me get a ride. Go tell him that's your bike. Yeah, my son needs a bike. Why are you stealing bike? I ain't gonna steal. I was gonna buy it off him. He probably stole it from somebody else down the street. Oh, hey, bro, I don't ask questions, bro. I just, I don't ask where people got it from. I just buy it. Well, but they said read their damn comments. You told me to stay on YouTube side. Thank you. Well, I wish you knew how to use both. Well, I wish I had 2 phones. I wish my chats were linked together.
Alejandro, we're from Bakersfield, California.
Hand me my bag, my black bag.
Earthquake magnitude 3.5. Tarapoca, Chile. 24 minutes ago.
Use your phone as the dispatch. Put that on Facebook. Okay. Put that on the Facebook side. Here, how do I do that? Where's the app? Go to Facebook. Oh. Go to
I can't find your question. Can you possibly ask it again? Oh, hey, go into the Lori, thank you for the stars.
All right, swipe it.
Yes, Lori, thank you for the stars.
Oh, and I can still look at dispatch like that. Oh, if I want.
Do they even make bulletproof vests big enough?
Just hit the thing over there on the right side. Just hit right here. Oh, all right. If you want, turn this thing. Oh, turn the volume down. Turn the volume down. Where? Oh yeah, that's better.
No, seriously, that's why. Why? Because it has
3 South 1, 415 verbal only.
Volume down.
Both units in route tag 959.
Okay, hey,
Get down?
Robert, also go into the.
No one can still hear it.
Go into
10-458, 12 Tyringham.
Go into the little business suit. Go into the messages. There's a lady that shared something she wants you to see.
Oh, volume down? Okay, so go into the group message. Now you can read all the comments. Cool. That's all I ask, boss. You know what I'm saying? Okay. How do I get to messages on you guys?
Okay, no.
Oh, business suites. Okay. That's how you do it then. Okay, and then what do I do?
Down at the bottom, right where you have the window open, slide the window up. Right there where there's a little circle, right in the middle, at the bottom, Circle.
That's it.
teaching Robert.
What's up, Rob Franklin on the Facebook side?
Lauren wants to know if you're teaching Robert his shapes now. He can't even learn that.
Shit, man, I know all that stuff.
You gotta go back to YouTube. With your phone.
Oh shit.
How you gonna have both of them on damn Facebook?
Damn.
Hold on.
There we go. All right.
Robert over here trying to watch Facebook.
I forgot what I was
both
doing, man.
damn things now. Jesus.
Yep. Eric, I ain't got no damn Obama phone.
My chips.
Shoot, hey, let me get on your plan though, Erica.
Jesus.
Shoot, I'm gonna need a Note 20 Vibrant, or what's it called? Note 20
You
Ultra.
want a Note 20 vibrator?
Yeah, I'm gonna need that Note 20. Let me hop on your plan though. I'm tired of these Obama phones.
All right, we're gonna get out of here. Alex,
Yeah, we're gonna bounce out, Rick. There ain't nothing really cracking.
It is unclear what two things Biden thought needed to be done, but Obama confirmed Biden's advice during the third presidential debate in 2012, responding to criticism from candidate Mitt Romney.
Of leadership, and those decisions are not always popular. Those decisions generally are not poll tested, and even some in my own party, including my current vice president, had the same critique as you did.
When SEAL Team 6 seized records from the 9/11 mastermind's compound, U.S. intelligence officials discovered the terrorist had plans to assassinate then President Barack Obama. Bin Laden's rationale was revealing. Killing Obama automatically will make Vice President Biden take over the presidency. Biden is totally unprepared for that post, which will lead the U.S. into a crisis. It may come as no surprise Bin Laden would be critical of Biden, but it did surprise many in the Obama administration when Robert Gates, Obama's own defense secretary, called Biden a foreign policy disaster.
How's this for candid? On Biden, Gates writes, I think he's been wrong on nearly every major foreign policy and national security issue over the past 4 decades.
Would he be an effective commander-in-chief? I don't know. I don't know. On the subject of foreign policy, Biden received criticism from both sides on his waffling positions concerning Iraq. He voted against the Gulf War, which successfully liberated Kuwait in 1991. However, in 2002, Biden was for the Iraq War before he was against it. Here he speaks out in support of an Iraq invasion.
Some of my own party have said that it was a mistake to go to Iraq in the first place, and believe that it's not worth the cost, whatever benefit may flow from our engagement in Iraq. But the cost of not acting against Saddam, I think, would have been much greater. And so is the cost, and so will be the cost, of not finishing this job.
But Biden soon flipped his support. As President George W. Bush's generals and troops on the ground recommended a troop surge strategy in Iraq, Biden suddenly opposed the move.
And again, this is not to embarrass him. This is not designed to say, Mr. President, aha, you're wrong. This is designed to say, Mr. President, please don't go do this.
Biden instead proposed dividing the country into ethnic and sectarian enclaves. One Iraq expert told Reuters it would be extremely unwise of the Democratic Party to make Biden's ideas the centerpiece of their Iraq strategy. Meanwhile, the troop surge Biden opposed was a resounding success. In fact, during the Obama administration, Biden was forced to admit that very fact when the administration claimed credit for a significant troop reduction in the region.
You and President Obama are claiming credit for this milestone. The real credit goes to President Bush's surge of troops, which helped bring some kind of security here, and that you're just unwilling to acknowledge that. Does he have a point?
That is simply not true. The president's speech acknowledged President Bush's contribution.
But not the surge.
Look, if you really go back and take a look at this, you could argue the surge made possible what was the most significant thing that occurred.
But Biden's wrong side of history approach to foreign policy carries much further than Iraq. On NPR's The Two-Way radio program, Former Secretary Gates launched a detailed and blistering attack on Biden's foreign policy choices.
The vice president, when he was a senator, a very new senator, voted against the aid package for South Vietnam that was part of the deal when we pulled out of South Vietnam to try and help them survive. He said that when the Shah fell in Iran in 1979, that was a step forward for our progress toward human rights in Iran. He opposed virtually every element of President Reagan's defense buildup. He voted against the B-1, the B-2, the MX. He voted against the first Gulf War. So on a number of these major issues, I frankly...
Get rid of the Trump tax cut.
And it doesn't stop at foreign policy. On the domestic front, at a time when many Americans are suffering income loss and small businesses are struggling due to the coronavirus pandemic, Biden's agenda appears to include government spending on an unprecedented scale, raising taxes to pay for it.
Hey, how many of you did really well with that $1.9 trillion tax cut that increased? Really good shape, right? Really changed your, well, you did. Well, that's good. I'm glad to see you're doing well already. And I'm good. But guess what? If you elect me, you're not going to have your taxes are going to be raised, not cut.
Just ahead, Biden lands in hot water for his decisions concerning criminal justice and comes out for amnesty after he voted against it.
Selling a home is
in their house. Seriously, I'm being for real. Like for me, it's like, I think I did it once, and it's like, it's just weird going outside of someone's house, in my opinion, and like protesting. So what's your guys' thoughts on that? I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying for me, it's kind of weird. I mean, I wouldn't like it, you know, going out. Some people were out in front of my house because of something that I did wrong or something that they didn't like. I'm like, hey, I don't want them out in front of my house. Someone says, I think it's a violation of privacy and should be illegal. TJ Jones Jr. says that, because I know Antifa does that in their own kind of way, and Patriots have been recently kind of doing that over the past few years. Now, what about like going to a governor's mansion? Do you consider a governor's mansion their home? I don't consider it their home, but at the same time, I'm like, well, what's it really doing? It's probably more disturbing to the neighbors than sending a message to the governor. I'll go I'll go to stream or just to, especially to fellowship with people. But other than that, I'm like, I don't know if it really serves a purpose, but and to some people it might.
Maximus. This site is kinda weird.
Keep the protests in the public streets. The mansion is different. I like that. What does that say? The mansion is different. It's like the state White House. Very true. That's why I'm like, I'm all right with the like a governor's mansion and stuff. What do you say, Anita? We make their lives just as uncomfortable as ours. See, Anita, so once you guys get a part of Blexit, you guys are gonna love Anita. She's so gangster, I tell you. She's gangster. And she's part of Oregon's Women for Trump as well. She's part of that. Man,
Maximus.
a bunch of crews, man,
It's like some kind of mental programming.
I think I'm in I'm in Blexit, and I think that's all. Yeah. I don't really get myself into a lot of stuff. I like to stay middle ground with everybody and fair. I've noticed that you start to get in all the different types of things. There's so much You know, it's a trip because patriots have more bickering within them than Antifa. Patriots are like Christians. I tell you, it's the truth. There's so much problems with in-house Christianity than there is outside Christianity. It's almost like the same way with conservatives and the patriots. There's so much junk in people. It's crazy. It's crazy, the stuff I hear, the stuff that goes on, the things between people. It's like, man, like, it's just, it's sad, but, Alan, how did you know about Steve's show? Why are you asking me that? When you said, when am I going on Steve's show? What do you mean? Yanita says, I love all my patriots. If they are willing to go with me, I love them. That's true. I mean, that's one thing. That's why I do like about it, no matter where they go. I'm just saying, for me personally, you know, I wouldn't, you know, do like a rally or something of going like to certain spots, but I'll go with people. I'll go with groups because of the fact that, you know, for the most part, everybody's, you know, shares the same common interests, common goals. So I'm all for that.
For 11 million undocumented and undocumented immigrants, stop treating them the way they're being treated, who are living in and enriching our communities every single day. I know that's a pretty big agenda, but this is the moment to get it done.
Today, Biden now calls the same undocumented workers he once condemned essential.
The pandemic has lifted blinders off so many people in this country about who's really essential to our economic strength.
So too, as early as 2006, Biden was bullish on building a border wall. He sounded a lot like President Trump at this 2006 event in South Carolina.
Folks, I voted for a fence. I voted unlike most Democrats, and some of you won't like it. I voted for 700-mile fence.
But the Biden of today is far different. He says he favors electronic monitoring methods to enforce the border, and his border wall position has changed dramatically.
There will not be another foot of wall constructed on my administration, number one.
As the Trump administration administered land confiscations in order to move forward with border security construction, Biden told NPR he would end all of it and provide citizenship to 11 million illegal immigrants.
What about the land confiscations?
Stop, done, over, not going to do it. Withdraw the lawsuits. We're out. We're not going to confiscate the land. On day one, I'm going to send a legislative immigration reform bill to Congress to provide a roadmap to citizenship for 11 million undocumented immigrants.
Just as Biden has quickly pivoted left on immigration issues, his past decisions and actions surrounding race have also come under scrutiny. In March of 2020, one far-left publication said Joe Biden has built a career on betraying black voters, noting throughout his career he secures the loyalty of African Americans while working nonstop to let them down. Biden drew criticism after a speech to a largely African American audience when he compared 2012 candidate Mitt Romney to a slave owner.
They're going to put you all back in chains.
In 2020, Biden again demonstrated a troubling assumption that all African Americans would support him in lockstep.
If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
Biden was forced to apologize. Later, the show's host appeared on MSNBC.
Do you think there's a risk that not just Joe Biden, but the Democratic Party in general just takes for granted that, well, the black people are with us. We don't need to offer anything more. Do you worry that that is the attitude that Democrats are taking toward the black community?
I mean, I know that's the attitude.
At the start of Biden's career in Washington, Democrat Mississippi Senator James Eastland, who once called to abolish the Negro race, served as a mentor to young Senator Biden. Eastland and other Democrat segregationists offered to help Biden's re-elections throughout his career.
Are you going to apologize?
Apologize for what?
Biden's racial past has crept into his past campaigns for president, such as this moment from a 2007 Democratic presidential debate.
Senator Biden, you and your campaign have had a number of occasions to correct or clarify things you've said relating to race, including your remarks about Senator Obama being, quote, clean and articulate, your comment about Indians working at 7-Eleven. Do these gaffes or misunderstandings, or however you would characterize them, indicate you're uncomfortable talking about race?
I may have phrased those things wrongly, but when I talked about the Indian population, what I was making the point was they're building families. They're coming by businesses, 7-Elevens and Dunkin' Donuts and small shops, just like those Italian immigrants used to do. But no one who knows me in my state, no one who I've worked with in the United States Congress has ever wondered about my commitment to civil rights.
Earthquake magnitude 3.6 off east coast of the North Island, New Zealand. 9 minutes ago.
Running mate called out his decision to deliver a glowing eulogy to Democratic Senator and former Ku Klux Klan member Robert Byrd.
Robert C. Byrd elevated the Senate.
Senator Byrd was an exalted cyclops, or high official in the Ku Klux Klan. He joined with Biden to oppose busing, a policy that sought to integrate public schools.
It was hurtful to hear you talk about the reputations of two United States senators who built their reputations and career on the segregation of race in this country. And it was not only that, but you also worked with them to oppose busing. And, you know, there was a little girl in California who was part of the second class to integrate her public schools. And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me.
It was the 1970s, and Biden joined with Senator Jesse Helms to oppose racial integration. During a hearing, Biden lamented, "My children are going to grow up in a jungle. The jungle being a racial jungle." Senator Helms even welcomed Joe Biden to the ranks of the enlightened.
I've asked him and have yet to hear him agree that busing that was court-ordered and mandated in most places, and in that era in which I was bused, was necessary. And he has yet to agree that his position on this, which was to work with segregationists and oppose busing, was wrong, period.
Senator Cory Booker added to Kamala Harris's concerns when he took on Biden's controversial decisions on crime and racial justice. He wasted no time challenging Biden's credibility on racial matters.
Mr. Vice President has said that since the 1970s, every major crime bill, major and minor, has had his name on it. And sir, those are your words, not mine. And this is one of those instances where the House was set on fire and you claimed responsibility for those laws. And you can't just now come out with a plan to put out that fire.
Biden's recent calls to redirect funding away from local police departments and decriminalize drugs is a far cry from this Joe Biden, criticizing then-President George H.W. Bush's anti-drug plan.
In a nutshell, the president's plan doesn't include enough police officers to catch the violent thugs, not enough prosecutors to convict them, not enough judges to sentence them, and not enough prison cells to put them away for a long time.
Biden joined with Senator Strom Thurmond to begin mass incarceration and even death for drug offenders.
Under the leadership of Senator Thurmond, and I'd like to suggest that I take some small credit for it myself as well, and others, the presiding officer, that there is now a death penalty.
Biden and Thurmond.
Earthquake magnitude 3.1. Dodecanus Islands, Greece. 50 minutes ago.
Penalty offenses.
Biden was on a mission to radically change crime laws. Harper's Magazine called it the age of mass incarceration for Black Americans.
We do everything but hang people for jaywalking in this bill.
Drug criminals who weren't sentenced to death lost everything and were locked away.
We changed the law so that if you are arrested and you are a drug dealer, under our forfeiture statute, you can, the government can, take everything you own. Everything from your car to your house, your bank account, not merely what they confiscate in terms of the dollars from the transaction that you just got caught engaging in. They can take everything. We have laws in the last several years where we don't allow judges discretion to sentence people. Flat time sentencing. You get caught, you go to jail.
Biden took to the Senate floor to push for more mass incarceration and over 100,000 new police officers. He was not shy in revealing his true feelings.
Every time Richard Nixon, when I was running in 1972, would say law and order, the Democratic mantra, the response was law and order with justice, whatever that meant. And I'd say lock the SOBs up.
The crime bill was signed by President Clinton in 1994. As Biden and Clinton celebrated, the bill devastated communities of color across the country. In 2019, New York Magazine called Joe Biden's record on integration and mass incarceration worse than any other Democratic candidates. Today, perhaps in an attempt to appease the social justice progressive wing of his party, Biden sings a different tune, casting the police as part of the problem.
The last thing you need is an up-armored Humvee coming into a neighborhood. It's like the military invading. They don't know anybody. They become the enemy.
As he told this progressive activist, he supports redirecting money from the police.
My generic point is that...
Do we agree that we can redirect some of the funding?
Yes, absolutely.
But Biden quickly clarified his remarks, as many view redirecting funding to mean defunding police.
Do you support defunding the police?
No, I don't support defunding the police. I support conditioning federal aid to police based on whether or not they meet certain basic standards of decency and honorableness, and in fact are able to demonstrate they can protect the community.
The Washington Post wrote the Biden campaign marks a significant move to the left from where Biden and his party were only recently, on everything from climate and guns to health care and policing. When we return, Joe Biden's close relationship with China and a father-son roadshow nets serious cash.
America's under attack, and they're all around us. I'm talking about liberal Democrats, and they're out to destroy everything that we've worked so hard for. Mammoth Nation's here to fight for you. You only get one vote, so let's join forces. We support conservative lawmakers and the causes you hold so dearly. We stand behind our police, veterans, the Second Amendment, and much more. We need your help, so join today.
Lifestyle diseases are on the rise.
Drinking, whatever. Anyway, they were done for the day. They had their big event, but it's like I was saying earlier on my Blexit call, or not my Blexit call, but to my wife, that the real stuff happens at night. That's when people need to. I'm still going to say that to this day. The real stuff happens at night. You know, I don't consider the flag waves. I don't consider the flag waves or any of the rallies that we do that seem like a victory. I don't really ever consider them a victory. Is it still fun? Is it still a movement? Are we still standing? Yes, but the real victory comes from these jokers at night that are running the cities and they're tearing the cities down. When patriots go out there at night, like what happened in D.C. this past Saturday, that's when the victories start to happen. That's where the grounds are reclaimed. Is when that starts to happen. Because a lot of times Antifa, they've even said it before. I've heard them countless times here in Portland at the rallies. Why don't you guys come down here at night? Come down here at night. So basically they keep challenging patriots and conservatives and whoever to come down at night to the cities where they're destroying stuff. You know, it's easy as, one thing during the day, it's a whole different beast and a whole different animal at night. So, that's just my 2 cents on that. Yep, see, Anita knows. Yeah, She was there. She experienced it. It was funny. I was talking to her earlier because that night there was two groups of people walking around the city. One group had, and I'll probably post it because I found my footage, but there was a group that was carrying this huge, massive flag that was probably 40 feet by 25, maybe 30. And they were carrying this around town, just marching around town carrying this flag. And then there was this other group, probably about 200 people, walking around town. And then finally these two groups met, and it was just like this explosive amount of energy when these two groups came together, because they were both patriots. And it was almost like it had this feeling like we found the lost child type of thing, because each group was looking for more patriots, more people to stand with them. And when the two came together, it just was like this explosion of excitement of like USA, and everyone was excited. It was cool. It was definitely a highlight. But that's what it is. It's like numbers at night, numbers. And Yanita, I don't know if you've noticed yourself from being back there, but I've been saying this a lot to the people up here in Portland. No one was armed. Nobody was armed. Nobody had gear on. Nobody had the helmets on. Nobody had the goggles on. Nobody had any sort of protective gear on. It was just straight clothes, patriots with their hats on, Trump stuff on, Jesus stuff on. And as I tell people, that, to me, in my opinion, that's way more intimidating when I see that than when I see,
Earthquake magnitude 3.7. Peru-Ecuador border region. 6 minutes ago.
People who have their gear on, they're responsible, and they know that they can't use their weapons. So it's not really, there's nothing to really be scared of.
Raised $1.5 billion.
As Joe and Hunter Biden deplaned Air Force Two on the runway in Beijing, there were two cars waiting. One to escort Joe Biden to meet with government leaders, another whisking Hunter Biden to the Bank of China.
Unknown to the press back then, Hunter Biden was forming a Chinese private equity fund, planning to raise money, including from Chinese investors. 10 days after the Biden's trip, Shanghai authorities issued the fund's business license.
If I only got to hear you sing, it would have been worth the trip.
In a mere 10 days after the official trip, Shanghai authorities had issued the license. Coincidentally, Hunter Biden's new investment fund received a $1.5 billion investment from China. Hunter was on the board of directors of the group.
The way I was raised was to believe that change presents opportunity.
Mr. Vice President, what's your take on that? Was there a conflict of interest there? Was there a clear conflict of interest?
Joe Biden, while he was vice president, took billions of dollars in bribes from the Chinese government in the form of payments to his son Hunter's businesses. In exchange, Biden was soft on Chinese military and economic aggression.
In 2019, Hunter Biden was peppered with questions about his billion-dollar fund by ABC News.
What do you say to people who believe this is exactly why people hate Washington? A vice president's son can make money in countries where your father is doing official government business.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
The investment raised questions about Joe Biden's consistent support of China in U.S. policy circles.
China is going to eat our lunch? Come on, man. They can't even figure out how to deal with the fact that they have this great division between the China Sea and the mountains in the east, in the west. They can't figure out how they're going to deal with the corruption that exists within the system. They're not bad folks, but guess what? They're not
Earthquake magnitude 2.0. Island of Hawaii, Hawaii. 3 minutes ago.
Trump's early intervention banning travel from China in the early throes of the global coronavirus pandemic.
On January 31st, I imposed travel restrictions on foreign nations and anybody that had been to China or people coming out of China.
Biden called the move xenophobic.
This is no time for Donald Trump's record of hysterical xenophobia. But neither should we panic or fall back on xenophobia. Labeling COVID-19 a foreign virus does not displace accountability for the misjudgments that have been taken thus far by the Trump administration.
Joe Biden didn't just side with China on the virus. He did. He called me, again, xenophobic. That's what he said. You all heard it many times. He described the rise of China as, quote, a very positive development. Not a positive development. Not for us, it's not.
Even Trump's critics admit the travel ban was crucial to slowing the spread of the virus within the U.S.
We don't need any new sanction laws.
Biden consistently opposed sanctions on China, even when the country was blatantly taking advantage of the United States, including stealing intellectual property.
The Senate's passage last week of legislation granting China permanent normal trade relations, even though the chairman and I disagreed on that issue, I think has to be viewed as a significant accomplishment.
He fought for China's membership into the World Trade Organization, along with most favored nation trade status. 20 years later, everything Biden supported proved dead wrong. Nearly 4 million American jobs lost and American manufacturing decimated.
It is in our self-interest that China continue to prosper.
As recently as 2011, in the wake of staggering job loss to China, Biden reiterated his support for a strong China in an op-ed he wrote for the New York Times. Biden wrote, "I remain convinced that a successful China can make our country more prosperous, not less." That same year, this was the headline.
Standard & Poor's stripped the US of its AAA credit rating earlier this month, prompting the Chinese state news agency Xinhua to write, "The days when the debt-ridden Uncle Sam could leisurely squander unlimited overseas borrowing appear to be numbered."
With Biden's help, China enjoyed tremendous prosperity at the expense of American businesses and workers. This relationship led to Biden receiving a tremendous amount of money from China.
The Penn Biden Center's Penn's home in Washington, D.C. It is incredibly important that we be there to be at the center of shaping the national policy debate about our place in the world.
In fact, it turns out the Biden Center at the University of Pennsylvania is largely dependent on China for its operations. The Biden Center failed to report tens of millions of dollars in donations. Since 2017, the Biden Center accepted $22 million in anonymous funding from China. Federal law requires any foreign gift over $250,000 must be disclosed. Members of Congress cited extreme concern about potential foreign influence, as the university saw a tidal wave of over $70 million in Chinese cash flow through the doors since the Biden Center was established. When we return, Joe and Hunter Biden's overseas roadshow heads to Ukraine for another big payday.
Hi, Walter. Join us for a walk?
Do you suffer from leg aches and pains, cramps, or swollen feet and ankles? Let Revitive Medic Circulation Booster help you get back on your feet and doing what you love. Call or go online to see why over 2 million people trust Revitive Medic. Developed by physical therapists and vascular surgeons, Revitive works by sending gentle waves of electricity to the nerves in your feet that stimulate your calf muscles to pump fresh, oxygen-rich blood throughout your legs and feet. Revitive is FDA cleared for people.
Let me tell you guys about becoming a supporter. And if you guys would like to, I'm going to tell you a little bit about that with the supporting thing. It's a 2-month free trial. So y'all can test it out. You can drop me like a bad habit afterwards. Hopefully you won't, but you can check that out. And I want to be doing more exclusive content, like stuff with me and my wife. We'll be talking and engaging more with you guys, answering questions, being more engaged, because a lot of times when I'm out in the field, I can't really engage you guys because I'm busy streaming and watching things. So with becoming a supporter, you guys will have like insight, access. I'm also going to be starting to work on merchandise, so I'm sure there'll be discounts with that, and even more personal time, you know, with me as well. And who knows where else it can grow and go from there. But that's just an option. If you guys would like to become supporters, feel free to. You guys can hit the button and do all that. So that's first and foremost. Really enjoy your stream on your pastor. Cool. I'm glad you guys like that. I don't get a lot of views, but that's okay. Not everybody's a follower. Not everybody's a believer in Jesus Christ. So it's not for everybody, but I am. So that's why I post today. That's my thing I post on here. So there was a flag wave tonight. It was the Gresham one here in Gresham, Oregon. Technically, it was supposed to come to an end, but a few of the people wanted to carry it on, so they showed up and actually kind of like changed the time. So it was like at 4 o'clock today, which would have been 7 o'clock Eastern time, and it was raining, so not really a lot of people went. So that was interesting. I did go. I didn't film nothing or stream anything, which is okay. I just still went there to, you know, show some support and stuff. But that's about the only thing that's gone on this week, because it's weird. It's like we're in this interesting spot where it's like people feel like, it seems like people are really discouraged or down, because it's almost like we're like hanging in the air with what's going on with Trump and all that. Someone said, I like that comment. I was an atheist. Thank you. I found my way. Okay, awesome. Bonnie said we stayed strong. Bonnie was out at the flag wave today. Her and her husband, they were out there. So, hey, hats off to you guys. But it's like everybody's like in this funk, because it's like not sure what's going on with Trump and Biden and all that type of stuff. So it's just weird. It seems like a lot of things have lost momentum, even though they had the Million Mega March, which, by the way, see, I'm going all over the place. Which, by the way, there's another one coming up in December 12th, Washington, D.C., Million Mega March Part 2. So if you didn't make this one, make sure you go to that one in December 12th, Washington, D.C., Million Mega March. I will be going. I might get quarantined in D.C. for 2 weeks, but I'm going. Or quarantine when I get back. I don't know. I'll work it out some way. But I might get, you know, who knows. So that's happening December 12th. No, I'm not tired. I think I'm just trying to, I have so much on my mind. I'm trying to think of things and all that type of stuff. And then with the restrictions, what Facebook has recently done, it's kind of tripped me out a little bit. Because I'm trying to grow the YouTube and all that, and still figure out things to do. So I have a lot kind of going on my mind. Plus, I'm also thinking about what's going to happen after all these protests and riots come to an end. Like basically, where is this platform, and where is all this taking me to? So I do have a lot of things I'm thinking about. So that could be the reason why I look tired.
Throughout his 8 years as Obama's vice president, Joe Biden paid frequent visits to Ukraine as the face of the administration's foreign policy to the Eastern European country.
Hey folks, Joe Biden. I just got off a 8-9 hour flight from Washington to the capital of Ukraine, Kyiv.
His presence became so frequent, he joked to the then Ukraine head of state.
This is my third trip in the last 7 months. You must be getting tired of seeing me as often as you do.
But Biden wasn't alone. He brought along his son, Hunter Biden.
The Biden family is ready. And we will do this as we always have, as a family.
It was May 2019, the day of Joe Biden's 2020 presidential campaign announcement. And despite the family-friendly theme, there was a key member of the family noticeably absent, Hunter Biden.
Mr. Vice President, got a quick question for you.
It's a question we tried to ask repeatedly.
Can we ask you about Ukraine and China?
but kept getting blocked. Questions about foreign deals his son Hunter Biden pursued.
My father, Joe Biden.
In countries where Joe Biden was working as America's top diplomat.
Hunter's business dealings in Ukraine were starting to attract unwanted attention on the campaign trail.
At issue was Hunter Biden profiting off his dad's work as vice president, and did Joe Biden allow it?
A controversial Ukrainian natural gas company called Burisma appointed Hunter Biden to their board of directors, paying him $50,000 a month, despite Hunter having no known experience in Ukraine or with natural gas.
If your last name wasn't Biden, do you think you would have been asked to be on the board of Burisma?
I don't know. Probably not.
The timeline of the lucrative appointment is revealing. In early 2014, one of Hunter Biden's close friends, Devon Archer, joined the gas company. Then on April 16, 2014, Archer visited the White House, where he had a very long meeting with Vice President Biden. Just 2 days later, Hunter Biden quietly joined the board of the gas company, which was already under investigation for fraud. And just 3 days after that, Vice President Biden promised over $1 billion of U.S. taxpayer aid to Ukraine's gas industry.
I want to know what you would most like to see my country doing.
Did you and your father ever discuss Ukraine?
No. As I said, the only time was after a news account. It wasn't a discussion in any way. There's no but to this. No, we never did.
What's your understanding of what your son was doing for an extraordinary amount of money?
I don't know what he was doing. I know he was on the board. I found out he was on the board after he was on the board, and that was it. And there's nobody...
Well, you've had a lot of time. Isn't this something you want to get to the bottom of?
No, because I trust my son.
But that doesn't pass the smell test.
The stories weren't adding up. The Washington Post wrote, "The appointment of the vice president's son looks nepotistic at best, nefarious at worst." In Washington, lobbyists for Hunter's Ukrainian gas company swung into action. Newly discovered documents reveal they wasted no time invoking Hunter Biden's name to curry favor with officials at Obama's Justice and State Departments, pressuring them to quash the investigation. In 2020, Republican senators wanted to investigate the documents more closely. Democrats went ballistic.
The Democrats are objecting, and I think maybe they're protesting too much. It actually raises my suspicion level of what is to be found out in these documents.
The documents revealed an urgent meeting which took place in February 2016, during the election year. On the agenda, quashing the corruption investigations into Burisma, the Ukrainian oil company that Hunter Biden served on the board. Allegations involved fraud, money laundering, and a variety of other crimes. 1 month later, Vice President Biden made his move.
And I was supposed to announce that there was another $1 billion loan guarantee.
At a 2018 appearance, Biden revealed details of his 2016 exchange with Ukrainian officials, a demand using $1 billion in U.S. aid money as leverage.
And I had gotten a commitment from Poroshenko and from Yatsenyuk that they would take action against the state prosecutor, and they didn't. So they said they were walking out to the press conference. I said, no, I said, I'm not going to, or we're not going to give you the $1 billion. They said, you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said. I said, call him. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting the $1 billion.
In a sworn affidavit dated September 4th, the prosecutor Biden refers to said, on several occasions, the president asked me to consider the possibility of winding down the investigative actions in respect of this company, but I refused to close this investigation.
I said, you're not getting the $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was, 6 hours? I looked, I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money. Oh, son of a got fired.
In total, it is estimated Joe Biden's son collected $3 million from Ukraine's Burisma. Neither officials at Burisma nor Hunter Biden can identify any specific contribution he made to the company. Early in the 2020 Democratic debates, Biden defended his actions and those of his son.
My son did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. I carried out the policy of the United States government in rooting out corruption in Ukraine. You know there's not one single bit of evidence, not one little tiny bit, to suggest anything done was wrong.
When we return, Joe Biden then and now on abortion, women, and is he mentally up to the job?
The worst genocide in human history also destroyed the lives of thousands of Jewish survivors still suffering today.
God calls on people who believe in him to act on his word. Comfort my people.
Especially during this holiday season of Hanukkah.
When I come here and I sit with Lily, I realize what she needs right now is food.
These elderly Jews are weak and they're sick. They're living on $2 a day. This now is how God's children.
I'm begging them to unite and defeat one in power. I'm Andrew Chamagedo. Muntu and see the conversation is very emotional on Twitter. I can see your feedback, and all I can say is let's await and see what becomes of Nalufenya today. The lawyers are not being allowed to have access to their client, and security agents are all over, not only Nalufenya and in the other security flashpoints around the country. So if you're one of those Ugandans who believe in peace and harmony, let's find lasting solutions. But again, I would say that these are trying times. We're dealing with unprecedented times. I ask the Electoral Commission to come and give us answers. We need answers. As media yesterday were blocked from covering a couple of these events, and right now it's back into the public. We'll take a break and we'll be back shortly.
The Saturday Monitor, in partnership with Stanbic Bank, NSSF, NARO and NTV, brings you the 20th Virtual Seeds of Gold Farm Clinic live on NTV, focusing on banana and
All right, Sandra Orr said that. Yeah, this dude might be drunk next to us.
Hope that's it.
That or he could be a fan.
A fan trying to say hi?
Out? Yeah, like,
trying to say hi.
Hey, shit. We had some crazy shit happen before. Remember that team? Who you with? Whatchamacallit? These fools were following him, bro, like at a high rate of speed. Oh, one of the times I was with you. Yeah. We jumped on the freeway. Sometimes people get crazy, bro. They think they're joking, but that right there, yeah, I think he was drunk.
Southwest 400 Old River, first of Savannah, white female 15, long dirty blonde hair, wearing a black shirt, a white blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She's walking towards State Farm.
Oh, it looks like we're sticking up a little bit in the air.
Yeah. 400 Old River.
Yeah. Oh, you know why I'm zoomed in? That's why. Shit. But I mean, the view looks good like that, though. I would leave it. It's better like that. Shit. Fuck it. Screw it.
RP is attempting to follow on foot. She'll be wearing blue scrubs. We'll flag a unit down 177. Control 1, you're 1032 on Met.
Office at in Minister's Village, and I stay in Namgongo side. So the whole route was chaotic. I think until after midnight. Yeah, until after midnight. I think I expect that really all Ugandans, including the security forces, did not sleep well.
Oh yes. It was very painful. Well, to start off this conversation, I'll ask both of you, from what you saw yesterday, from the human moment, what happened yesterday, the senseless killing, the vandalism, the arrest of Bobi Wine and Patrick Amuriat, what do you make of the entire situation, Sarah?
No, it's very unfortunate that other than, you know, the COVID pandemic affecting the electoral process and the environment, we have moved from a digital election to a tear gas election. parts of northern Uganda, eastern Uganda, and the greater Kampala, Wakiso, Mukono, Kampala, you know, all the clouds are covered with tear gas. And I really would not know whether the Electoral Commission feels that they are in charge of this process, as mandated by Article 61 of the Constitution, to reinforce Article 1 of the Constitution that gives power to the people to elect their leaders in regular, free, and fair elections. What we have achieved in the last, you know, 25 years of the 1995 Constitution are regular elections.
Regular elections.
Yes, but we are yet to experience a free.
Scared young mothers to choose not to have an abortion. But I will also vote against a constitutional amendment that strips a woman of her right to make her own choice.
For many years as U.S. Senator, I've supported the Hyde Amendment like many others have.
For decades, Biden supported the Hyde Amendment, which forbids government insurance programs from covering abortion. Biden often cited his Catholic faith as his opposition to taxpayer-funded abortion. However, as he ran for president in 2020, he shifted course.
If I believe health care is a right as I do, I can no longer support an amendment that makes that right dependent on someone's zip code.
I think that this is an example of him being pushed from the left in his party. There are progressives and women's rights activists in this country that are saying there's no middle ground for them on this issue.
The Washington Post wrote, Joe Biden's flip-flop reeked of insincerity. At this rate, he'll be a socialist by Labor Day. Biden's dramatic shift to the left is evident in policy positions on everything from education to tax hikes to climate change. It has led some to speculate who is really in charge of the campaign's message. On climate change, for example, it appeared Biden simply plagiarized policy goals from a variety of progressive websites.
Joe Biden's campaign fending off allegations of plagiarism today after revelations that the former vice president's brand new climate change policy plan copied language directly from multiple liberal activist groups and a news site.
While some are questioning who's minding the store at the Biden campaign, others have noticed troubling mental slips with Biden which occur regularly.
My name's Joe Biden. I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate. Look me over. If you like what you see, help out. If not, vote for the other guy. Give me a look, though, okay?
His public appearances are infrequent and shockingly limited for a candidate running for president.
Have you been tested for some degree of cognitive decline?
I've been tested and I'm constantly tested.
Signs of forgetfulness plague the few appearances he does make, especially when he is off teleprompter.
You know, the rapidly rising I don't know. If you could take care, if you were a quartermaster, you can sure in hell take care of running a, department store thing, where in the second floor of the ladies department or whatever, you know what I mean?
Episodes like these have prompted new questions about his ability to make tough decisions in a potential Biden administration.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing.
Seemingly confused at the details of his own health care plan at the third Democratic debate, Biden's opponents saw blood in the water.
They do not have to buy in.
You just said that. You just said that 2 minutes ago. You just said 2 minutes ago that they would have to buy in. You said they would have to buy in.
Have to buy in. If she qualifies for Medicaid,
are you forgetting what you said 2 minutes ago?
Be in for it.
Are you forgetting already what you said just 2 minutes ago? I mean, I can't believe that you said 2 minutes ago that they had to buy in, and now you're saying they don't have to buy. You're forgetting that.
I said anyone.
I mean, look.
Regardless of his past or his present condition, Biden heads into November 2020 asking Americans to send him to the White House. We have examined a number of Joe Biden's bad decisions. Now, it's up to America to decide.
Thank you all. Thank you all for listening. Oh. Thanks. 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 Okay.
question.
Vandalized. You had an ambulance, carrying patients who needed very quick care being vandalized. We have all seen clips, of videos that are moving around WhatsApp and other platforms of an officer, ASP Kasure, who was hit by a hammer by somebody, rioting and, dressed up in red. A police officer who was trying to clear debris and clear the trash that was, being, thrown around there by the protesters. So I think it is important for Ugandans to note that whereas demonstrating over a particular issue is a right of every Ugandan, but it must be done so peacefully, without disrupting the business or disrupting the freedom of others. So I think as a country, we must get back to the values of, first of all, freedom. Second, rule of law is very important. Listening to my friend Sarah speak, it's very interesting what she said, but I think it is important to note that even when we have elections in this country, law and order really should be maintained. We should not have elections, in chaos. And I think all parties, and I have been very clear previously, that even within the police, there are some elements that I think have acted as travails or really out of the rules, and I think those should take individual responsibility. I don't know whether lawyers call it vicarious liability, something like that, but it is not the policy of the institution of the police to torture. It is not the policy of the institution of the police to act in a way that harms people, because our police is supposed to be protecting us, and they are very, very good police officers who have put themselves on the line. Like really looking at that photograph of Kasure, who was being hit by a hammer just because she was clearing debris, tells you that as Ugandans, I think we need to look inside ourselves. There is a car of a supporter of President Museveni that was moving around, and people started throwing stones at it. This is a citizen who was just showing support, for a particular candidate. I saw posters of President Museveni, billboards, being run down. I saw posters of my friend here in Chira, Mamerto Mugerwa, being banned. So that chaos, I think, should be across the board really condemned. I haven't seen NRM supporters trying to beat the supporters of other presidential candidates. If it is there, that should also be very, very seriously condemned. So I think as a country, what we saw yesterday, these are not the scenes we want to be seeing. And really, the other aspects that I wanted to mention, I agree that the Electoral Commission should come out very, very strongly and invite, in full view of the media, hold a major meeting with all political parties, with all presidential candidates.
But they have tried that. Maurice, they have tried that. They have called these political parties, the presidential candidates, to their agents, but this has not yielded. Yesterday, you're talking about Afande Kasule, who was hit by a hammer, but we had vendors who were crushed into by a car. There was a vendor who is never going to walk again. All these, these are gruesome acts that happened yesterday, Mr. Kakamba. I don't know whether you have the same lens the way I actually, look at things here. But the excessive force that was used by security agencies?
What I am telling you is that, wrongs could have committed on many sides, and that should really be looked into. There is no reason why vendors should be crushed, and if it happened, I think that should be condemned. But you also need to mention to your viewers that cars of supporters of President Museveni were being stoned, and sometimes somebody was telling me that.
Whoa, Mr. Rakakamba,
Yes.
Mr. Rakakamba, let me be very blunt here, Mr. Rakakamba.
I have talked about
this is what happened.
Justice Mutonyi, which was stoned, and I think you should mention that. So when we are condemning,
I agree.
Across the board, it should not be cherry picking.
I condemn.
But the Electoral Commission, you cut me short before I finished my point on the Electoral Commission. I would want to see the Electoral Commission.
Come on, Morris.
Holding a meeting in full view of the media, discussing these issues around arrests, around violence, around reviewing the SOPs, and make sure that there are key actionable, propositions that are put forward. For example, do we need to suspend campaigns if people are not, for example,
the ground is not level
of COVID cops, of COVID SOPs? Those are extremely very important things. And I would want such a meeting to also be attended by the Interreligious Council, because the Interreligious Council in many ways is the soul of the nation. And because they have been conducting the national dialogue process, I think that they hold the golden parachute, sort of an umbrella that if the push comes to the shove, they can provide some other level of conversation of citizens that touches the soul of the nation.
Okay, Morris, just hang in there. My colleague Stephen Mbide is joining us. He's live at Chiseka Market, where yesterday this entire wave started. Stephen Mbide, if you could give us an update, what is currently happening at Chiseka Market?
Andrew Chamagero. Right now I'm standing along the Chagwe Road, and this is the city of Central Business District, just standing next to the famous Chiseka Market, one that some people here around this place called Bengazi, and that explains why there is a lot of military presence here, because this is where it all started yesterday, the mayhem that we saw in the city, where it was so bloody between the protesters and the security personnel that included the military, the LDUs, and the police officers. But right now they are standing on guard to make sure there is no any kind of chaos that we saw yesterday, and that military officer is trying to chase away all the border riders who keep stopping here. It doesn't allow anyone to stop here, and those who have been trying to keep here for some more time, they've been either beaten or has told to go away, and this is what's happening. Also, the other side of Mpabana Road. Mpabana Road is the one that goes off the Chagwe Road, connecting towards the other side of Aga Khan. There are so many LDUs and police officers manning the entire Chiseka Market to make sure there is no any kind of, at least anyone trying to burn up tires or do anything that is a sign of any rise up of any protest like we saw yesterday, where many people were left injured, and an unaccounted number of people are believed to have died yesterday in the mayhem that we saw. But of course, we shall be getting the information from the police, how many people were left dead and how many were injured, and others who were looted along the way. But here, some of the people are but the shops, as many of the shops are still closed. Traffic flow around this place is usually by now would have been so immense, but right now many people are still scared to come to the city. They want to know what's happening in the city. Is the city calm or is still chaotic like it was yesterday? Kambabuze lwaki bakyayimira wano ate nga security bagamba baleme kubeera nga bayimira wano. Olowooza n'embeera eno ogamba otya ssebo?
Ogamba otya ssebo?
Amanya go gwange
nze Katongole Vale.
Embeera yabaddewo egwa mu kitundu kino ayinza kuba nga ekwatibwa etya okulaba nga toluddawo okulaba ate embeera yabaddewo ey'obugugumuko, akacyankalano n'embeera yabaddewo ya tiyaggaasi n'amasasi.
Abakuumaddembe be balina oba tebakozesa maanyi naye wabula bakozese oba kale tebakozesa bikolwa
naye bakozesema gundi
Okay, kandi beno golowooza embeera y'okubanga tetwagala kulaba nga tuddamu embeera gye twabaddemu eggulo esaana kubanga ekwatibwa etya okulanga mmwe mukola emirimu gyammwe n'abakuumaddembe bagenda mu maaso n'emirimu gyabwe egy'okukuuma eddembe.
Kati ffe kyetwagala abakuumaddembe bakuume emirembe naffe abantu abaagala enkyukakyuka okulanga ebeerawo naffe tulina okukuuma emirembe so si kubonyabonya bannamawulire ng'ejjo bye mwalabye ng'abayisawo nga babakuba ebyo ebintu bibi nnyo mu nsi eno. Munnamawulire mu nsi eno atakwatibwako omuntu mulina omuleka n'asaka amawulire n'asobola okugatuusa mu byalo wa muki so si kutambula ddembe lya munnamawulire. Nze kyenteesa obukambwe bungi nnyo n'ensi tekyali y'abantu yabibomboola.
Kati mmwe abakolera wano military naba ebagezezza okulaba nga temuddamu kukola bye mwakoze eggulo mukakasa mutya abantu abali eyo tebagenda kuddamu kulaba mbeera eno yabaddewo eggulo ng'ojje ku bannamawulire.
N'abamagye bonna abakuumaddembe nabo beegendereze nabo balina okubeera nga nabo beegendereza nga nabo si bakambwe kuba banalaga obukambwe naffe tugenda kubeera bakambwe nnyo okutwaliza wamwe n'ensi yaffe si yabibomboola.
Kakati mukulu mukimanyi nti amateeka agamu kugassibwawo mulina okwambala masiki mulina okuba nga mukuuma mwewa amabanga naye kati gwe masiki ogitambuliza mu nsawo.
Kakati ebintu ebimu nga byo ebya masiki nawe olaba ekigenda mu ggwanga essaawa zino basazeko akatale kaffe tetugenda kukola tulinga abali mu buwanvu essaawa ya leero masiki enemesa okugoberera amateeka gaabwe nga bo tetujja kugondera muntu mateeka ng'ate bo bwe bakola ki be banyigiriza omuntu wa wansi.
Waliwo bw'omanyiiko abo balumiziddwako wano ku lunaku lw'eggulo?
Abalumirizwako sirina be mmanyi nnyo naye ng'abantu bo balabiddwa kubanga ne ku mawulire baabiraze nga
Affirmative on a missing person at risk, Elizabeth Montano, 51902, Hazel over Black, 56190, southeast eastbound.
What was the address?
1 hour ago on foot in a white fuzzy sweater and orange and black leggings.
Man, all these navigation specialists. Shit, I'm the only navigation
probably
specialist
on
here.
the side of Basham, so it's probably on the other side.
And you're the one that got lost worse than any of them. Hell no, I got us there. We just got there late sometimes. Or
Let's take a vote.
Too early. What?
When I run navigation, when Robert run navigation, when
Oh, you suck running navigation. Shit,
when I'm
don't
by
even-
myself. Or the
Yeah, you
sheriff
suck.
right there?
Takes you forever to get places. Yep, there is a unit up there.
Met 9.
Yep, Bernice came to the right place.
Channel 2 for assistance.
We're all family around here.
Good as some bitches.
Mingle, make friends, you know. That's, what was the call? We help each other out when we can.
Let me try.
Came to the right place.
It doesn't say on dispatch. It just says Sante and Niles.
Yeah. Is it a dead zone around here or what? Man, that's ain't stuttered like that in a while. On the hillside, man. The hillside stranglers. Yeah, you gotta get some grease in that joint.
Yeah, damn, dude, damn.
123 Charles and Aaron.
Go take that bike. I ain't taking no man's bike.
It's lit up.
So here.
Hey, the only person that can hide that bike is Robert if he hopped on it, not us.
Shit, I probably flattened the tires.
RP now advising that she's at her residence at
See, I do
2709
GPS
Whitley
good.
Drive. It crosses Ash and North Halfman.
Jesus, that's way out there in the east southwest. 701 Whitney Drive. That's southwest. Yeah, that's North Halfman. Yeah, that's way out there.
Maybe lock the doors and turn the lights down low. Daddy's on his way. Runs out there.
What is fold? It fold.
Control James 4 units, 88, Bears. David 10-4, confirming all units are turning.
Damn, they said the very best
Hell no.
navigation was my wife.
Damn. Oh, I thought you said skinny jeans on there. No, it says skinny. Oh, Miss Skinny jeans. Yeah.
Affirmative on that 245, minor injuries, but please move in.
Damn, where's that 245?
Copy, code 612.
They're code 6 on 2. Anybody know where Where the 245's at?
But when I'm in the car alone, I have to do my own GPS, my own reading.
Yeah, that's why you get the calls hella late.
Shit.
Yeah. You need people like us.
Yeah.
So you can put your finger.
Back here. He's just reading comments, y'all. You can't get a word in between Travis up there.
What? I'll be quiet for the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, right. I'm putting bush in front of him. Yeah, if you pull over and leave me outside the car. Robert's going to be.
ABC News' Brian Ross is reporting Michael Flynn promised full cooperation to the Mueller team and is prepared to testify that as a candidate, Donald Trump directed him to make contact with the Russians. Yeah!
The nation's electoral system has been fatally compromised. Hooray! Wow. 2 years, $50 million, almost 500 witnesses, and one Mueller report later, it must be heartbreaking for Joy Behar to realize that the 2016 election wasn't stolen by a foreign power. But hey, why let a few hundred pages of factual testimony slow you down?
Donald Trump, his son Donald Trump Jr., and others in the Trump Organization, they received an email in September 2016 offering a decryption key and website address for hacked WikiLeaks documents.
A major mistake at CNN.
We're actually correcting a story that we have been reporting throughout the day today about an email that was sent to the Trump campaign.
Oh, thank you, CNN. Thank you so much. You should have been apologizing for the last 2 years.
Kind of makes you wonder how a company with 36 editorial operations and more than 3,000 employees could just run with a story that had no basis whatsoever.
Don't call it fake. Don't call it fake, because it's not fake.
I see being called fake news as the equivalent of the N-word for journalists.
You know, CNN anchor Chris Como seems to think that lots of words are the equivalent of the N-word for him.
It was his insistence that calling an Italian-American person Fredo,
it's like the N-word for us,
that generated a very public debate about ethnic slurs.
Another fake CNN story alleged that Trump advisor Anthony Scaramucci was under investigation over ties to a Russian investment fund and discussed lifting U.S. sanctions against Moscow in a secret meeting with a fund executive. But there was just one small problem with this story.
And yet on Friday, CNN had to apologize to Scaramucci, which they did. They retracted the story completely and admitted it did not meet CNN's editorial standards.
Now, it turns out that the little problem concerning the scandalous meeting was that the scandalous meeting didn't happen. I'm old enough to remember a time when reporters fact-checked a story before they published it. Now, of course, the whole Russian collusion story deflated faster than CNN's ratings and credibility, but fake news never dies. It just keeps flinging spaghetti against the wall, hoping that something will stick. Take this bizarre fake news story inferring that the president was profiting from parties being thrown at Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C.
Think about the hotel in Washington right now. The RNC's having their Christmas party there. Fox News had their Christmas party there. Earlier today in a segment, I stated that the Fox network held their holiday party at Trump's D.C. hotel. I was wrong. We've since learned that neither Fox network nor an affiliate held any party at Trump's Washington hotel. I stand corrected.
Now, reporters hate it when they get confronted with their own bias. That just makes them angry. But the one thing none of them can tolerate, not even for an instant, is being laughed at. And when President Trump goes to war with fake news, he doesn't hesitate to drop the L-bomb. He gave out the first fake news awards tweeting in January 2018. And the fake news winners are... Top prize went to the New York Times economist Paul Krugman, who said that our economy would never recover under a Trump presidency. Krugman's prediction held for almost 2 full days. And after that, the economy's never been better. So whatever happened to fair, unbiased journalism? When we come back, we'll show you some of President Trump's greatest hits. Oh, and spoiler alert, things do not go well for CNN reporter Jim Acosta.
A storm is coming. You cannot defeat the storm. I am the storm, the great American grizzly. Introducing the original Trumpy Bear. Just find the secret zipper and pull out the American flag themed blanket. Then wrap yourself in the red, white, and blue for comfort and warmth. Show your patriotism and proudly display Trumpy on any American holiday.
God bless America and God bless Trumpy Bear.
Trumpy Bear loves to cruise with his brother.
I'm a former Marine, and I'm proud to have Trumpy Bear ride by my side.
When I ride with Trumpy Bear, he makes my golf game great again. Thank you, Trumpy Bear.
Simply style his trademark hair and place him in his favorite chair. Even the toughest guys will.
So we're en route to a call that some dude's walking in the middle of the street acting a fool.
Robert, get back in the car. Man, it sounds like skinny jeans.
He's throwing shit.
He's throwing shit at passing cars.
He's throwing shit. Jesus.
Where are we headed, Carol? We're headed to a call of a crazy man in the middle of the street.
Robert's throwing stuff at the cowboy.
I'm saying aftershock is not. Yeah, my cousin used to do that. They had like a little piece of candy or something. Candy
Frank, the second of 7500 mandatory transfer HNF 11, 958 Adams, 27's expired. Sherwood 1032 Mary times 1.
Yeah, Shirley. I'll remind him the car don't skid when there's no weight in the back.
The protected person is Erica Kelly. He's ID only.
Dutch Bros is closed? Yes, it's closed. Yep, that's what somebody said.
Metro 3, your transmission's broken. 10 minutes.
That's 6089 on B Street.
Coming in, Port Team Winter.
Here's Haley.
Let's see.
No, there's supposed to be someone throwing shit at cars.
It's probably high.
On east, or heading east down Haley. How's he headed east on Haley when Haley runs north and south? Huh?
Headed east on Columbus? We didn't see nobody in the road.
5 Central 4.
Damn.
Booking is 273-5, 3706 Killarney Court. Second half is RP's husband advising he's being abusive and throwing items, give number and been line disconnected, or attempting callback, however, goes to voicemail.
I didn't see nothing.
Dispatch, did you catch that call?
South Rio and Michelle. South Rio, that's where the unit's at, South Rio.
I'm in the area of the priority line, responding from both houses and point of this. 3 time 1 so far.
They're still playing music.
Yeah, they're playing that though. Yeah, they're closed.
Talk.
Yeah. You just put a car in there.
Yeah, I could drive through there.
You can fit a car in there, but you can be standing there like a dodo bird.
Man, why do you got to bring out a damn Dutch Brothers and not have it like any other place?
Karaoke madness. Never heard of that.
I guess you're
not
the bumper, it's the exhaust. We're trying to fine tip the exhaust, guys. Yeah, we're trying to fix the exhaust so it's not so straight.
Sending back out to your prior.
It's gotta be crispy.
Steve said there was a dude to the right before you went left back there. So flip around. Was there? That's what it
A live feed tomorrow, not from me, but there may be some sort of event going on tomorrow. I'm not quite sure on exacts, but I do know that, or I don't know exactly if Patrick Timmons' mom is going to continue during this to do the Thursday marches. If she does, though, I'm sure there will be some sort of stream up tomorrow during the day down at the JC for that. I know usually Mason goes to those. Who else goes down there? I think Ian's been going the last few times to those events. There's a few. I'm sure a couple people will want to go out just because of how little events have been happening. What's it, 10:30 there? 1:30 a.m. here in Louisville? Yeah, it's 10:24. Peggy, is there still stuff going on in Louisville, or have they slowed down as well due to COVID getting worse? I believe most cities are slowing down for the most part. I know a lot of the directional chats, the group messengers, everybody kind of agreed to take a little bit of a break. So I'm interested to see, or I haven't really seen much from other cities. But I'm not sure if that's just because I've been trying to spend some time away from streaming and all that. Nate, is that the like original Spider-Man that came out for the PlayStation?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you plan on getting a PS5 or a new Xbox?
I don't know.
Hmm?
I don't know.
I think I want to get both. Shameless plug, I'll be live on my page whenever Jared gets off here. Too much fun, so I'm staying all the NPS. About to take a fat dab if anyone wants to join. Yeah, I'm actually about to end this live pretty soon, so anyone that wants to go over, Rose is going to be going live here in a second, so you guys can go join Rose. I might pop in there and say what's up to everybody. Slow down, but day 176 and still out small crowds. For sure, Peggy. I know Portland hasn't been having a lot of direct action necessarily, but there's still small crowds going on doing events at places.
Jim Acosta. There's a lot of Department of Homeland Security data out there that shows border crossings at a near
Earthquake magnitude 2.1, Western Turkey, 17 minutes ago.
That shows undocumented criminals or undocumented immigrants committing crime at lower levels than native-born Americans. What do you say to
you don't really believe that stat? Do you really believe that?
What do you say? Well,
Take a look at our federal prisons.
I believe in facts and statistics.
Okay,
and data,
any more quick? Let's go.
But let me just ask you this. What do you say to your critics who say that you are creating a national emergency, that you're concocting a national emergency here in order to get your wall because you couldn't get it through other ways?
Moms, what do you think? Do you think I'm creating something? Ask these incredible women who lost their daughters and their sons.
This is real.
Okay? Because your question is a very political question, because you have an agenda. You're CNN, you're fake news. You have an agenda.
Perhaps the most memorable showdown between the president and Jim Acosta occurred during a hostile questioning over the Mueller report that ended up having Acosta stripped of his White House press credentials and sent the press corps reeling by calling the fake news reporter enemy of the people.
You know what?
Away. That's not an invasion.
Honestly, I think you should let me run the country. You run CNN.
All right.
And if you did it well, your ratings
Let
would
me
be
ask,
much better.
if I may ask one other question, Mr. President. I was going to ask one of the other folks.
That's enough.
Pardon me, ma'am. Mr. President,
that's enough.
Mr. President, I had one other question, if I may ask, on the Russia investigation. Are you concerned that you may have?
I'm not concerned about anything with the
have
Russian investigation because it's a hoax. That's enough. Put down the mic.
Mr. President, are you worried about indictments coming down in this investigation?
Mr. President.
I'll tell you what, CNN should be ashamed of itself having you working for them. You are a rude, terrible person. You shouldn't be working for CNN. Go ahead.
I think that's unfair.
You're a very rude person. The way you treat Sarah Huckabee is horrible. And the way you treat other people are horrible. You shouldn't treat people that way. Go ahead. Go ahead, Peter, go ahead.
In Jim's defense, I've traveled with him and watched him. He's a diligent reporter who busts his butt.
Well, I'm not a big fan of yours either, so
I understand.
To be honest.
So let me ask you a question, if I can. You repeatedly said
you aren't the best,
Mr. President. You repeatedly over the course of
just sit down, please. Well, when you report fake news, when you report fake news, which CNN does a lot, you are the enemy of the people. Go ahead.
Hey, when you don't report the facts and the truth, I'm sorry, then you are an enemy of the people. President Trump may be right. The establishment news media is not in the news business. They're in the news manipulation business. When they make up news, they're no longer journalists. They're novelists. They're writing fiction.
Tomorrow they will say, Donald Trump rants and raves at the press. I'm not ranting and raving. I'm just telling you, you're dishonest people. But I'm not ranting and raving. I love this. I'm having a good time doing it. But tomorrow the headlines are going to be Donald Trump rants and raves. I'm not ranting and raving.
I'm Bill Whittle. Thanks for watching this episode of the Trump Wars. And as usual, it looks like Donald Trump is going to have the last word.
Go ahead. I mean, just one more follow-up.
Should I let him have a little bit more? What do you think,
just
Peter?
Because of this,
Peter, should I let him have a little bit more? Sit down. Sit down.
Just because of the attack of fake news and attacking our network, I just want to ask you, sir.
I'm changing it from fake news, though.
Doesn't that undermine?
Very fake news.
I know, but aren't you?
Well, it was as bizarre as it was tedious, the sometimes secretive, never-ending campaign to tie Donald Trump to Russian collusion. From phony dossiers to dubious charges of conspiracy, the years-long Russia allegations against President Trump cost taxpayers over $25 million, produced thousands of pages of documents, drew over 500 witnesses, and consumed years of attention from congressional Democrats. And the result? The 448-page Mueller report that found no collusion. Here's my shocked face. I'm Bill Whittle, and this is the Trump Wars, the Collusion Delusion.
I always said this was an excuse for losing the election put out by the Democrats.
There was an extensive campaign by the Russians to interfere in our elections.
Little pencil-neck Adam Schiff. He's got the smallest, thinnest neck I've ever seen.
Brian Ross is reporting Michael Flynn promised full cooperation to the Mueller team and is prepared to testify that as a candidate, Donald Trump directed him to make contact with the Russians. Yeah!
And after 3 years of lies and smears and slander, the Russia hoax is finally dead. The collusion delusion is over.
It all started before the 2016 election had even been decided. After it was revealed that as Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton housed an illegal server at her house in Chappaqua, New York, an FBI investigation was launched examining leaked emails, hacked emails, and even classified emails. Then at the second presidential debate, Hillary Clinton mysteriously suggested that she had heard from unnamed intelligence officials that Russia was behind a diabolical plan to hack into accounts and get Donald Trump elected.
Our intelligence community just came out and said in the last few days that the Kremlin, meaning Putin and the Russian government, are directing the attacks, the hacking on American accounts to influence our election.
But somehow, all of this became Donald Trump's fault as Hillary planted the seeds of what would become known as the collusion delusion.
And believe me, they're not doing it to get me elected. They're doing it to try to influence the election for Donald Trump. Now, maybe because he has praised Putin, maybe because he says he agrees with a lot of what Putin wants to do, maybe because he wants to do business in Moscow. I don't know the reasons.
Now, on the surface, the attacks seem to come out of left field. Not even the biggest conspiracy theorist could have made this stuff up. But it would soon become clear that Hillary's tactic was cynical and unprincipled, namely, preemptively charge that President Trump was guilty of the crimes that she herself may have committed. And Trump was having none of it.
I don't think anybody knows it was Russia that broke into the DNC. She's saying Russia, 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 but maybe it was. I mean, it could be Russia, but it could also be China. It could also be lots of other people. It also could be somebody sitting on their bed that weighs 400 pounds, okay?
Hillary's accusations and inferences laid the groundwork for the Democrats' ongoing investigations of President Trump for the next 3 years, even though there was never a shred of evidence that the president's campaign was colluding with Putin. But Trump had a way of fanning the flames of his opponents.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. I think you will probably be rewarded mightily by our press.
That ability to fight back, to use sarcasm against these ridiculous charges is why Donald Trump is president. It was the type of comment that sent Democrats into a tailspin.
I never met Putin. I don't know who Putin is. He said one nice thing about me. He said I'm a genius. I said thank you very much to the newspaper, and that was the end of it. I never met Putin.
He may never have met Putin, but none of that mattered to the Democrats because as the seed of doubt was planted, Hillary's campaign and the DNC had a plan in place to smear Trump in the form of a mysterious dossier.
CNN learning tonight that Hillary Clinton's campaign and the Democratic National Committee helped fund the research which led to the controversial and, frankly, salacious and disgusting in some of its allegations dossier that detailed alleged Russian efforts to help Donald Trump's presidential campaign.
Until now, Hillary Clinton and her campaign team would not admit any connection to the Trump dossier. The 35-page document, prepared by a former British spy, alleges the Trump campaign colluded with the Russians and includes uncorroborated, salacious allegations about Trump himself.
Uncorroborated, slanderous allegations? The media was falling all over themselves. Of course, it would be proven later that not only did Hillary Clinton know about the dossier, the DNC had paid for it. And the run-of-the-mill opposition research? Well, it was phony research at that. It just wasn't true. But people like FBI Director James Comey were finding it very useful.
Last year, the FBI used a dossier of allegations of Russian ties to Donald Trump's campaign as part of the justification to get approval to secretly monitor Trump associate Carter Page. Now, those sources say that the FBI Director James Comey has cited the dossier in some of his briefings to members of Congress in recent weeks.
New information shows the FBI used a controversial dossier of alleged contacts between President Trump and Russian agents as evidence for a secret surveillance warrant.
From the moment he took office, Donald Trump and members of his campaign were under investigation by the FBI and Democrats like Adam Schiff, supposedly for colluding with Russia. And it all stemmed from the DNC paid-for discredited dossier. So why did they need a dossier? President Trump had a guess.
But I always said this was an excuse for losing the election put out by the Democrats, and that's what it was. She denied it. Her own people denied it. Everybody denied it. And now they're sort of scooting around trying to figure out what to say. So they spent, if you think of it, almost $6 million on something like that. And I think, honestly, I just think it's a disgrace.
Even though the Steele dossier was having a hard time standing up to scrutiny, Hillary kept chumming the waters, inferring that Russian collusion cost her the election. It appears that she's unable to accept the fact that she, and not Russian interference, was the real problem. Take this appearance just 3 months after Trump's inauguration.
And I think it's fair to ask, how did that actually influence the campaign? And how did they know what messages to deliver? Who told them? Who told them?
Yeah.
Who were they coordinating with or colluding with?
These questions were, of course, picked up by Democrats in Congress who questioned President Trump's every move in order to cast suspicion among Americans and set off a chain of new investigations.
Well, what is your response to the fact that President Trump said that when he made the decision to fire FBI Director Comey, he was thinking about the Russia probe?
Well, again, you know, this is an issue that's a serious issue and needs a thorough investigation by the Attorney General and by rather the Inspector General, not the Attorney General. He should be recused. And I look forward to seeing the results.
President Trump's Attorney General Jeff Sessions revealing he will recuse himself from any investigation into the Trump campaign. It comes after the Attorney General did not reveal during his confirmation hearings that he met with the Russian ambassador twice during the campaign.
Sessions' recusal from the Russia probe drew the ire of the president, who later mocked his Alabama Attorney General.
The Attorney General says, I'm going to recuse myself. And I said, why the hell didn't he tell me that before I put him in?
Well, that seems reasonable enough. Why not indeed? But this was just what Democrats needed to demand the appointment of a special counsel. Despite no evidence that Trump's campaign somehow conspired with Putin to meddle in the election, disgracefully, many Republicans agreed, and in walked Robert Mueller.
We have major breaking news right now. The U.S. Justice Department has just named a special counsel in the Russia investigation. Let's go right to our Justice correspondent, Pamela Brown. This is huge, Pamela.
This is a significant step. We are learning that the Deputy Attorney General, Rod Rosenstein, has appointed former FBI Director Bob Mueller to now oversee the Russia probe and look at the possible connections between Trump campaign associates and Russia.
And just like that, the Mueller era in Washington was born. Now Democrats and never-Trumpers had a knight in shining armor. As for President Trump, it marked an escalation of the ongoing witch hunt.
Well, I respect the move, but the entire thing has been a witch hunt, and there is no collusion between certainly myself and my campaign, but I can always speak for myself and the Russians, zero.
Despite the scrutiny of Mueller and his team of investigators, President Trump zeroed in on former President Barack Obama. During the 2016 election, Obama admitted to knowing all about Russia meddling, but never did a thing about it.
And President Trump going on the offense about Russia's meddling in the U.S. election, turning against his predecessor, blaming President Obama, claiming he did nothing about it, accusing Obama of collusion and obstruction for political reasons.
In other words, the question is, if he had the information, why didn't he do something about it? He should have done something about it.
All this led President Trump to suggest that since there was no evidence that he had colluded with Russia, perhaps this entire made-up witch hunt was evidence that the Democrats were the ones doing the actual colluding.
Everybody understands there was no collusion, there's no Russia. It was all made up by the Democrats. They're the ones that colluded with Russia. The Democrats colluded with Russia. And frankly, the previous administration didn't do anything about Russia when they knew that they should have.
And the president wasn't finished. Even though Democrats worried he could fire Mueller, President Trump insisted on casting doubt on Mueller's motives.
I think he's totally conflicted because, as you know, he wanted to be the FBI director, and I said no. As you know, I had a business dispute with him. After he left the FBI, we had a business dispute. Not a nice one. He wasn't happy with what I did, and I don't blame him, but I had to do it because that was the right thing to do. But I had a business dispute, and he loves Comey.
By the end of his first year in office, President Trump was understandably frustrated by investigations, made-up dossiers, and the endless and false charge of collusion. He'd fired his FBI director, who was clearly out to get him, and his own attorney general had recused himself from the Russia probe. The president tweeted, "Dossier is bogus, Clinton campaign DNC-funded dossier. FBI cannot, after all this time, verify claims in dossier of Russia-Trump collusion, FBI tainted." And they used this pile of nothing paid for by the DNC as the basis for going after President Trump and the people who had helped elect him. Now, when we come back, the mainstream media do everything in their power to help Mueller prove Russia collusion and end up getting burned in the process.
I'm Sebastian Gorka. I'm the host of the newest national radio show in America, 3 to 6 Eastern, Monday to Friday. If you think about what you spend money on, I think about coffee. We've become a coffee culture. You know, people like their lattes, their spiced cappuccinos, whatever it is. If you think of the price of Balance of Nature, it's probably the equivalent of 10 coffees. For a month, 10 coffees, you'll pay that money in a week. And instead of spending money on overpriced coffee for a week, you're getting health for a month. How does that math not make sense on anybody's budget? I don't care who you are. If health is important to you, I can think of no cheaper way to get healthy than Balance of Nature.
Balance of Nature is now offering 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code NEWSMAX.
I know what it's like to have back pain. When I found Inversion, it changed my life forever, and I believe it can change yours. I'm proud to introduce the most effective, the most comfortable teeter inversion table ever, the Teeter Fit Spine. When you invert, your back and spine elongate. With the pressure off, your back muscles relax, the spine realigns, discs rejuvenate, and nerve roots are relieved of painful pinching.
Been an iron worker for 34 years now, and my back was pretty bad. Now I got on the teeter, and I felt it like just alleviating, just stretching. Now I can go out, I can go play basketball, go walking with the kids. I'm a new person. My back feels the best it's ever felt.
FDA registered as a Class 1 medical device, teeter inversion tables are indicated for temporary relief of back pain, muscle tension, degenerative disc.
Oh, but man, it's gonna have a lot of pictures in it because I don't think Robert can read very well.
Bronco said, "I would have left you and your burrito skinny jean-ism #1.
Skinny jean-ism.
Frank Nobel night service for PC 3555 A Adams 27th of
Right, C4? I'm just keeping it 100, sis. Burritos lives matter. Hell yeah. No, actually, for tea, rice and beans lives matter. I like rice and beans, but not in a burrito. You one weird guy. I pay for a carne asada. If I pay for a carne asada burrito, I want carne asada.
You probably put ranch on your corn dogs, huh?
No, Frankie's not the one that did the cigarette.
153 Central 1.
It was me, Skinny Jeans.
Good eye.
Can we fast forward to 2021? Yeah, sure. You know what I'm saying? This live is from 2021. Now Robert's trying the to year of sound the like great Siri. state.
Damn. We would give $100 to get an opportunity to watch Robert eat a burrito and Travis eat a burrito.
Hell yeah. Hell, you guys watched us one day eat a hamburger and fries from Zingo's.
They didn't watch us, they heard us.
They watched me and Eric eat.
Oh, for real?
Oh, what?
Let's go 33 and code something canceled.
153 Charles. 153 Charles, I'll show you today. Nothing in it with traffic.
35170.
Has Robert's man card been restored? No. Shit. Oh, damn.
Okay, for when I copy the VIN, stand by for the return. I have one ahead of you.
Let's run across the street wearing pitch black. Yeah. Good job.
And then hit the doodle walk over there across the street. Hit the doo-doo walk.
You know, I'm in the mood for a sandwich
You
tonight.
probably put ranch on your corn dog, don't you? Robert gives them.
Damn, Bronco, you be here. There's like 6 of us talking here.
I bet you your loud ass voice. That's why everybody's like, why are Robert?
Dude, you're the one with the loud voice.
I have to overpower you.
Shit, nah, hell no.
There's like shock waves on your no neck.
Shit.
What
You
time
know what I'm
is it?
saying? What?
Earthquake magnitude 2.9. Mayo, Chile. 19 minutes ago.
I ain't had a sandwich in a long time.
We're at 2 hours and 21 minutes. Gonna run it?
We'll run it through the donut hut. Call donut hut on your phone. Order some sandwiches. You guys want a sandwich?
I'm good. I appreciate
Oh,
it.
shit. Yeah, I'm looking for my phone. It's right here.
111, can you advise today?
What's happening, everybody?
0533
Yeah, my wife don't like those sandwiches.
No?
Because of that garlic sauce that's on them.
Well, I get mine without them.
Robert gets his without the
I don't like the
special
garlic.
Hey, Johnny!
Oh, shoot. Here.
Hey, Johnny! You know who this is? No. You're live with TW online right now.
Oh, what's up, man?
How you been?
Where your 6 no stops at 27 South.
Hey, I want my sandwich.
You want your sandwich?
Yeah, Robert wants his sandwich, and Frankie wants his. What kind of sandwich you want, Frankie?
I don't know what kind of sandwiches they have.
Give
the meat lovers.
They got meat, turkey.
Make 2 of the sandwiches like mine with the extra garlic sauce, and I don't know what kind of sandwich Robert wants.
Yeah, let me get the turkey. I'll go with turkey. Turkey provolone. Yeah, with the do you have jalapeno bread?
Garlic butter.
Yeah, I'll take a garlic butter bun.
You actually like garlic butter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what you want that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, T wants that one. Yeah. Yeah, I want Chipotle on mine, and Travis obviously the garlic, I think.
Yeah, and extra tomatoes.
He is not a long ball hitter.
Not a long ball hitter. That's just priceless. When we come back, Mueller takes the stage and the Democrats' collusion illusion turns into a collusion delusion.
When America's service members move forward, they're unstoppable. Unstoppable in their mission. Since 2003, Wounded Warrior Project has advocated for these heroes. Our mission is helping injured veterans achieve their highest ambition with free services in mental health, career counseling, and long-term rehabilitative care. And Warriors never pay a penny for our programs. They're unstoppable heroes. Support Warriors today at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Hi, Walter. Join us for a walk?
Do you suffer from leg aches and pains, cramps, or swollen feet and ankles? Let Revitive Medic Circulation Booster help you get back on your feet and doing what you love. Call or go online to see why over 2 million people trust Revitive Medic. Developed by physical therapists and vascular surgeons, Revitive works by sending gentle waves of electricity to the nerves in your feet that stimulate your calf muscles to pump fresh, oxygen-rich blood throughout your legs and feet. Revitive is FDA cleared for people with arthritis or medical conditions causing poor leg circulation.
I have tried everything to get rid of my pain, and nothing has worked like Revitive.
It's virtually given us back our lives, and I'm so grateful for that.
Revitive is the one and only circulation booster clinically proven to increase oxygen-rich blood flow.
Pull tonight just to make up for that.
Jeff needs to keep his skinny jeans figure. Damn.
Robert needs to keep that Oompa Loompa figure.
Hell yeah, baby. Takes time and effort.
Oompa Loompa Oompa Dee.
I got another riddle for you.
Holy shit.
What
Travis,
do you get?
You should have seen it earlier. I seafoamed out my motor.
Yeah.
Nissan.
Oh, Nancy, you won in bingo? Hell yeah.
And the oil was going through
That's
the back
right.
cover, you know, back into the intake and out the exhaust. Oh my god. The whole, you couldn't see outside my front lawn.
Miss T said don't bring that home. It smells so bad.
I love them sandwiches.
Yeah, probably you get extra garlic.
I ain't got to worry about no vampires. I ain't got to worry about my heart stopping.
Yeah, that does clean your insides. Or at least that's what I heard.
Says I got a good heart. I like pickled garlic too.
DG Green TV, really?
I love pickled garlic.
Ugh,
Eat that
that's
shit.
nasty.
I like garlic. I'll eat garlic. I'll shuck garlic and eat
Garlic's
garlic.
cool, but not like damn. You know, say you're going a little overboard. Let's say eat raw garlic.
Yeah. Don't bring that home. It smells so bad.
Yup.
Okay, that's the second time it was read out loud.
Skinny
Boss
jeans.
lady said,
Skinny jeans. You're like,
your ass is sleeping in a tent. You take that home.
whoo, shit. Don't
This
worry,
one's
Miss
got
T.
a big back seat.
He's gonna eat it in about 30 seconds.
That's you.
No, he eats faster than I do. Watch.
Bullshit.
That's on.
You and
Oh
him,
my
bro.
goodness, bro.
No,
Watch,
but you don't
watch.
even. You don't even give it time to.
Hell no.
You don't even give it time to
Yeah, but
marinate.
Jack in the Box, he had
You
three
eat the
different,
wrapper
three
too,
separate
Robert, so
meals.
that's not
Yeah,
fair.
but
Yeah.
you ate everything before T did. Hell no, he still had 2 items left.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I had 2 items left.
But you finished everything though. No, well, he had.
And you ate my curly fries.
What? You lied. I didn't eat your curly fries. Man, you guys are making me hungry right now, man.
See, look, he's gonna eat the whole fucking wrapper, I guarantee it.
Well, hell
Go in
no.
there and be like,
No, those sandwiches are
Can I
big,
order
bro.
six
I love
donuts,
pickles,
too?
pig feet
Can
too.
I double my sandwich?
I'm only gonna eat half right now and then half later.
Oh my God, you're lying.
I am.
Ah, shit. It's horseshit.
Watch, man. I'm gonna prove all you guys wrong.
I call bullshit.
Now he's just gonna do it
Watch.
so he
Well,
don't.
you
So he
guys
don't.
Then I'll pull your man card for next year.
I'll just show
He
you
doesn't
guys.
even
You know
have
what I'm
a
saying?
man card. It disappeared.
I'm gonna
with
show
his
her,
neck.
man. I'm gonna show her. I'll show you guys. Oh, look at that little car.
You're a shower?
I am a shower.
Here we are, guys.
He shows all chins. No chins.
Ooh, I got 3 chins.
On the back of your head.
No, I got hot dogs.
All right, guys. We're gonna take a short break
Yep.
and we'll be back
Yep, we'll be back,
after
guys.
we get our sandwiches.
See you in a
We'll be
minute.
back shortly.
See you in a minute.
long last, the Democrats readied themselves as Robert Mueller signaled he was ready to release his nearly 450-page report. But first, the Justice Department issued a summary, and, well, you know the story.
The special counsel's report states that the investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference. So no conspiracy, no coordination, no collusion.
To make matters worse for the left, Trump was already taking victory laps every chance he got.
And after 3 years of lies and smears and slander, the Russia hoax is finally dead. The collusion delusion is over.
When Mueller finally testified, it was nothing short of a disaster. It seems neither the Republicans nor the Democrats were satisfied with his answers. There were many times when Robert Mueller seemed to be the most confused person of all. Even though Mueller was charged with thoroughly investigating Russia collusion, the report did not go into detail or challenge the various accusers like Christopher Steele, who the DNC hired to produce the Russian dossier.
Only one of two things is possible, right? Either Steele made this whole thing up and there were never any Russians telling him of this vast criminal conspiracy that you didn't find, or Russians lied to Steele. Now, if Russians were lying to Steele to undermine our confidence in our duly elected president, that would seem to be precisely your purview, because you stated in your opening that the organizing principle was to fully and thoroughly investigate Russia's interference. But you weren't interested in whether or not Russians were interfering through Christopher Steele. And if Steele was lying, then you should have charged him with lying like you charged a variety of other people, but you say nothing about this in your report.
What's interesting, you can charge 13 Russians no one's ever heard of, no one's ever seen, no one's ever going to hear of them, no one's ever going to see them. You can charge them. You can charge all kinds of people who are around the president with false statements. But the guy who launches the guy who puts this whole story in motion, you can't charge him. I think that's amazing.
I'm not certain I agree with your characterizations.
Well, I'm reading from your report.
That hiss you hear is air escaping from the Democrats' balloon.
You know, it's interesting. Robert Mueller was a god to the Democrats, was a god to them until he said there was no collusion. They don't like him so much right now.
Well, the Russia investigation is finally over. As you know, Special Counsel Robert Mueller submitted his final report and concluded that Donald Trump and his campaign did not collude with Russia during the 2016 election. This completely wrecks my bracket.
And there you have it. A bizarre accusation stemming from Hillary Clinton's campaign during the 2016 election was finally proven false some 3 years and $25 million later after a 2-year FBI investigation, inquiries of 2 congressional committees, and a special counsel probe. The collusion delusion had finally come crashing down like the Hindenburg, and the people who had started it were left running from the flaming wreckage. At long last, it was finally over. Or was it?
Now to an extraordinary development in the presidential campaign. Hillary Clinton, the 2016 nominee, called Tulsi Gabbard, one of the current candidates, quote, the favorite of the Russians.
You know, Hillary, I think maybe it's time to give this idea a rest. As for those 2 years of media reports that turned out to be largely fake news, many Americans wonder, where's the accountability? And President Trump won't let the matter die. Why should he?
The special counsel completed its report and found no collusion and no obstruction. I could have told you that 2.5 years.
And we're just fucking, and some of us are just fucking ignoring them while they're just dying on the front lines. So please, with the same disposition that a diagnosis from your doctor, as inconvenient as it might be, would be heard by understanding ears, do the same. Put your feelings aside. I promise you, the government's not trying to chip you right now. Everyone carries a cell phone. And that's the chip. I mean, that's how they track us. They have all the info. All of our info goes through here. More info than you could ever get from a chip that's in your arm. Okay? So if you're that worried about it, get a flip phone. And that's how you're going to escape government tracking you. But get their COVID vaccine, please. Please, for the love of God, wear a mask. Please, for the love of God, don't have gatherings. Please. Sorry for that rant, but as soon as I read about that and reminded me about the vaccine, it's like, it's not gonna do any good if half the fucking people out there are fucking stubborn and hung up, you know, on these weird notions, these weird conspiracies, or even just like this weird it's like just because like the right side, this because the right wing opinion is that it's like COVID's bullshit. If you're on the right or side of politics, you're like, yeah, me too. Like let's try not to like just fall into that groupthink. Please listen to our medical professionals who are pleading it for us to take these steps so that we can get out of lockdown soon. And so we can avoid deaths. Ooh, you've got gelato shatter in your wax pen, Kelly. See, I should have just scrolled a little bit further, and that comment would have distracted me from going down, you know, going on that soapbox. You'll do that in Sankupa and stuff as well. Thank you so much, Kelly. I appreciate you so much. Hey, Opal, thanks for joining in. You want to see that, Tara? You want doomsday tips? You would watch that, Amy? Prepping, Google, and download. The thing about that, Crystal, is like, I need to have like the thing about like the maps when you buy them is that they're designed to like unfold in specific ways that make them like easy to see, and you can kind of like see, and they have coordinates and stuff. Like it's different than like the Google Maps whole thing. I'm sure that I could get like an atlas PDF of some sort, and that might work. But even then, when you print like that, it's like a much it's more susceptible to like running if it gets wet. I'd have to like cut it up probably into pieces and then laminate it maybe, and then that would be a thick stack. I don't know. That might be a solution, but I bet you I can find one. I'm gonna keep looking. I bet you I could find just one of those like foldable like. I mean, when I was a kid, they were in every gas station right outside, right by the front door. You know what I mean? Boom. Map of the Pacific Northwest. You know what I mean? Map of Seattle. Map of Portland. Whatever. So I'm gonna find one. I want to find an Oregon one, maybe Oregon one, and a Washington one. You know, maybe if there's one like this, like Pacific Northwest, I would do that. You know, they have them. Ooh, Thomas Maps. Is that the company that makes those? Thomas Maps. I could look them up on Amazon. Yeah. What? I looked up oh god, I looked up maps. But, oh god, well, I lost the page, and so I have to just start going from the last one that loaded. I'm sorry. But yeah, I want to find those. Some people are. Let me see. Hey, Rose. Rosa, you mentioned the other day about going through ministry. There was a letter from Archbishop that talks about COVID. Have you read it? Check it out. Oh, really? So here's the thing. I actually, Archbishop Sample, who is the Archbishop of the Diocese of Portland, the Archdiocese of Portland in Oregon. I actually, when I was younger, was a server, an altar kid for like the old school, like what people don't understand is like when I was like Catholic, I was like full cult level, like I was going like the Latin mass. Like I can still recite to you the Our Father and probably the Hail Mary in Latin. You guys want to hear it? Pater noster, qui est in celis, sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua sicut in terra et in celos. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie, et debite nobis in vita nostra, sicut et nos debitemus debitoribus nostris, et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. Amen. See? Isn't that crazy? So I was like full. So there's what they call the ordinary mass, which is like the newer version, like post Vatican II. For those of you who are older, you might remember back in the day there was a big controversial decision, and basically the priest turned from away. The priest, instead of turning away from the folks and towards the altar that was against the wall, they put the altar between the priest and the people, and then he would face the people. And then they changed the language from Latin to whatever language was the language of the community. And some people were in uproar, some people were like, finally, it's a big thing in the church. And so what they have
Earthquake
now,
magnitude 2.3. Island of Hawaii, Hawaii. 3 minutes ago.
Mass, but then they have the extraordinary form, which is the old way of doing it, which is Latin, and you're facing away, and there's different prayers that are like longer. And so because I was going to go into seminary, like I learned a lot of those. Like in English, I could probably, if you gave me the book, the prayer book, I could recite a mass. I could definitely recite a mass. Isn't that crazy? Just be a lady priest. And there's got to be some denominations that do that. That like do like a full like traditional Catholic thing, but aren't aligned. You know what I mean? And it will allow women priests. I don't know. I wonder. But so anyways, for Archbishop Sample, we did a mass, like a big, like it was a big thing. Like there was like people recording it and shit like that. And I was like the cane person. And so like I would come in and like there was a staff, like it's like a shepherd's staff. And there'd be parts where like I'd have to like know the cue. And like you're in your robes, you know, and everything, and then it'd be like, oh shit, that's my cue, okay. And then you'd like bow. If you were standing, you'd like bow to the altar. If you were like kneeling or something, you would like get upright, and then you would bow, and then you would like go, and then you would kiss his hand, and then kiss the staff, and then you would take the staff, and then you would go to your spot and stand there. And then at the next part, like when he needed a staff, you'd be like, oh shit, okay. Bow to the altar. Okay. You go over to him. Kiss the staff, kiss his hand, hand it to him, walk back to your spot. There's like a bunch of like weird shit like that, right? And so, so I was in a mass like that.
All of a sudden, the radios start going crazy. Guys are calling in attacks from all over the place. Nobody knows what the hell is going on, but you can tell it's
something different, that it wasn't isolated. All these places. You sit there and listen, and it's like listening to a radio
100 miles to the north, mortar and rocket fire rained down on the 6,000 American Marines at Quezon. An estimated force of at least 20,000 NVA have the base surrounded. Completely cut off by ground, they are running low on supplies. While the Marines on the outer edge of the perimeter resort to hand-to-hand combat. To the east, in the ancient imperial capital of Hue, a few hundred U.S. and South Vietnamese troops are tenaciously holding what little ground they can against the advancing 8,000 NVA, who are determined to wipe them out.
Nobody says a word. Although I'm literally about to bust, I've got so many questions.
Medical Corpsman Raymond Torres and his company from the 26th Marine Regiment are packed inside a C-130 en route to Hue. Less than 24 hours into the Tet Offensive, U.S. troops are launching counterattacks aimed at reversing the wave of the enemy advances.
How bad is the fighting at Hue? How many wounded are there? What do I do when we land? Ask for instructions? Or just run to the nearest casualty and start working?
125 north at 15, United 12.
But nobody pays any attention to a hypermedic.
So, what changed my course is that I started researching a couple things. I started researching and getting prepared for seminary, and I was researching a lot and doing a lot of work in scripture. And I'd always been someone who was like looking for the truth. I would ask the hard questions at like Sunday school and that kind of stuff, but all my instructors always knew that I wasn't asking it to be difficult. I was asking it because I wanted to learn more. I wanted to have the deepest knowledge I could. I was the kind of person who would like listen to Catholic Answers, which is like a show where people call in and they ask situations about their life, and then like a priest literally tells them what the fuck to do. Like, it's weird. It's like literally a show where people call in and like, this is what's going on, you know, my wife cheated us, and then like the priest goes like, look, Ted, God made you sign you signed a contract with God, a covenant, if you will. And you have agreed to be with this person through sickness and in health, so you're going to work it out with it. And so literally they just tell you people what to do. And then so anyways, I would watch that show. I would be like, there's a guy called Scott Hahn. I would like be listening to all his shit. I read all the Matthew Kelly books. I was like just like I was consuming all its other philosophy too. I was consuming a majority of Catholic philosophy. I read St. Augustine. I literally read the Bible cover to cover like multiple times. Like I'm for someone who doesn't work in religion, I'm a pretty much a biblical scholar. You know what I mean? I'm like a low level biblical scholar, like I don't know what you would call it, like a hobbyist biblical scholar. Let's call it that. Hobbyist level amateur biblical scholar. Because I know the ins and outs. That's why I'll debate religious people now and just like demolish them. And not everyone. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that I'm not gonna lie to you like Ben Shapiro and be like, I destroy everyone. Okay, I destroy them with facts and not feeling. No, stupid Ben Shapiro impression. But so anyway, I always like growing up. So at first,
咁啊，警員就望住，咁啊見到咧阿郭卓堅啊長洲覆核王啊，咁啊今朝就喺邊啊？唔知喺邊？喺嗰邊啊？喺邊啊？咁啊，警方咧就排晒喺度。大鏈鑊啊！
I made the mistake of not getting like a Catholic ethics book. I just got like a book on ethics, and that was like, because I was like, wait a second, like ethics themselves and like a lot of the teachings in the Bible don't align. What's going on here? This isn't good. So the scholarship side is one side of it, the scholarly aspect, right? To avoid confusion, because not scholarship like money, just scholarly aspect of it. The other side is that you get to hang out with a lot of priests then. In Sunday school, on Sunday school. On Sundays, you get to hang out with your priest throughout the whole day because you get to see what the day-to-day life is of a priest on a Sunday and how.
你話將來嘅事我都唔知啦。
哦，細 lunch 歌喎，呢個都可以做下。
呢次風慢啲。
See what the office days look like.
係咯，講埋佢對啊 lunch 最。你好啊，細 lunch 哥，做個訪問先。過嚟。好啊。梗係啦，今次揾你啦，梗係當然就係揾你啦。係，你咁出名。俾咪你啊。好啊好啊好。而家放我揸住啊。係咁啊！而家咧揾到阿細 lunch 哥咧。係。前細 lunch OK 㗎啦，或者 Harry OK 㗎啦，係。係啊，我學校1點放學啊嘛，咁咪就再過嚟咯。David 啊，消費呢場運動講真，佢之前和你 lunch， 我覺得還算可以保持所謂嘅抗爭熱度 ，is OK 我覺得和你 lunch 就算得一個人。都 OK 嘅話，但係咧佢而家咧，自從8月份開始就開始睇啲無謂嘅《蘋果日報》，即係唔明對呢場抗爭會有咩幫助咯。咁睇《蘋果日報》我都算啦，已經開聲屌㗎啦已經，但係咁算容忍都少少，係咪？佢咧仲要話，佢咧仲要咧喺中文大學、理工大學嗰邊睇《蘋果日報》，呢個行為好明顯係消費緊啲手足啦。我真係唔明。點解中文大學嗰啲學生嚟譴責佢幾句就話人哋嘅臭雞？呢樣嘢真係好無謂，好佢已經係不分敵我，係總之反對佢嘅全部都屌晒嘅係好無奈對於呢件事係。咁喺尋日定係前日啦，佢喺理工大學嗰邊嘅天橋有2個老人家喺度譴責佢，都照屌老人家嘅。呢點真係好唔明白，佢點解要咁做？而家佢真係喪心病狂啦，已經係冇得去形容佢有幾癲，係用喪心病狂呢4個字形容佢做啲嘢真係太實際、太戇鳩啊！講真，所以我希望支持佢嘅人可以諗下，佢究竟做咗啲乜嘢嚟睇《蘋果日報》我都算啦，我唔屌。但係咧，你話鬧人哋手足係臭雞，喺中文大學、理工大學呢啲上年呢啲抗爭場面喺度交化呢度消費呢幾場保衛戰係好無奈，對於我嚟講。大學戰上年用嘅手足係用汽油彈，今年係用緊嘅《蘋果日報》。係好諷刺呢樣嘢，所以我希望 lunch 哥 and 頂佢嗰班支持者可以諗下，究竟你哋為乜嘢去支持佢，為乜嘢去撐佢？所以 lunch 哥嗰啲 fans 就希望你哋反省下呢件事啊 and 頂希望你哋有獨立思考能力，思考下 lunch 哥做呢啲嘢究竟有冇錯，話人哋臭雞係咪啱嘅、合理嘅呢？希望大家自己諗下啦。好 ，thank you。係。緊都會啊，會唔會話繼續係會有啲咩活動係？有，即係和理非活動，我絕對去啦。之後可能有不反對通知書嘅咧，咁一定去㗎啦。有不反啊，即係冇不反嘅，我唔知啊，就睇現時環境啦，係咯。好啊 ，thank you，thank you。我哋都跟住就會係等劉公子多講幾句啊，咁但係就。Payphone Media 嗰邊就做緊，咁我哋就等 Payphone Media 做完，我哋就先去揾阿劉公子嘅。咁啊，轉頭就等阿劉做埋人哋嘅訪問，我哋又過去啦。第午餐仔啊！呢啲擺明就係 PTU 啦，屌！咁啊，機動狗狗啊，嗰個就亞洲最優秀啊，食鮑魚啦、翹手啦、摁腳啦、強姦啦、偷電話啦、偷人相卡啦，都係最優秀嘅。深水埗嘅大佬車嚟喎，呢架係。咁啊，見到係 PTU 啊 ，PTU 嘅狗狗。PTU 乜撚嘢啊 ？PTU D 啊 D 個老母啊真係。
係咪新出班嘅呢班？呢班撚樣好似最近先落地嘅喎。咁啊，我哋等埋啊劉公子搞掂完個訪問咧，我哋就聽聽劉公子對於近日嘅事情嘅評價。好，係啦，咁啊，大陸。咁啊，等我一陣啦，而家等緊啊劉公子，我哋都想聽聽劉公子咧對於近日嘅一啲人嘅評價。跟住我哋就要趕時間去下一場啦。真係好撚忙啊！跟住仲有第4場啊，記得課金啊！真係本台營運真係需要你哋支持嘅嚇。Live 冇聲點會啊？依家有聲啦。咁啊，劉公子，我哋就好快就揾阿劉公子講兩句。
He had put cameras in the fucking bathroom. Sure. Some parishioner found a camera in a vent that was putting it right in the boys' bathroom, the men's bathroom, right at the toilet, right at the fucking bathroom that I have been using for fucking months. There's been a camera there, and they found.
咁啊，依家都正在咧係等候啊。
Earthquake magnitude 4.0. Mail, Chile. 17 minutes ago.
車過去啦，係啦。呢個係劉公子啊。背心大師喺度咩？而家等緊啊！阿Gobi啊，噴完我就可以過去啦，都要等嘅，就排隊啦。咁我哋聽聽阿林公子陣間都會講下佢嗰日嗰個情況啦，事件啊都會比較長嘅陣間個訪問。所以咧就有冇紙巾呢樣嘢噶嘛？叻仔，出街帶紙巾溝女多2分啊嘛，係嘅咩？係啊！我幫你話俾阿嫂聽啊！我幫你話俾阿嫂聽。大家好啦，歡迎收睇大大俱樂部啦！唔使講咁多嘢啊！屌你老味！阿嫂有冇睇直播？阿嫂嚇？出街帶紙巾啊，溝女多2分啊，得㗎啦 ，OK。我而家咪溝咗你，識唔識啊？小炮出街帶紙巾啊，溝女多2分啊！你話？黐撚線我哋都要等一陣啊，因為都排隊啊，要排住隊做嘅，因為人哋做一半，我冇理由咁樣插隊入去嘅，即係都唔係咁好嘅。